Riftbound legend, we're going to be talking about all things Barcelona. First and foremost, how are you dealing with the heat?
It's hot. I'm not sweating as much as other people. I can see you sweating. I think I've gotten kind of used to the heat. I was in Panama last month visiting my mom, so I'm actually not feeling that bad compared to other people, how they seem to be.
All right, that's glad to hear. When I was playing in Speyer, people were melting, and I think they misplayed. I think it's going to be a factor. I want to ask you, of course, always intriguing. We saw some showdowns. We have some data. In terms of your matchup spread, of course, you're bringing Rengar. What do you think about your field? What are the decks that you're looking forward to playing against, and what are you afraid of?
I'll be fine playing against anything other than Jace Aurora, honestly. I think that's my only bad matchup. If I don't go against that, I'll be happy.
All right, Jace Aurora. That's going to be a little bit prevalent, I imagine. So with some luck, I hope. Maybe the other decks that can destroy the gear, they're going to figure that out for you. I wanted to ask in terms of your expectations for top 8, because that's always a very intriguing question. Top 8, in terms of the decks you expect to see, kind of to gauge your meta read. What do you expect to see in top 8?
Probably 2 or 3 cannons, maybe 1 Jace Aurora. There's decent amount of Aurelia. There could be 1 Aurelia. 1, maybe 2 Master Yi's, depending on how popular he is. He's very popular today in the pre-RQ. After that, what's really left? A Rek'Sai. Rek'Sai's very strong. And, I mean, a Squirtle on his ear, probably.
All right, very understandable. I wanted to ask you, in regards to, of course, you go into an event, you have collected all the best of Annies, and then you won in Atlanta, of course, but getting that second win, you know, Alan always told me, Prismat is the best player he knows. You were telling me as well, in terms of some of the mistakes you did in past RQs that didn't push you over the line. What are some regrets you're looking to correct here in Barcelona?
Hopefully I can beat Squirtle. I think I haven't put up too much of a fight against him the past 2 times we've met, so that's a big one. I mean, showing that I can succeed on other decks. It's been a while since I switched decks. I've been on Annie for a while. But I do think Rengar is a stronger deck than Annie.
So would you say Rengar is then just S, it's up there with the big boys?
He's up there for sure, but I think it is also still a pretty skill-intensive deck. I see that there's a lot of people that picked up the deck after I won Ottawa, and people can't perform on the same level with it.
All right. Any final words that you want to say to the audience out there?
I told you not to play Rengar. You all showed up and played Rengar.
You heard it here. Don't play Rengar just because the GOAT does it. You can't do it. It's not that simple. Riftbound is very difficult. Back to you guys.
Welcome everybody, I am here on our lovely floor at the regional qualifier here in Barcelona. And we have some important questions to be asking our players about how they think this event is going to go down. And I've got a very special guest, please let us know, who are you?
I'm Jace.
Italy. I'm Lucas. My name is Gonkra. I'm French, living in Paris, and I'm part of the XN team.
Hi guys, today I'm wearing looks of League of Legends, of course, and my name is Jutsukino. I'm here to entertain you guys today.
Playing Riftbound since the beginning of the game, and last weekend we reached top 4 with Gonkra, my mate, together, so it's like an incredible feeling to reach the top of a tournament with your practice partner. Like, it's so cool.
But the most important question is, who are the 3 legends to beat of this event?
I would say Kennen. Kennen.
Akali, Ari, Eleona, maybe.
Azia, because Pedro's here.
Probably Aurelia again.
Master from Proving Grounds. Azir.
Surprisingly, Master Yi, even if there's no best of metal card, it's still a pretty strong deck.
I play Kennen. I played Honey in the past. Maybe some people know me for Honey, but now I play Kennen.
Maybe some Rek'Sai.
Ooh, I like it.
So we are playing Kennen, the classic, the good deck of this tournament, I think. Like, very good spread in the meta. A lot of like 50-45% of matchup, and not really bad matchup, so really cool deck.
I think Akali. Yes, I think Diana too.
Don't judge me.
No, if you're right, everyone will think you're a genius, and we'll come to you every time.
Thank you for choosing them. Yes, you're right.
And maybe, don't know, I think Renekton is going to be a surprise.
I love that. I was hoping to see some Renekton as well, so I think you're right. A lot of people on the Akali train.
I think Yi, Aurelia and Kennen are the top 3, but I think some other legends are very close to the top 3, Rengar and Azir. Personally, I think they are very close to it.
Kennen, cause it's a pretty overrepresentative. Like many people will play, so many people will top 8.
Absolutely. Thank you so very much for joining us, and we'll catch you guys next time.
Barrett Bryant here with my experts here in Barcelona for the regional qualifier, and we are officially in Vendetta season. But with a new set, we also have a new set of bans, and so I wanted to talk to you about, specifically because this is an interesting ban list. We had some battlefields that got hit the first time when the whole Draven, the terror of Draven was running the show, right? But now, this ban list is pretty much purely focused on that and the dynamic of which these battlefields influence. So Yamato, Aspirant's Climb and Arena's Greatest. To me, when I read these cards, you are hitting aggro decks or your choice of a battlefield when you would go first for those style of decks, and a control battlefield, one that you need the game to go a little bit longer. Or some people were taking advantage of using this battlefield when going second when you're losing the tempo. How impactful is this on deck building?
Honestly, I think the main thing is that we just see a wider range of variety right away. I think that in a lot of cases, Arena's Greatest and also Aspirant's Climb would just auto-include in most decks that were played. I can't imagine a world where a meta where we have Tentacles, where Arena's Greatest would be played. The games would be so quick, we would be out of here before sun goes down. The games would be super fast. And then I try to think of the back end as well. The speed of Jace Aurora, and you just have Aspirant's Climb or the updated Loop Lux. I'm happy that it's out of the way, and I'm getting to see battlefields that I never got to see. I just see them, I got to read them. I was like, ooh, all right, okay, that's nice. So I'm happy about it.
So in that same conversation, Joe, I know you care about the battlefield selection a lot. It's going to be a really big deal, and I feel like it always has been for these regionals. Is there battlefields you think that are kind of like auto slots in for certain deck archetypes, or do you think it's really about expression now?
I think like the battlefields this weekend for me is going to be a big story. I think that players have an opportunity this weekend, with it being the first regional qualifier of this set, to really come up with some unorthodox strategies with the battlefields. Whether that's going to be Rockfall Path and Temporal Breach, like a little combination like that, but also just picking some unorthodox things. For me as an aggressive player, I played Arena's Greatest in every single deck, and I very rarely lost on Arena's Greatest. It wasn't just the extra point that mattered for that battlefield, it was the tempo and the threat of winning a turn sooner. And it made such a big difference. The player going second would have to overextend, take big risks. And I think that the aggressive decks are going to really struggle to replace it. So how do you do it? Well, maybe something like the Windswept Hillock, for example, that gives your units ganking. Is that a way of getting some extra point tempo? But it's a lot more risky, right? What happens if your opponent can take advantage of it? On the other side, Aspirant's Climb, I don't think it's as big of a miss. I almost feel like Aspirant's Climb was just to counter Arena's Greatest, right? And then you've almost got like a blank state. And I think that those slower decks, there's a lot of really good options, like Sigil of the Storm, for example, that can easily come in. But I think for the aggressive decks, do we ever see something like Power Nexus, the Windswept Hillock? Those are the things I'm really excited to see what players bring.
Well, I'm glad you brought up that point then. So Yamato, I want to follow that part up. Going first, going second. That was a pretty big deal for, like you said, going first with Arena's Greatest, very rarely losing those games. The Aspirant's Climb decks, bringing them out, playing it when you go second, giving you that extra chance to win. Do you think this is going to maybe turn the seesaw into a different direction a lot more? Or do you think maybe this is an era where things like control decks maybe squeak out a little bit more of an edge in this format, because Arena's Greatest, like Joe said, was probably a bigger impact?
I think still there's a little bit of a, you want to win the dice roll and go second. Go first in most cases, definitely. That was my dream. Like, I'm waiting for the day someone says, I go second. That was a dream scenario in my mind. I definitely think that there's still, winning the dice roll is still a very big deal, but at least Arena's Greatest. I had a run myself when I was playing Arena's Greatest in Utrecht, and I just didn't have a 2-drop, and it's the most miserable experience ever. So I'm happy that it's targeted. There's still ways to kind of target the problem of your deck, whether it's you are very, very power hungry in your deck. Maybe you need to find draws through Sanctum and Zone Warrens. I like the fact that it's more dynamic and it's actually a part of the active game rather than something passive, and it definitely, as Joe mentioned, is something that you can kind of, you can cement your strategy in it. I was building an ambassador deck, and I was, for the first time, I'm like contemplating between 5 to 6 different battlefields, and those conversations you never really had with yourself when you're deck building, certain were just kind of locked in.
Yeah, the battlefields tell a huge story, I think, across deck building, the matchups themselves, because some battlefields, you said the Windswept Hillock, I personally love that battlefield, and I always have, especially in decks like Set that I used to, that I was playing. And now, if you're just going to try and just use it as a battlefield willy-nilly to replace as a sort of aggressive-leaning battlefield, if you lose control of it, the game can just be over. So my last question then, in regards to this, and Yamato, you'll answer it too. Joe, do you think there is a legend that is eating the best out of this change? Maybe a deck that was already having strong success, but maybe wasn't playing or relying on either of these battlefields? Because the first one that comes to my mind is a legend like Diana. I think Diana's didn't need Arena's Greatest or Aspirant's Climb, and if you go first or second, you're either on the tempo or you have your incredible Chosen Champion unit that you can play on turn 1.
It's a really good question, and actually Hui was like immediately the card that comes to mind for me, because that deck's like kind of quick, but it's definitely like on the slower side, and that extra opportunity going second to play a 5-cost unit at base, which might not do anything immediately, you have that extra turn going second. I think other decks are, maybe even some of the decks that played Arena's Greatest and Aspirant's Climb can actually benefit from it. Like decks like Kai'Sa, decks like Draven often would gravitate towards one or the other of these battlefields because of how strong they were. And like, again, if you're playing a slower deck, you maybe want Aspirant's Climb to counter the Arena's Greatest. So I would say like any of these like decks you would describe as mid-range, they're not too quick, they're not too slow, they're somewhere in between, and they have a little bit more freedom. Rengar, for example, I think could be a really good example of that. Anything sort of in the middle, I think has a really good benefit from this.
All right, Yamato, same question. Got to pick a legend right now. Who benefits the most from this ban list?
Honestly, in terms, I'm just thinking about the legends that already had very strong battlefields in the first place. I think Diana is a great option. I was thinking about Irelia as well, because you basically play the Abandon Hall, Sanctum, Targon's Peak, and you're very, very happy. Just Abandon Hall, you start that, and I think that the legends that already were cemented, I think that they are kind of happy, because in some cases, Irelia players will still play Arena's Greatest just to kind of fight against the more scaling decks. So I think when the choice is even easier for you, I think they are resting easy.
I'll tell you another one. Azir, not affected by this as well. But thank you so much, you two, for this incredible insight. And I hope to see, and we'll get a lot more information and data this weekend on the going first, going second, and what battlefields people are going to be choosing this weekend in Barcelona.
The community dubs him Emperor, as they should.
The leader, innovator, and champion of Azir. The first player in Riftbound history to secure 2 regional qualifier wins with the same legend, and obtain the longest win streak at regional qualifiers. That is Squirtle. Undeniably becoming one of the best players in the game, forging an empire that stands supreme. Having only participated in 3 regional qualifiers so far, Lille and Utrecht were his crowning moments. Taking victory from the clutches of his opponents, the sands of time bending to his will. This isn't Squirtle's first strike. The key to Squirtle's success lies in many factors. One being this arsenal of transferable skills from other games, alongside the endurance for long events and the intelligence to guide his deck through many matchups. During the Lille Regional Qualifier, Squirtle's star deck Azir relies on consistency and tempo to overwhelm opponents, using light resources to create favorable trades into his opponent's larger units. Taking an archetype which at the beginning of Lille, people certainly underestimated, and he used that ignorance to his advantage. Only roughly 49 players took Azir to the event, many feeling the deck didn't have enough aggressiveness. However, Squirtle knew better, and using the synergies between his champion units and a flurry of sand soldiers
plus gear plus hidden cards equals success. In Lille, against Prismaticism, Squirtle builds up an army and base, ready to strike. His game plan is to manage resources better than his opponent by using cheap units such as Sand Soldiers to overwhelm the opposition, taking out high-cost important units such as Kaiser with a low-cost, easy-to-recover unit such as Sand Soldiers is a highly advantageous trade. Always being able to turn the tides of a game by consistently bringing back Sand Soldiers, beefing them up with gear, and using combat tricks to finish the job. Ultimately, Azir is a whole deck, always trying to keep battlefields under control and taking hold points wherever necessary. However, Squirtle is a smart savant, and we see in the finals of Lille versus Sean that when needed, Azir can be an aggressive force. Sheer numbers and relentless addition of units to battlefields made it too tough to keep up with. Running his opponent out of runes and units was crucial to keeping control of battlefields long enough to take the win. This adaptation of playstyle shows not only how brilliant he is as a player, but also shows that Squirtle's learned his deck and all possible matchups back to front, so he can change the way he plays on the fly to clutch victory. Even when things can look sticky and those battlefields yield, a perfectly timed use of Arise brought the game back into Squirtle's favor. And from then, a decisive 2-0 victory was the beginning of a larger journey. Arising from victory, Squirtle didn't slow down. Continuing a ferocious win streak, Squirtle charged into a whirlwind of skilled players. Alan ZQ appears in round 10, the current longest win streak holder playing Diana, which many believe to be the strongest deck coming into this event. Overcoming the Admiral of the win streak, Squirtle's triumph was not the end of the forces to come. Colin Kaiser stands in the way of the final spot. So many players who have consistently placed top 8 of previous events. But that didn't stop his triumph. Squirtle fought valiantly and progresses to the finals. Despite the community knowing more about Azir and its tactics, it simply wasn't enough. The finals versus Victor, mastered by Red and Axel. Both decks have mastery of token units. Game 1, Red takes the lead with the first double point scored, but Squirtle strikes back and a back and forth begins, each player successfully taking both battlefields for multiple turns. Red pulls forward and goes to 6 points, a terrifying position to be in for Squirtle, but ever calm. Squirtle builds up his forces in base and places a flurry of units on each to protect them and take back with hold points on those battlefields. From the jaws of defeat, Squirtle hangs on, and with both finalists at 7 points, Squirtle is the one to score the coveted 8 point, taking Game 1. Game 2, Red takes a decisive lead, rushing to 4 points before Squirtle got off the starting line, eventually taking victory, which took us to a Game 3. 32 games undefeated. 1 game left for 2 back-to-back regional qualifier wins with the same legend. Red pushes Squirtle into a difficult position by creating a wall of units of their own, forcing Squirtle to play a long game and build up in that base. Taking time to replenish their forces, Red goes to 5 points. He created a huge defensive force on that top battlefield. Squirtle has to break the hold. He made the push. With 10 might into 14, Squirtle takes down plenty of units. A second push with a Sand Soldier. He defies the Hidden Blade. With that, Red's forces fail, and Squirtle heads up to 6 points, just inches away from victory. Red attempts to buckle Squirtle's defenses, but comes up short, conceding the game, creating a 15-0-1 score for Squirtle at an overall record of 29-0-3 for the longest Riftbound win streak currently. Going undefeated in both events.
I need to be humble. I think that helps to play well.
It's clear why the Emperor Squirtle is staying on top. Welcome back. We are live once again here in Barcelona. The anticipation builds as our final top players have been decided. That bracket is being built as we speak, but they're still preparing and need a little more time.
Yeah, that gap sort of between the top cut and the top 8 is usually the biggest break that we have here in the day. All sorts of stuff sort of happening on the back end, but our players are not too far away from taking their seats and getting ready for that top 8. What a day, what a weekend it's been here in Barcelona. A bit of a unique regional qualifier, I think, Amy, just in terms of the heat. And it's a huge factor for the players.
You are absolutely not wrong. It has been a really large factor. But just to take a little squeaky step away from Riftbound for the moment, we're going to have a look at a little treat from our friends over at Valorant. And there might just be a trick up our sleeve. That looks spectacularly fun. Oh my gosh.
Okay, I think I have a new main. I like Sage usually. I like ice walling my teammates, slow orbing them by mistake. But I think I might have just found my new favorite character to play in Valorant.
Yeah, possibly. But
so.
We didn't just show you Eris because they're cool. They are very cool.
They are very cool.
Don't get me wrong. But there is a special new element to their flex.
Okay.
They're going to get some cards
in
that
stop
deck
it.
that you might see a little familiar.
Okay, I want it. I need it.
There's a 10% chance that Riftbound cards can be in Valorant.
Wow, that is so awesome. I need some of those.
The real question is, can you now get that Ari in Valorant and IRL? Well, you're gonna have to play and find out.
That is such an awesome little link up. 2 games I'm a big fan of. Linking up. Yeah, the Ari there, that is absolutely amazing. I love the card back as well, the League of Legends card back, of course, that we have in Riftbound. That is a very exciting link up indeed.
Incredible, isn't it? Just having this deck that they shuffle and draw from, but then actually having cards once in a little while just flashing to see what you manage to get, whether it's a card you own or whether it's one you want to own.
Yeah, I would be looking for a Teemo every single time. That's what I would be hoping for, but I'll take any Riftbound card at all. Those are my favorite kind of cards.
Honestly, a brilliant mechanic and an excellent use of Riftbound in the digital world as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Big shout out to our friends over at Valorant, but I'm looking over at my little table camera that I can see in front of me. Players are starting to get sat down. We're now moving into the top 8 part of the tournament, and look at that. Prismaticism there in the top 8. can confirm they are the last Rengar standing in this one. He told you guys, don't play Rengar, and on the other side, well, it is the best of Ornn winner. It is the man Land playing Ornn. Triple seal in this one, the seal of focus. Sprite Fountain, of course, a key card. Aspiring Engineer, a bit of an unorthodox inclusion here. When you play me, return a gear from your trash to your hand. Not a card I've ever seen anybody play. And that Helm of Suppression is definitely pretty spicy indeed.
Yeah, there are some really interesting cards in this build, and I've got to say, it's not a deck that I was expecting to see in our top cut, and I'm ever so glad that we get to feature it and we get to see just how this Ornn ticks. I know a lot of players who have been desperate to try and make Ornn work, and maybe this is their day.
Yeah, so this is like what you might call a tempo Ornn deck. It's looking to apply a lot of point pressure. Sprite Fountain in particular, being able to play Sprite Fountain without paying a power cost, thanks to that Ornn Legend ability, is extremely powerful. And on the other side, you all know this man. It's DSG Prismaticism. They won that prize wall Rengar, the best Rengar player at the Ottawa Showdown. They've now just secured the best of Rengar here in Barcelona, but they're not done yet.
No, we know Prismaticism well, and they always want to go for the win. And it is right within their clutches. But they have a long way to go yet through this single elimination top cut bracket. They're going to have plenty of adversaries in their wake to get there.
Yeah, and if you've seen the deck list that Prismaticism played in Ottawa, it's very similar. I think there's a few little tweaks on the sideboards. I'm just glancing through the sideboards here. For the Ornn player, there's Disarming Rake, Pickpocket, Decree of Focus, which could certainly be relevant. That's the anti-Fury Decree. Decree of Insight, which is, again, anti-orange. So 4 decrees on the sideboard, which could be important here. There's also a Not So Fast and a Guardian Angel. Then on the other side, for Prismaticism, in terms of the sideboard options, Decree of Strength, anti-blue, 4 runner ×2, 1 Brittle Steel, 1 Pike, 1 Rampage, 1 Sabotage, a Noxian Demolitionist. That could be a really interesting addition, and a Bryn here, Thundersong. No secrets here, although of course you don't know exactly what cards your opponent's sideboard's in, but you might be able to make a prediction.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at what the bracket's looking like right now in real time. We are live here in Barcelona. Let's take a look and see just who's going to be facing up in this first round.
Yep, so we've got Coco Lopez on Kennen versus Hisoka on Master Yi. Both those players we've seen here on the stream. We have Shabbat Salom as well against Squirtle. Squirtle still in the mix. Master Yi versus Azir. Of course, Prismaticism versus the man Land. And then we've got Mossick versus Gonkra. So there's a lot of Kennens in there. 3 Kennens in total. Although it is a Kennen mirror matchup in one of these top 8 games. 2 Master Yis. 1 Azir, 1 Rengar, and 1 Ornn. So Ornn versus Rengar. Best of winners here. The man lad, also many of you might have seen recently, released an extremely detailed document all about the mathematics of Riftbound. So 2 very passionate players. The man lad previously top 8'd in Bologna playing Kaiser. And fun fact, he also beat me in a regional qualifier in Lille.
Oh.
Yeah, 2-0. So he's playing Kaiser back then. So Ornn definitely a bit of a change of pace.
Change of pace, but someone that dedicated and that passionate about the mathematics of trading card games is always going to be up there, taking statistically the best lines, the best cards, and the best methods to success. So there's no wonder they've ended up in our top 8.
Yeah, 2 of the biggest teams in Riftbound. Of course, Prismaticism representing DSG disguised for the very first time this weekend. And it is going to be Prismaticism as the highest seed. We've got Veiled Temple and Zorn Warrens as the battlefields. Of course, our mulligan phase now. If you're new to Riftbound, you can mulligan up to 2 cards, recycling them. Prismaticism does that. Does find the Pit Rookie, which is that 2-cost unit. On the other side, I can see the man lad does have a Lecturing Yordu in the opening hand. Here we go, though, Amy. Top 8. It all starts now.
We're getting into the thick of the action now. This is where it all matters. The final European event of the season, the final RQ here in Bologna for Europe. Bologna, goodness, that was the first in Barcelona for Europe, of course. Let's jump straight into it. The Manland bringing a Yordle Lecturing in tow. Of course, a seal down early is exceptional, being able to already utilize that Ornn's ability.
Yeah, I mean, just brilliant to be able to play a seal without paying a power cost. That is one of the biggest uses of this Ornn Fire below the mountain. Going for the Ornn Blacksmith as the chosen champion. That green Ornn might surprise a few people. Certainly caught me by surprise. But with that seal, that green seal, Seal of Focus, makes a lot of sense. You get to look at the top cards of your deck and reveal a gear, add it to hand. So if you're not familiar with the Legend abilities, Ornn is all about gear. You reduce the cost of your gear. We said that the Manland previously top 8'd with Kai'Sa. Well, Kai'Sa gets that cost reduction on spells, Ornn on gear. But there's that chosen champion. Going to be using that seal to pay for it.
Lovely utilization of the seal there they got. And of course, Ornn only gets stronger the more gear that we have, right? The limitations are endless when you consider that if we keep getting more gear, then this legend just keeps getting better. And Sterak's Gauge is a great example of this from Spirit Forged.
Yeah, it's a tense start to this one. Neither player wanting to move into a battlefield, so it's 0-0.
Yep, Temple. Yep. 1.
Prismat taking that first step cautiously into Veiled Temple.
We can't hear you.
I can't hear.
Oh, I couldn't hear him. Oh. Okay.
Okay.
Moves in with the Pit Rookie. Now it is untimed.
Draw 2 cards.
Yep.
And we've seen Priz do this earlier on in the day. Kai'Sa, where she wants to be in the seat of power.
Kai'Sa does love that power.
Oh,
I like it right here. I might just stay, she says.
Can you guys track it here? It has to be there.
It's 2 points now for Priz. And of course, we talked about Ornn as the legend ability for the man lad. Really looking to get a lot of tempo with his gear deck. Lots of cards which can come in ready, apply lots of pressure. Priz on the other side, though, also playing a pretty quick deck overall, what you might call mid-range. Can go quicker in some matchups, but it can also control the board with cards like Rampage, taking down that Ornn Blacksmith.
Ready, move back.
Oh, lovely first mate coming in, ready in Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa then can retreat into the base, leaving her unmaimed. Now Prismaticism's up to 2 points and leaving little for the Manland to interact with on his turn.
2 might for this Lecturing Yordle. 2 for the Pit Rookie. No runes available for Prismaticism. That legend ability of Prismaticism, whenever they play a unit, they may give a might to any unit of their choice. And the signature spell of Prismaticism is something to be feared. Thrill of the Hunt. The man lad, usually you're playing one of the signature gear of Ornn. Only 1 copy. That is what we tend to see. But actually, I'm looking through the deck list, and it is a noticeable card that's not being played. No signature cards for the man lad in this Ornn build. It's going to be Toon Runes. And it's going to be that new patched Porobot, and the Sterak's Gauge comes through as well.
Porobot, of course, counting as a gear and a unit.
Yeah, so this Derek's Gauge with quick draw.
Do this.
Yep.
The Veiled Temple able to ready the Patch Porobot because it's a gear.
Oh.
And then the Seat of Power, well, it's now the Patch Porobot in that seat. And
I
Charm as
imagine-
well comes in.
Go.
Lovely. I imagine that
impressive turn.
Porobot
One
is
up.
very comfortable on that seat of power. Brilliant utilization of the fact that it has those two different definitions, being able to reduce its cost, but also play it and ready it because it also counts as a gear.
Yeah, so the man lad there paying a power cost with the Seal, paying a power cost with the Ornn Legend as well. And then that Charm, you did have to pay the power cost in full for that, but both players sort of utilizing these backline removal tools to gain some tempo, some board presence. It's going to be Prismaticism now.
Rengar jumps into the battlefield with Lecturing Yordle. And that is one Yordle down.
Of course, it's open deckless. Priz knows there's no Stupefy, doesn't have to respect it.
4 to 4 and draw.
And it is a fight over the Seat of Power. The first mate now drawing a card thanks to that battlefield. It's 4 points to 2. No units now on the board for the man lad. When you've got two decks that are both able to go quite quickly, these early starts are really important. Priz just getting off to a great start here, and it's going to be really important for the man lad to rebuild in their next turn.
5. Yeah. You're 7, right?
7.
7 cards in hand is a lot of cards at this stage.
It is, especially for a deck not known for drawing many cards. Really, Scuttle Crab is kind of the main way, and I guess the Lecturing Yordle. So, but that is a one of Lecturing Yordle, so almost quite fortuitous that the man land saw it that early.
Go.
Irresistible Feyfolk back in play. Fearsome, small but mighty.
Yeah, Prismaticism leaving the Rengar and the first mate at the battlefields with no runes available. Can the man lad take advantage of that? It's a Poro Snacks, paying 1 power cost for that with the Seal.
They look so delicious. And that's another way the Manland can draw cards, of course. So starting to build a bit of an engine, really, where when needed, cards can appear.
Yeah, and the kind of cards the man lad would be looking for right now, it's going to be those sprite fountains where you can send a sprite in ready. There is also the pit crew. You can play a gear and ready it. We're actually going to be digging even further. It is another Steric's Gauge that's found from that Poro Snacks, but look at that hand.
Okay, a couple of Scuttle Crab, so we could push the card draw a little further.
Yeah, but just nothing that can come in ready and sort of punish Prismaticism here.
No.
Having those units at the battlefield, and Priz, if he's able to hold, will go on up to 6 points and just be able to recall everything to base.
Not a good position to be in. You can see the Manland kind of shaking his head, thinking, no, that wasn't it. It wasn't it. Another Scuttle Crab looks like it's being considered, because I think that's really the only out right now is draw more cards and try. But once again, we see the shake of the head.
Yep.
The body language is clear. No need to be subtle around a pal like Prismat.
Going to be the Clockwork Keeper as well.
6.
Yep.
Actually just scoops it up. That's just, is that a scoop? No, my mistake. That's poor from me. Not a scoop, but definitely a resigned look on the face of the man lad. Just changed the direction of those runes, caught me off guard. Prismaticism at 6 points now.
It is close, don't get me wrong, but there is a lot more time. In fact, infinite time. As you can see, our timer is going up instead of down this time, because these guys have as much time as they need to resolve this game.
That. I mean, that is a big old bait. And there
it is. There's the scoop. Gonna reserve time regardless and get on with game 2. Just too far behind. Prismaticism manages to really stick in there, get those hold points, and make his stand in this top 8 here in Barcelona.
He makes it look easy, doesn't he?
He does.
Yeah, he's just chilling.
Yeah, he's just going to put some guys in some battlefields. Oh, you've only got some gear? Okay.
Yeah, the story of this one, really, that pit rookie
Deck list again? Yes.
was found by Prismaticism, able to really push that point pressure in. They did take a double mulligan and found the pit rookie from the mulligan. And of course, Prismaticism was able to go first in that one. It is open deck lists in between games. They're able to check their opponent's deck lists and
Should be more.
sideboard accordingly, of course.
Man.
But really, it was a story about the rampage from Prismaticism, the charm from the Man Lad, but then the Man Lad just not able to respond to that Rengar. The chosen champion of Rengar put in a lot more work than the chosen champion of Ornn.
So very true. Now, Prismaticism does have some interesting cards in the sideboard that are definitely going to help if he chooses to go down the route of trying to remove some of the Man Lad's gear, which will be quite interesting to see whether they go down that route or whether just trying to repeat the strategy of game 1 there.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the Man Lads list, right? They missed that kind of unit that could come in, active, accelerated, pit crew, and sprite fountain. There aren't drop borders in this list. That's one of those other cards that you often see. But in terms of the sideboard for Ornn, that Decree of Focus, 1 cost reaction speed, choose a friendly unit that's in combat with an enemy Fury unit, or that's being chosen by an enemy Fury spell, and give it +4 might this turn. 2 of those, and 2 copies of the Decree of Insight as well, which is a 1 cost blue spell at reaction speed, give an enemy body unit -5 might this turn. Does include Rengar itself, so in many ways, really important for Priz to get off to that start, considering there's 4 decrees in the Man Lad sideboard targeting their domain pairing.
I bet the Man Lad is really thinking, gosh, statistically, that was awful. I should have hit at least some of them with all that card draw.
Yeah.
I'd be interested to see if he knows the maths on that precisely, on what the chances that he miss all of those units.
I mean, if anybody knows it, I think the Man Lad would be the person I would pick. And yeah, having played against the Man Lad, my experience against them, extremely lovely to play against, but similar to Coco Lopez, who is in this top 8, the pace of play is quite intimidating, right? They really set the pace a lot of the time. These top players are so confident with their deck. They know what they need to do to accelerate their win condition, and I have to say they blew me out of the water on their Kai'Sa deck. So Ornn it is now. Prismaticism taking game number 1, but they did go first, and it will be the Man Lad on Ornn with the opportunity to open things up in game number 2. Another sideboard card to highlight on Prismaticism sideboard. You've got that Decree of Strength, which allows you to look at your opponent's hand and recycle a blue card from it. But maybe even more important could be the Noxian Demolitionist. It's a 2-drop for 1 might. When I conquer, you may kill a gear with energy cost no more than my might. Well, the seals, of course, cost 0 energy. So Prismaticism has the option of bringing that Noxian Demolitionist in. But of course, it's all well and good saying you're bringing in, but what on earth would you take out? This Rengar list is tight.
Yeah, that can be the problem, but if it's a necessity, you go for it. If it's not a necessity, you don't. I think that's always the way to think about it. One game won with ease, but was that just luck? Was it the Man Lad just not managing to draw into those units? We'll see whether they decided to adapt the deck or not, but the thing I like about the Noxian Demolitionist
there it is
that it's on conquer that you kill the gear, so you can keep trying.
Yep.
Whereas with a lot of these gear hates, they're usually spells, and so it is a one and done.
Yeah, he's looking at Rampage, Sabotage, Pike, and Bryn here right now, Priz. trying to decide which cards should go back into the sideboard and which into the main.
Yep.
And with those 10 sideboard slots, these kind of decisions become even more tricky. You know, it's great thinking, okay, I'm going to put this card in my deck, but what do you take out? It looks like Nidalee, at least one copy of it, might be leaving the deck for Priz.
It's genuinely one of the most difficult parts of Riftbound. One that I am not good at.
Yeah, and of course, in the Swiss rounds, the time pressure there means that these sideboard decisions are often going to have to be significantly quicker here. But the luxury we've got here in our top 8 is it's untimed. And to be honest, that was one of the quickest games of the day so far, game 1. So these players in no rush at all. And the sign of an experienced trading card game player is knowing when to slow down, right? We saw some fast, frenetic gameplay, but both players taking their time on those sideboard decisions, those all-important decisions.
Yep, sideboarding, shuffling up, making sure your cards are sufficiently randomized. Really important elements of the game that must be respected, and those take time. So even though it's a little sweaty here in Barcelona, we're going to have a little look once again at that main deck list.
Yeah, that Aspiring Engineer thing is the most unique thing about this deck, as well as the Helm of Suppression. Might have been sideboarded out. I actually did see the man lad over in the hall earlier playing against Margin Bay with that Helm of Suppression down on the board up against Margin Bay's Ezreal, and it seemed to be putting in quite a bit of work there. Not sure it's quite what you want against Rengar when you're sort of going toe-to-toe against another deck that can match your tempo. Probably going to be a little bit slow. And then for DSG Prismaticism, very similar to that Ottawa list. Ferris Forerunner, only one copy in main, but there's 2 more available on the side. Will we see those being brought in? We'll have to wait and see.
Lots of important decisions to be made that could turn the tides of this very important match.
It's going to be Ornn's Forge. Of course, Ornn does like being in the Forge. And on the other side, it's Emperor's Dias for Prismaticism. So Ornn's Forge going to be reducing the cost of the first non-token gear you play each turn when you have a unit there. I don't think there's any gear at all for Prismaticism to take advantage of that. Emperor's Dias, whenever you conquer here, you may pay 1 energy to return a unit to your hand and play a Sand Soldier unit token.
Let's get right into game 2 here in Barcelona. We are in the quarterfinals. And jumping straight on in there.
Okay, that is such an amazing opening play. The Clockwork Keeper, turn 1, drawing a card without really having to pay a power cost. The seal power was paid for with that Ornn, and then the Clockwork Keeper, therefore, can use the seal to pay the power cost. And that is a 2 for 2 on turn 1 that drew a card. Unbelievable opening.
Can't really be better than that if you wanted a turn 1 turn where you get to do a little bit of everything. I'd say that's pretty smashing. And of course, then that Clockwork Keeper is able just to move on into Ornn's Forge.
Yep.
That gives us even more benefits.
And it is going to be that Sprite Fountain. And this is what Ornn likes to do. We didn't see it in game 1 from the man lad, but now the tempo and point pressure is coming again, activating that Ornn Legend ability for the 2nd time. This Ornn, if it wasn't for Ornn right now, the man lad would only have 2 runes left, but instead there's 4 total.
Yeah.
It's going to be the Emperor's Dias triggering, getting rid of that Sprite in favor of a Sand Soldier. Very curious play.
Sand Soldier isn't temporary, I suppose, so actually quite advantageous. Although it has lower power, at least it'll stick around. It kind of forces Prismaticism to have to deal with it rather than just leaving the Sprite token alone that won't grant a hold point.
It is the King Cow Initiate in the base for Prismaticism. 3 might on that. But let's not forget about that Legend ability, that passive effect from Rengar. Whenever Prismaticism plays a unit, they can give +1 might to another unit of their choice. course, that Rengar pouncing in the champ zone for Priz, always an option, and something the Manlad has to respect at all times. 2 runes open for them. Prismaticism yet to make a play this turn.
+1 and buff.
Yep.
First card played is going to be Pit Rookie, though, giving a buff.
And then that Rengar Legend ability, giving that +1 as well. That is now a 5 might King Cow Initiate.
Oh, and guess what? That means they are mighty.
In fact,
6 to 2.
gone even higher thanks to that Noxus Hopeful. Just an important threshold, 5 to 3 means that a discipline does not save this Clockwork Keeper. It would not be a trade. But is there something else instead that costs 2? There certainly is.
Oh, there we go. We get the gear on board, of course. And that allows an extra gear to be played when it wasn't the Manland's turn, so they can keep those resources for on his turn.
Yeah, and Prismaticism plays around Steric's Gauge. Still not enough might on that gear.
Nope.
It was actually a 6 might King Cow Initiate in the end. But the Manlads still wanted to use their energy to develop. It was the Pit Rookie buff, the Noxus Hopeful, and the Pit Rookie 2 Rengar triggers. So King Cow Initiate with the buffers at 4, with 2 Rengar triggers was at 6. And then the Clockwork Keeper, even with the gauge, was only at 5 might. So very heads-up play from Priz and making full use of that Legend ability. Both players showing us why they are the best of their respective champions here in Barcelona.
You can certainly see now why the Manland needed to create a Sand Soldier instead of a Sprite to take away that temporary so that they could get that extra hold point. And now the Sprite token moving in with a gear. Nice and hefty Sprite indeed. Moving on into Orn's Forge. The Sand Soldier's coming back. And there we go. Another healthy score for the Manland. 4-1. Prismaticism now a little bit on the clock.
Sprite's a 7.
7, yeah.
Manlad does equip that Brutalizer as well. Only going to be +1 though in Prismaticism's turn. Of course, you get that additional +2 if attached this turn. It's 1 point to 4. The Manlad really pushing some point pressure right now. Looking to score 2 points every turn. And then the Manlad could win in their second to next turn. So Prismaticism are only 1 point themselves. Really has to just start thinking about board presence right now.
Yeah,
that Rengar pouncing is always an option.
Yep, Rengar can pounce. Is it worth it for a Sprite token, which still has temporary? Not for right this moment anyway, as he develops in Emperor's Dais to get that second point on board. Of course, switching out for a Sand Soldier of his own.
Yeah, it's of course that Rengar Trophy Hunter in the champ zone that can come pouncing in at any moment. But for now, it's going to be that Forerunner reinforced with the Noxus Hopeful. Prismaticism decides to make a stand at the Emperor's Dais. There is a total of 12 might there right now. 2 from the Sand Soldier, 6 from the Forerunner, 4 from the Hopeful. No runes available for Prismaticism.
Over to the Manland's turn. Orn's Forge still available. Yep, just going to push Clockwork into there. Grab that 5th point, really steamrolling ahead, but Prismaticism clearly not wanting to give up Emperor's Dais at all and making it very difficult to progress beyond 5 points.
Yeah, we see the Porobot come down, which is a gear, and there's 3 other gear in play for the Manlad, which means that it draws. There is that seal tucked away. I was like, where is that 3rd gear? But it is the seal. And of course, the Patch Porobot also readies the pit crew. You know what else readies the pit crew? Here we go. It's the Brutalizer. And Priz here with this hold is taking a risky hold to just try and deny this 6th point from the Manlad.
And that is a Sand Soldier. Very Azir-esque movement here with double gear. I think it's 2 Brutalizer. No, 1 Brutalizer and another bringing it up to 8, taking down quite a few of the units on the other side for Prismaticism, but didn't take the lot down. Still, Noxus Hopeful hanging on in there.
And suddenly, that is a 6 might Noxus Hopeful, thanks to those mech unit tokens being played at the base for Prismaticism. However, the pit crew is active. The Brutalizer can be attached there as well. Ornn and the Seal have been used, however, so the Manlad will have to pay power costs. But we've seen from watching Squirtle, once you start getting to the end of the game, especially with more aggressive decks, power costs aren't really an issue.
Nope, that is for sure.
That's a big group. Go in there.
Jumping back on in, a couple more gear attached.
Yeah, that pit crew conquering
To get a guy.
at the dais, but bouncing it back to hand, can you believe?
Vector's in hand.
Another Sand Soldier to put in some work.
And will it be redeveloped at the base?
Quite possibly by the looks of it. Considering it at very least, but might leave that up for their opponent's turn.
Replay him.
Nope, going to replay. Pit crew's back.
And
A little bit risky into something like a rampage, though.
True, but 6 points to 2. I think you're feeling pretty sleek about that.
So Prismaticism in a position now where they have to make sure the Manlad does not score both battlefields next turn. And looking at the hand, there isn't any backline removal there, but there is a Sabotage, which could get a lot of information for Prismaticism and know exactly what they have to play around on the next turn. I do believe it will hit that Sabotage. I think there is a charm and a decree of focus in the hand of the Manlad. So the Sabotage could be huge here. Of course, Prismaticism doesn't have the luxury we casters and viewers have of being able to see the Manlad's hand.
That is
until they
so
play
true.
the card.
Yes, however, there is open deck list at this stage. They do know what they could encounter. So the only thing that gives them a little insight is really how many cards your opponent has in hand and how many you think they could potentially draw on their turn. Obviously, a deck like Cannon is going to be flurrying away and drawing as many cards as they can, but the Manland has limited options.
Sabotage.
And it will be the Sabotage for Priz. All the information they need. 2 options available. It's the Charm or the Decree of Focus. Remember, that is going to be +4 to a unit that's in a combat with a Fury unit or being targeted by a Fury spell. Well, maybe Prismaticism, knowing it's there, can just totally nullify the value of it. One of the risks of these decrees is Prismaticism doesn't play any Fury units. Well, the card's not going to do anything at all.
No, that is very true.
Priz does have the Forerunner in hand. We know how much he loves that card. So it's a really interesting position for Prismaticism to be in. Has a Kaiser in hand as well. So that Decree of Focus, he'd probably love to get rid of it, but is there an alternative line he's considering where he just gets rid of the Charm and then just tries to nullify the Decree? Well, Charm will be the card recycled.
Yep.
And that's the thing, it's recycled, so now goes to the bottom of the deck, not to be seen for a very long time, if ever, in this game now. Irresistible Fate Folk.
4 cards in hand.
That's it, over back to the Manland. We've got to deal with 2 mech tokens. Prismaticism still has a lot of energy available, which is always the daunting thing.
Yeah, 5 energy available for Priz, which is the perfect amount for that Rengar Trophy Hunter. What was the card drawn by the Manlad? Still, of course, has that Decree of Focus, but there's no Fury units on the board for Priz, so it's not doing much.
That's
In fact,
5.
it's doing nothing. Will Priz pounce with Rengar?
Will the Porobot be successful in its conquest? It looks like Rengar time!
Yeah, and look at that lovely champion Rengar promo from a showdown.
Beautiful. Rengar showing who's boss and keeping Emperor's Dais under Prismaticism's control.
It is now going to be the Sprite Fountain for the man lad. That was the card found off the top. Brutalizers available as well.
A brutal Sprite. I'm not sure I really want to be involved with that. My word!
The man lad takes it. The Sprite Fountain off the top was the perfect draw in that position. Can go in, equip the Brutalizers to overcome the Rengar. Prismaticism exhausted all of their energy, and that one Brutalizer still left at the base was going to be enough to turn that pit crew into a 4-might unit and overcome the might on the other side. Prismaticism did have maybe the option of giving the might from the Rengar legend to the other unit, but I'm not sure it would have made a difference.
Currently, both players at 1-1 in this best of 3 against 2 Titans. Both just checking on their deck, checking for those cards that weren't quite optimal, seeing if the sideboard will give them any other advantage, any breathing room to go further in this event. Only one of them can progress.
And Mycelion versus DSG. Of course, the man lad on home turf here in Barcelona, Spain. Prismaticism crossing the Atlantic. But he's no stranger to that at this point. Both our players sat comfortable on their secret labs chairs.
That
as are we.
Design, oh, love it.
And again, just players considering their sideboard options. There's a few different things going into the sideboarding decisions here between games, right? There's different battlefields at play. There's also, of course, the fact that you were going either first in the previous time and now you're going second, or vice versa. That can change what you want. If you're going second, maybe you can take out some 2-drops, for example. But also just maybe just reflecting on your sideboard in the previous game, trying to catch your opponent off guard with something that they might not be expecting.
And I suppose since this is open deck list, they know exactly which battlefields are coming next, meaning that sideboard decisions could be made based on that.
Yeah, most certainly. And it's currently 17 minutes past 7 in the evening here in Barcelona. So starting to get quite late in the evening. Both these players, though, have been in a top 8 match before. Prismaticism, of course, has gone all the way and won a regional qualifier. The man lad, well, they lost in the top 8 as Kaiser in Bologna, the first regional qualifier here in Europe. So they're looking to go one further than they've done before. Prismaticism looking to become only the 3rd player to have won 2 regional qualifiers and cement themselves, as if they weren't already, as one of the GOATs of Riftbound.
Absolutely. And here we see Starspring and Seat of Power being selected as the final battlefields for this triumph, for this absolute affinity of players. These two both knowing that they can keep pushing and go all the way, but will the cards bless them with the luck they need, the draw power, and of course they need to use their own skill and intuition to go the extra mile. They're so close.
Yeah, and look at Prismaticism not rushing things. You're in an untimed top 8 match. This is not the moment to rush. These sideboard decisions can make all of the difference. You know, I look back to one of my regional qualifiers, and one sideboard decision, Amy, I think, was the difference between 70th place where I finished and that championship qualification.
Wow.
And that's just an analogy here. Every sideboard decision matters. And that's why we're seeing Prismaticism really think these things through. The pace of play in the game has been really quick. But Priz is taking his time over these decisions here when it comes to the sideboard. Again, reminding themselves of the list.
That has...
Not the list. But
No,
the deck
no.
list. The list is something different. Unfortunately, that's a Chaos card and not available in the other domains here.
These players have to make the right decision here for them. At the end of the day, they can only have a certain amount of cards in their deck, and they must choose the correct combination to get them just that little bit further. We're in game 3, everybody. Let's see how the cards unfold.
Oh, that's some nice shuffling. I do love a good shuffle. I couldn't do that if I tried. I really couldn't.
I'd bend the cards.
Yeah, both players shuffling up, getting ready for this game number 3. It will be Prismaticism from DSG, representing them for the very first time here this weekend. Kicking things off, going first. And, of course, there is always that danger of missing that 2-drop. We did see them find it in game number 1. There's three pit rookies, 3 Infernas, 3 Fey Folks in the main deck. That means if Prismaticism takes a double mulligan, 86.8% of the time, he will find a 2-drop to play on turn 1. Having said that, there is also an additional 2-drop on the sideboard of Prismaticism here, that Noxian Demolitionist. That could come in here, which would put him up to 10 2-drops and just make it a little bit more likely. It would give him a 3.1% increase on finding that 2-drop, going up to 89.9% on average. But, you know, we'll have to wait and see what happens. You can put all the 2-drops in and you still might miss it.
At the end
That's
of the
just
day,
how it goes sometimes.
Yeah, exactly. At the end of the day, you've got a deck of cards and the cards are going to come out in a particular order, but that's why giving yourself as much card draw as possible and as many opportunities to see those cards early as possible is one of the best strategies we've seen, and why Kennen in particular was such a popular choice this weekend.
You can see it's going to be the Star Spring. And, you know, speaking of these 2-drops, we've seen earlier the Rengar mirror that Priz played, Amy, yourself and I, and it was all about the irresistible Fey Folk on turn number 1. And with the Star Spring, that is a particularly deadly combo. 3 of those in the deck, of course, 45.3% chance to hit that Fey Folk on your opening turn with a double mulligan. So that's really what Prismaticism is going to be hoping for. And that's certainly what the Man Lad is going to be hoping doesn't happen. That Fey Folk, it is cute, but it's not cuddly.
We've established this.
Yeah.
And if any of you have forgotten that fact, that's rather silly.
Do not cuddle the Fey Folk. Prismat on the back. Look at that.
Yeah,
That's nice handwriting. Better
It
than
is.
mine. Nice chain, of course, with that Rengar. Mycelion, the Man Lad on the other side, representing 2 Riftbound teams that I'm sure we're going to be getting used to here in competitive Riftbound organized play. The players have cut each other's decks. They've cut the rune decks. We're ready to go, and it's all eyes on me for the opening hand of Prismaticism. Will they find that 2-drop? Will it be the Fey Folk? Having a little look here. So far, I can't quite make it out. Would love to see the hand of Prismat, and if there will be a mulligan here. It's going to be, I think, only 1 mulligan. It's a pit rookie.
Looking good.
It is a 2-drop, but the good news for the Man Lad is it's not the irresistible Fey Folk.
A little bit more gentle, which is a nice start.
Yeah, the Man Lad on the other side, Pit Crew available. Now, you can do some really nice things with Pit Crew and Seals, but instead, it's going to be that Lecturing Yordle. We probably don't see that Seal, in fact, with the Ornn. It would have been free. I think Priz even said no seal there.
Go.
But that pit crew loves the seal. You play the seal, you're ready, the pit crew.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be Kaiser for Prismat. It all comes down to this in game number 3. And the early turns here are oh so important. Who can get that board control, get that foothold in the game? Priz is the player going first, is going to try and run away with it. And it's all about the man lad just trying to get a grip of it, slow Prismat down a little bit, and try and apply some pressure of their own.
Manland has not a lot of gear in hand right now, which is not usual for an on deck that runs quite so much, but a flurry of units and a couple of gear, but not the kind that you attach. This is looking at a seal and Poro Snacks. Do have ways to draw cards, so maybe that's the strategy he'll employ before committing to anything, but you can definitely see a few different cards being considered, including that pit crew.
First point is that lecturing Yordle. There is the seal of focus. The pit crew conquers in the seat of power. And of course, there's another seal available, or another gear. I do see that Poro Snacks. This pit crew might not be wanting to stick around in that seat of power. They've had enough, I think.
Poro Snack time. And yep, jumping back to the base for safety. We love to see it. That early point lead was what led the Manland to victory in game 2. Can they do it again, or will Prismaticism have a way to stop them this time? Let's find out.
One thing we haven't seen too much of yet is the Manlad's chosen champion, that Ornn Blacksmith. He got rampaged in game number 1. Don't really remember if it even came down in game 2. So I think it is arguably a bit of a weakness of this Ornn deck. Not the best of chosen champions, and the Manlad not playing any of the 3 signature gear available at all in their Ornn deck, which really shows you how powerful this legend ability can be. That even with a slightly subpar champion, it's not terrible, don't get me wrong, but there's definitely better champions in Riftbound. But this Ornn deck, with the seals in particular, can have a pretty quick, aggressive game plan without having to sacrifice power costs. Not having to recycle those runes in the early stages allows you to do a lot of things other decks can't dream of.
Prismaticism now considering what to do. We've got a pit rookie and Kaiser looking to rampage again. Kaiser into,
Yep. Okay.
There we go. Into the pit crew was the chosen opposition. Choosing to leave the Yordle because it's a lot easier to access, obviously, at the battlefield. Being able to just move in, then to seat of power. No response. First point scored for Prismaticism in game 3 here. Kaiser putting in a lot of work, as we know her to do. And of course, you get the draw power that she provides. She's readied thanks to first mate.
Oh, there's that decree, though.
Ooh, pit rookie down. Lecturing Yordle sticks around.
Yeah, the Manlad making use of their sideboard cards. Decree of Insight coming through. -5. However, you know, it was definitely a big moment, but I think Prismaticism isn't going to be feeling like it's a total disaster. If you don't respect that Decree of Insight, I've had it a few times. I play a Rengar, forgetting this card exists, and I just lose the game on the spot if I don't respect it. Now, Prismat's not going to do that. So he knew it was a possibility, that I'm sure of, and decided it was okay for him regardless. The card's out of hand. Another thing Ornn doesn't have in abundance is card draw. So it's 1 card less in the Manlad's hand.
Yeah, that is ever so true. But in this instance, we have got the Poro Snack, so that's going to help out a little bit. Wow, bouncing his units around. The Manland's managed to get both
Battlefields under control, launching up to the 4th point from the hold, and then the fresh conquer on the seat of power there, but still choosing to leave a unit in Starspring as well.
Yeah, the seat of power, control of it is going back and forth as the players are fighting over these battlefields. Starspring, seat of power, a pretty deadly combination of battlefields, and really pushing what was already a pretty tempo-focused matchup even further in that direction. But despite going second, the ManLad has started to get a bit of a foothold in this game and apply a bit of pressure themselves. I said that's exactly what they needed to do, and they certainly have. So Prismat now behind on points. Really for Prismat, it's now can you get some board presence?
The ManLad really did step up to the plate, and so now Prismatism has the difficult job of responding to those. First mate going and taking down that lecturing Yordle, who stuck around for longer than even I expected. Kaiser, of course, taking Starspring. So now Prismatism has begun the continuation of an advance, but without bouncing some of those back to base or playing more units, this isn't quite going to be enough. But there looks like there are plenty of choices for Prismatism to weigh up in the hand. Is just choosing which runes need to be spent where, what is the most optimal play to take down the man.
King Kawanishit's gonna draw, replace itself. So Prismat still got those 7 cards in hand. I think ManLad said 4 for them. So Prince is definitely winning the long game in terms of card advantage right now.
And 6.
Leaving 5 open. That Rengar Trophy Hunter is a real possibility.
7.
Still leaving it open so that it can be that threatening force, that ever considered card that you have to remember as the opposition. Bless you, Prismat.
There's a real buzz in the hall here in Barcelona. So many players. Riftbounders here watching this match live on our big screen, enjoying the action. Big shout out to them and all of you watching at home. It's going to be a long evening of intense Riftbound here.
But some of the best gameplay that you are ever going to see on your screen. A lot of players have boasted this is the most difficult event they have ever been to, and I think this top 8 really shows that. Some of the star-studded players that we would expect to see in a top 8 at a European event are not present. So that just shows you quite how tough it was to get to this point. That's why the pressure is on, and these players are taking every moment that they need to make every important decision. Speaking of, another Brutalizer comes in. Pit crew all geared up and ready to fight.
7
for
might
the
to
star.
3. But it's
Starspring.
3 cards in hand for the ManLad. An abundance of runes available. Priz, of course, 5 energy open, which is exactly enough for a Rengar, but instead...
+1 the first mate. Yep.
Inferno to kick things off.
It's a defensive Inferno, protecting the King Cow initiate, giving that 1 extra might to the first mate on the seat of power. A very interesting play there from Prismat, sort of preferring the King Cow initiate to be saved.
Robot here, ready, push back. Draw. Yep.
The Starspring play, though, from the ManLad. And the pit crew readying from that patched Poro bot.
Ooh, going up and just making sure that they're putting a stand in.
Okay.
Seat of power.
Grim Apocryphy, though, comes through. And that is another +1 from the Rengar Legend ability. Huge moment in this series.
5.
There's just 1 might difference in this seat of power. There is, though, a Fury unit in the combat.
That can make all the difference.
Just decree.
And there is the decree of focus.
Decree, and it works. It goes through. There was no response. Prismatism forces have been taken down. The Manland on a solid 6
And then
points.
the
A jump to add insult to injury. An extra pyro stack to draw a card. They're not slowing down.
And now the Manlad at 6 points returns to the base. Can Prismaticism get onto a battlefield and start holding? The Manlad can win in their very next turn. Where did all that come from then?
The pressure is on. It turns out that Ornn can be a fast and furious deck as well. Something it's not known for, especially in the runes and domains that it is a part of. The Patch Poro bot goes down, an expected conquer, and now Prismaticism is starting that uphill climb. Ferris Forerunner joins the fray and beefs up that Star Spring.
Here we go. Prismaticism doesn't like the position. Wanted this Forerunner to turn sooner. Now, the Manlad needs to score both battlefields this turn, and they will be marching on into the semi-finals. This could be Prismaticism's last stand. 4 runes available for Priz. That does mean that Rengar Trophy Hunter is not an option.
Over here.
The Manland just walks in, takes seat of power.
There is a punch first, though, in the hand for Priz.
3 in hand? 3.
Yeah, a consideration is being held, but allowing it to go through for now. And then here we go. Looking at a huge turn here for the Manland.
4 points. Yeah.
Can he conquer the Star Spring?
Of course, the Manlad, if they decide they can't do it, could go a different direction entirely. Just try and go for a hold, perhaps. But I see a couple of gear in the hand for the Manland. That means the pit crew, you play the first gear, it readies. You move it back to base. You play the second gear, it readies. And then potentially you could send it on in. Guardian Angel, Sprite Fountain, gonna add an additional 3 might from the Sprite. So now the big question is for the Manlad, what on earth could Prismaticism play?
Which direction is the correct play? If you were in the Manland shoes, everyone watching, would you want to go aggressive or try for the hold?
Think about responding. Yep.
It's going to be that Ornn chosen champion, the Ornn Blacksmith.
Yep.
Reinforcing seat of power.
Prismaticism can react to this ability as well, of course, which is what they're considering. Nidalee, Grim Apocryphy would be the reaction cards available to them with Ambush, just to make use of those runes.
Making use of the runes on your opponent's turn, very advantageous. Oh, it was Grim Apothecary joining the Star Spring.
So Priz here is in a really tricky spot where they need to balance the books. The Ornn Legend ability, the champion unit, finds the Brutalizer, which could be an even bigger might boost for the Manlad in this turn.
Yeah.
Priz has to balance the books in. They have to hold and not let the Manlad conquer, but they also...
No, it's... I'm thinking. Sorry. Okay.
They also want to develop the base to ensure they can contest the seat of power in their next turn and make sure the Manlad can't win off a hold. So it's a really tricky position for Priz to balance, and they have to take some risks here.
Brutalizer down. They're getting attached to the Porobot. And waltzing into Starspring to begin the combat, the showdown that could end it all.
7 might to 10. The Manlad
I'll pass. I'll get the Ferris.
Takes out
+2 the Grim.
Forerunner.
Yep.
2 mech tokens in base again.
But the pit crew is back at the base.
Ooh.
And the Star Spring, only the Grim Apocryphy stands. 1 rune available, though, for Prismaticism.
Sprite Fountain worked to great effect last game. We saw how impactful those sprite tokens were. They have so much strength, and there is the handshake! And it's all over! Taking it forward in this prestigious event, the Manland shows just why Ornn should be on your deck list.
What a series. The Manland in game number 3. The player going second was able to find a foothold in the game, start scoring points swiftly, and left Prismaticism in a really tricky position. He said though, Priz, he wanted that forerunner just one turn sooner, and you can see why. The point pressure as we now look back at the replay highlights of that series. Game 1, Prismaticism with that Rengar Trophy Hunter overcoming the Lecturing Yordle. Of course, making use of that legend ability multiple times throughout this one. The first mate takes out the Seek the Power, lots of cards drawn, and it was a pretty swift scoop in the end from the Manland. Game 2, the only time the Manland had the opportunity to go first. Ornn's Forge and Emperor's Dias in that one.
Spelled a very different story as Prismaticism really felt on the back foot for a long time. The points really were in the Manland's Forge, and just a flurry of units meant Prismaticism wasn't able to keep up. The Manland forging forward in this tournament once more with Ornn into our game 3, where at first it really seemed quite even. The players set up both very well, but Prismaticism unfortunately faltered through showdown after showdown. The Manland showed just how powerful even some little units plus gear can be, and the charm there was absolutely excellent to just continue adding pressure to Prismaticism's plate.
Yeah, and you know, full credit to the champion unit there for Ornn, finding that additional gear, really giving that extra utility to the pit crew. That made a big old difference in that one. What a performance. Ornn in the top 4. I am very excited to be seeing more of Ornn in the semi-finals.
I am absolutely astounded, but in the most wondrous way. I cannot believe we get to see Ornn, but I'm also really excited to see more gameplay of Ornn now that I've seen it in action. I've seen the power for myself, and I'm sure a lot of us at home will be thinking the same and cheering on Ornn to go further in this event.
Yeah, not only am I looking forward to watching more Ornn, I'm also looking forward to hearing about more Ornn in our interview.
Hear about, as I am privileged to sit next to Mycelian the Manland, who just beat Prismaticism from DSG. First of all, just how does it feel to beat someone like that? Obviously, you get to play test with people like Squirtle, but that's one of the strongest Riftbound players in the world, and you just beat him in an excellent match.
Yeah, I'm happy. Like, I've been competing card games for a bunch of years now in many different card games, and you do it to play against the best, basically. If you want to sit amongst them, you have to beat them. And so I'm happy. Like, my deck did what it was supposed to. Game 1, I kind of fumbled a bit, and my draws weren't the best. But post-board with 4 decrees, I was pretty sure I was favored, so I'm just happy to go through.
And they came in clutch, right? You know, the charms also in the right time, you know, really getting that advantage, because we were talking backstage, because I think this deck is so fun and interesting. I actually have a friend at home that plays Ornn, and he's like, yeah, I love this deck so much. And this aggressive new approach to the deck that we were backstage and we're like, it just feels like there's like maybe not enough units, but like it clicks, right? The fact that you can bring back, you know, sprite fountains when you need them. The fact that your pit crew is this mobile unit, like we saw in the, that it can move around as long as you continue to stick with the gear game plan.
Yep.
It's such a breath of fresh air, because you are absolutely doing an amazing job this weekend. And there was another Ornn player that you were still kind of fighting with towards the end of the tournament for best of, but you've already locked that in. I want to pick your brain about what could possibly happen. So on the other side of the stage is Squirtle on your team. Playtest, we're in Spain. You're on opposite sides of the bracket, I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, we are.
Could you imagine what it would be like a Mycelian
finals? Yeah. I mean, it would be great. We played a bunch. We play almost every week, so we'll be just happy for it to happen. I know he wouldn't be happy about the matchup. It's a pretty bad matchup against Forzier. But yeah, I'm just like, for us Spanish, like the Matillion team and everything, like Gears have been our turning point kind of for now. So it's just cool to showcase a new legend that has like this breath of fresh air, like you said. And that's like, it kind of showcases the fact that like you can win with anything. I remember when Squirtle won his first RQ, everybody was telling him, oh, Azir, that's not a real deck, whatever. And it's proven to this day, you can play whatever. Just have fun, guys. It's like #1 thing.
Just have fun.
Yep.
Speaking of fun, fun little last bit right here before we get back to more Riftbound action that everybody wants. I asked Squirtle earlier, I was like, you know, you're obviously doing an incredible job with Azir. If you were going to play something else, what would he play? And do you know what he told me?
Yeah, Ornn, of course.
It's Ornn. And the gears are just there, grinding them, making it showcase here in Spain. The mainland, I'm going to give you a break.
Yeah.
I'm going to let you relax. It's hot here.
Yeah,
we are in your home turf, but the crowd and the people at home are cheering for you and your team. Now taking down Prismaticism. What else can't you guys do?
Let's go, let's go. Let's just keep winning.
Absolutely. But we also have fun as well. So don't go anywhere. We're going to send it back.
Just keep winning, winning, winning. That's what he says.
Yeah. I mean, when you say it like that, it sounds kind of simple.
Right?
It certainly is anything but. And yeah, Squirtle, of course, also in the top 8.
Yeah.
Very impressive performance, but so great to see Ornn. I'm a big fan of that domain combination, green and blue, calm and mind, if I'm not mistaken. I do sometimes mix them up, but really, really impressive little combination. And Nasus was your prediction, right?
Absolutely.
I think you get like half a point because it's the same domain pairing, right, with Ornn being in there. You've got Nasus, you've got Ornn, of course Ari in Days Gone By, and Lilia.
Yes.
It's a really nicely positioned domain pairing with lots of tricks. This one not even playing the Ravenbloom Student Stupefy, but I want to just say with the deck building on that one from the Manlad, I was particularly enamored by the Clockwork Keeper on that opening turn, drawing a card without having to deramp and recycle a rune, thanks to the Ornn Legend paying for the seal paying for the Clockwork Keeper. Not something I'd thought of, but something I want to play now.
Let's jump straight back into the action. Let's check out now what the quarterfinals have provided. And of course, the Manland moving on to our semi-finals, the first person to be locked in, one step closer to the grand finals here at RQ Barcelona.
Yeah, and sooner or later, those other results will start trickling in. Of course, it is untimed here in the top 8, and that was pretty fast best of 3 in the end, wasn't it?
It was actually, yeah. You know, it had a lot of twists and turns, but realistically, with a plethora of time to be able to utilize, it wasn't that bad.
We are now jumping in to the action again in the other top 8 feature match we have for you. Squirtle versus Shalom. It is going to be Squirtle who took down game number 1 on home turf here. Current scores on the doors, 3 points apiece. There is a very large Sand Soldier at the Grove. An Aurelia in the trash of Shalom. Fair to say that probably just lost a combat. And the Lonely Poro defending here for Master Yi, that +2 with the War Camp as well, bringing it up to 5 might. But it will be a trade.
Lonely Poro going down. Recruit token sticking on in there.
The recruit scores the point.
Generate Sun Soldier.
I mean, I've got to say, Squirtle's record in these regional qualifiers is absolutely outrageous. I've played a lot of card games. I've watched a lot of card game tournaments. I genuinely have never seen so much consistency at this level.
It is incredibly impressive and just goes to show how much they've mastered this deck, this combo of light resources, but using gear and using spells and combat tricks to actually triumph regardless of the units individually being quite small.
Yeah, and it's also a reflection on how much skill expression there is in Riftbound as Master Yi.
Here. So for also 6 XP.
He's going to conquer there at the war camp, gaining some additional XP.
Aurelia down again.
Wow, second Aurelia. Not something you see all that often in Master Yi.
Draw a card from Grove, Channel 2, blah, blah, blah.
Clearly valuing its effects.
Yeah, and look at that, the Grove of the God Willow being used against Shalom there. A lot of the time, this Grove is so difficult to break when you go first and Master Yi's in control. Maybe that's why Skirtle
made a mistake original score, but I see what 4.
What? Sorry, I'm at 5.
Maybe I miss a point some.
Yes, I'll got the 4th point here and double conquer.
Yeah, probably miss something.
making sure the points are all good. But yeah, Squirtle's like...
Oh, I can do that. Okay, I need to focus here. I'm at 5, you're at 5, I think I had my king. What can I do here? Can I equip that?
Been a very, very long weekend.
Yeah,
I could definitely understand the players' natural fatigue at this point.
You know, Squirtle thinking the plays through. And my previous point, like that Grove, Squirtle's managed to get control of it with a very beefy Sand Soldier, but it cost an awful lot because a lot of power has been spent. But a lot of the time, you just got to make sure Yi does not stay in control of the Grove. And if you can take over the Grove, you've got a really good chance of getting a foothold in this game as the player going second. Squirtle now with the Sand Soldier at base. Of course, that Master Yi at 5 might thanks to the War Camp. But when defending alone, will swiftly go up to 7. 1 rune available for Shalom, threatening that punch first. So going in, you would need probably 13 might to feel confident. Seems unlikely on this turn.
A hidden card joins the thick of the Grove of Godwillow.
Move in here. Generate. Recruit.
Another Sand Soldier joins a recruit and just really making that Godwillow a tough cookie to crack.
You may go.
Yep. Squirtle not able to break the War Camp now. This Yi does have gang.
5.
Yes.
2 XP.
More XP. Probably 8 XP. Nothing to do with it. Just on a little side quest. As Aurelia will get that 1 additional might from readying at the start of the turn. What Squirtle's doing here is they just made sure in the early game to get in control of that Grove, right? Yes, you spend a lot of resources.
This is 2, 1,
that's
9.
9. 12 in total right now.
But the really important thing is each player has control of 1 battlefield. And Squirtle's made sure he's in charge of the Grove. It's a huge difference, right? Yes, it's 1 card drawn per turn for Squirtle, but it's also Shalom not drawing 1 card per turn. So it's like a 2-card difference overall.
I'm gonna push with Scuttle Crab.
Yeah.
Or Spawn.
Scuttle Crab just going in to see if that hidden card will reveal itself. It's Cannon.
Of course, this hidden card hasn't been played, but Scuttle Crab getting to look at the hand of Squirtle and any hidden cards.
Yeah.
And gaining an XP to just continue that side quest even further. So 3 runes available for Squirtle. That Kennen, a new card in Vendetta. When played from hidden, or when attacking, you can spend 2 energy to stun a unit here. And it gets +2 might if there is a stunned unit at the battlefield. No surprises now, though. No secrets here. 2 defies, a hidden blade, and a hidden, not so hidden,
can be played from hidden, but isn't hidden because Shalom knows exactly what's going on there.
5 points apiece. Aurelia at the base. You know, we've talked a lot about Squirtle not having an abundance of runes available. Well, Shalom as well. It's only 5 runes there. Oh, no, there's a couple more in hand. So big rune advantage for Shalom as it stands. But if there's any player I wouldn't want to play against with being on 3 runes, it's Squirtle. He is the master with this Azir deck on working on low resources.
Having triumphed already in 2 top 8s, heading on to win both events. The Squirtle is previously top 8'd.
Targeting recruit.
Can Shalom make a stand with Alpha Strike against Tyranny?
Sorry. Targeting both Sand and...
Okay.
So Alpha Strike.
I'll defy that.
Gets defied.
Oh, that is a big defy. Alpha Strike could have put a real chink in Squirtle's armor, but not today.
Yeah, the signature spell. Choose a friendly unit. It deals damage equal to its might, split among enemy units at battlefields. But it was defied, of course. 3 energy cost, 1 power. For Squirtle,
I'll take in the meantime, okay? Yeah.
just a 1 energy, 1 power cost. So definitely a trade up there for Squirtle. Shalom knew it was coming. Still worth a try.
Absolutely.
You don't try, you don't get.
Exactly. You can't get very far without giving it a go sometimes.
9 XP, by the way.
9. That is a lot of XP.
Is that going to be the alt art of Rengar Trophy Hunter played to the base? Certainly will be.
Building up some very strong units in base for Shalom. Can Squirtle
do
6. Do enough?
Go to 6, hold, draw a card.
Heavy barrage.
Tunnel. Draw for turn.
It's a hold point.
Can I do...
Squirtle.
Yeah, Grove of God Willow being used against Master Yi. Making a big difference here. Squirtle can't win this turn. Will they continue to hold? It's also Shalom at 5 points. No danger of Shalom winning either, but there's one thing you don't want to let Master Yi do, is get control of both battlefields with a big tall unit in each.
Yeah, that's not great. Master Yi loves defending alone. Very much its whole thing. And so 2 big, beefy units to plonk in there is rather up Shalom's alley at this point. So that's why Squirtle has made it really difficult on this Grove of the God Willow to
This will go back. That's
chip back on any of his units. So just keeps buffing that Sand Soldier, keeping a recruit there. We know the cannon is hidden as well.
I will.
Stun is a fantastic mechanic for avoiding damage from larger units, so that would really make a difference to a Master Yi build where obviously
to 6.
wanting to go in alone traditionally. But this won't be the case. Shalom's going to have to break the mold somehow.
11 XP. If Shalom was playing a game of who can get more XP, he would be miles ahead. Unfortunately, that is not how you win a game of Riftbound. It's all about those points at the top of your screen, and it's 6 points apiece right now.
It's close.
Squirtle with a pretty confident pass, leaving 4 runes up.
10.
Hidden Blade and Defy are the known cards in Squirtle's hand. Kennen, the hidden card, is also known by Shalom. But there is 2 unknown cards right now. One for drawing for turn, the other for that Grove. And Squirtle right now holding the Grove.
Making it difficult to punch through for sure. Force to be reckoned with.
Here we go,
Shalom
though.
has decided it is time to make a stand and strike.
10 to 10 right now.
Rengar and Master Yi
Focus will be with Shalom. 10 to 10.
10 to 10.
It's like guards is in the hand.
I'll play cannon, and I will think if I play 2.
So 2 might from the Kennen, keeper of balance. And pay 2 to stun a unit.
4.
And that Kennen would get an additional 2 might.
I'll pay 2 and try to stun the Rengar.
Try to stun it. Could be stopped by not so fast.
Shalom
Also,
has
his open deck list.
a lot of runes to work with. Not so fast.
Oh, no, you don't.
I'll try to fight it.
But, oh, yes, you do.
Yep.
So stand.
So the defying the not so fast.
It's like a pantomime over here.
So the Kennen stuns the Rengar. Rengar not going to be dealing any combat damage now. Kennen getting an additional 2 might for his troubles. But now, well, this Rengar.
Another Rengar.
Oh, that is a lot of units. Surely this has to be what breaks Squirtle's defenses.
14 might to 10, though. 14 to 16, rather. It is in favor of Shalom, but 6 of that might from Rengar is stunned. So right now, Shalom can only deal 10 combat damage, which isn't enough to clear the side of Squirtle. Would leave, but punch first. That's going to be now.
Punch first. This Rengar.
Okay, so right now you
Blimey.
beat me, right? You have 11 plus 4 attacking, 15. That's 15. And I have 9, 10, 14. So okay, so I can kill your these 2 Rengars for 10. Then Rengar survive, right? Wait for a second just to see. Yes, this is 11 plus 6. I can kill that. Yeah, so our Rengar survives.
One Rengar will survive. Squirtle doesn't mind which. One of them's done. And so is that Master Yi. His side quest of
compared to 7.
Yeah.
Has finished. Now don't forget that War Camp has already scored this turn. So Shalom, they could move Aurelia over, but they're certainly not going to be scoring the 8th point through that.
Oh, yes.
Squirtle on the other side, though, with the Recruit and the Sand Soldier at base, looking to double conquer. Can Squirtle double conquer here and book their place in the semi-finals?
Need to get through Aurelia and a Rengar.
No runes available for Master Yi, though. So Squirtle in a position here.
Yellow, yes. For 2.
They have all the information.
This is
Plenty of gear to go on Sand Soldiers. That's for certain.
floating.
And I think,
Couple.
memory serves correctly, there might have been a hidden blade in the hand as well. In goes
Recruit.
the Sand Soldier.
This
Aurelia.
is 9. So I conquered her.
Is no match
Good
for the
7
Sand Soldier.
dice.
But
And then
only
I will
one
accelerate the fear.
measly recruit at base. But there comes the Azir, the chosen champion.
Attack.
Going in on Rengar, all in, and Rengar falters. Squirtle once again continuing his parade into our semi-finals.
What a dominant performance from the local players. Team Marcelion winning back-to-back feature matches here at the regional qualifier on their home turf in Spain, in Barcelona.
What a triumph. 3 events, 3 top cuts,
Crazy.
2 wins.
Crazy.
Could it be a third?
Stop it. That is absolutely ridiculous. It's ridiculous. How can he keep doing it?
Just like that, we just watched it.
Unbelievable. And
Can't believe our eyes.
yeah, we didn't catch the start of that game, but it really just looks like you see that Grover the God Willow. Squirtle knows he has to do everything it takes to get control of that battlefield, stem the card draw of Master Yi, continue to draw themselves. The hidden Kennen was great. The Defies all contributed towards that win, but it was all about the chosen champion, the Azir Sovereign. Don't forget about him. He has ascended into the semi-finals.
Well, let's not keep you guys waiting any longer. Let's go chat with Squirtle about how they feel moving forward.
I am once again privileged this weekend to be joined with Mycelian Squirtle. I'm so happy every time I get to sit next to you, man. It's such a refreshing energy to sit next to you because I never forget the quote that we used in the video that we made. Stay humble, play good, or play well.
It's a good quote.
It's a good one. It's a good one. And man, from the match I got to watch, you know, in Swiss to the match I saw you earlier in Swiss today to this one, yeah, you're so good at the game, playing one of my favorite legends across the board. Genuinely, man, like, I want to talk to you about you and your team. We're here in Spain. We're in Barcelona.
Yes.
The kind of like environment you guys have when you're play testing, and you know the content you guys create, and the people that you guys are very transparent about like what you guys are playing and what you guys are testing, but it's working so well. How is that dynamic?
Well, first of all, the good thing as being an only Spanish team is that we have similar culture, so we are also friends. We can hang out, so it also works better than we expected, right? Because we are still friends. It's like insane. But preparing tournaments is like the most important part of a tournament. It's also one of the main reasons you can lose. I know I have played some games that some matchups I was struggling. I know that's a lack of preparation, even if I have prepared other matches, of course. Sometimes we tend to ignore some matchups because we believe the decks are not that good, and then someone surprises you with it. It's normal, but of course it's working out. I had high hopes on Ornn also, so that's great.
Speaking of Ornn, you and I said this to the Manland, who I had the privilege of talking with after his top 8 match. Your other teammate has won his match on the other side of the bracket, and you guys are on opposite sides of the bracket, which means we could have a Spanish Mycelian finals here in Barcelona. And he told me that Ornn's a pretty bad matchup for you, so...
It is also a very bad player matchup. I always lose to him in my locals.
So you can be broken. You can be beaten.
But I hope I win the important one if we face each other.
Well, the other part of that, the side conversation of that is he beat Prismaticism, which means the only other returning regional qualifier champion left in this bracket is you.
Nice.
But you know, people like Coco Lopez still out there. They're, you know, hungry. You know, don't know the results of that one, but he's hungry to get back into a finals as well. And so it's going to be a tough road, but I'm excited to potentially see you take it all the way once again and potentially be the first 3-time regional qualifier champion, which is a crazy thought. I don't understand it.
It sounds crazy. I'm happy already.
I'm so happy for you. I'm so happy for your team. I'm so happy to be here and watch such incredible Riftbound and just great people in the community and an incredible game. So thank you, Squirtle. Congratulations on your win to another semifinals you are going to head your way to, but we are going to head back so we can watch some more.
All right, this is it. Swiss is done. Top 8 is done. The semi-finals are here. Only 2 rounds separate our 4 remaining players from being crowned the title of RQ Barcelona champion. And if I have anything to do with it, we're going to get started nice and fast. Let's take a look at this bracket. What has jumped out to you, Yamato?
I think the main thing, of course, is the Manland on the Ornn, fire below the mountain. It is above the mountain. It is visible to everybody. The volcano has erupted. The aggro Ornn has made it on the way to this position in the Swiss. The Manland beat 4 cannons. In terms of what we've seen from cannons at this tournament, he does seem like the people's champ in a way, because he has beaten down on all those Rasas somehow. And now he finds himself here. It's nice also to see new names here in the top 8. The Manland, of course, made top 8 in Bologna on Ezreal, which is quite some time ago. Gonkra here in top 8 too. I had the pleasure of seeing her play in, of course, Speyer at the Showdown. Made 2nd place, fought against Rocklow. So this is very experienced players now making an appearance in the top 8, of course, in RQ Barcelona. On the other side, of course, we have Squirtle and Coco Lopez, but we will be focusing in on the Ornn versus Cannon, of course. Everybody wants to see the Ornn.
Yeah, everyone's thinking, can he do it again? Can he do it? Can he get to the finals with the OK Tech Home Championship? Obviously, Gonkra will be doing her best to make sure that doesn't happen. Let's take a quick consult of this Ornn deck. I wouldn't blame you for not knowing exactly how it works or what it does. It's quite simple. Ornn loves gear. We're going to get a ton of gear in play and just try and overwhelm our opponents. It's similar to Azir, it's similar.
In some ways.
Yeah,
in some ways. They're on the same team, Squirtle and the Manland, of course. They love the gear. Something that Squirtle mentioned, that if he wouldn't play Azir, he would be playing Ornn, but his homie took the mantle for that. Very, very aggro-heavy. The early Sprout Fountains are going to be very crucial, scoring early points and getting a rotation of course, Sterak's and Brutalizer. Swinging in with the Sprites with 9 might is an incredible force. And then, of course, the main detail here is you need to keep the pressure going. We saw one game against Prismat where the Manland kind of ran out of steam, ran out of units, and conceded the match very quickly. So everything's going to be decided, of course, in the early round. And on the side of course, is the Kennen. We don't have that Baron package, but I don't think it would be too relevant in the context of knowing that the enemy is playing a heavy aggro deck. We have Shadows of the Past also making an appearance here, which is, of course, a pseudo last rites that works similarly, that you get to grab a couple of cards from, of course, your trash into your hand, and then you can play those Rasas again if they manage to die. You don't have to conquer the same way as last rites. So it's a little bit more flexible in that department, doesn't give you that 2 might. But we've seen a lot of Kennen, so everybody watching the stream, hopefully you already know what this does. We know that the Kennen wants to be dropped with the seal, and then the continuation is just finding the Nocturnes through the casino stack decks, getting to the point where you have 10 units in the trash, slamming the Rasas and rotating them, setting up for big trades, start crossing, switcherooing. We know already, of course, the owner is going to run Defies, but the main, of course, context here is the switcheroo that can, of course, swing that might in your direction. The speed here of the Ornn is the main advantage that the Ornn has against the Kennen. We have to pay attention to the early turns. Sometimes we build up massively towards the later turns, but here everything's going to be decided early in most cases. Kennen scaling and Ornn pressuring with the tempo.
Yep, it's going to be the battle of 2 very fast decks. We know Kennen gets off to the races very fast with the stat decks, and the signature spell, of course, can reveal some Nocturnes. But as you say, Ornn is going to be really quick with those Sprites, giving them gears, letting them swing up into mites. They have no real business dealing with. Obviously, Gonkra is on an upwards trajectory here with her past performances. The Manland wants to add that championship title to his resume, of course. This is going to be a very interesting one. Can Ornn, as you say, the champion of the people, it feels like, tackle another Kennen? He's gone his way through many of those today. Or will Gonkra be the Kennen that the rest couldn't be, and stop this Ornn right here and secure herself a slot in the final?
To add additional spice to the stakes, we know, of course, that the Manland is the best of Ornn, which is massive.
Oh, here we go, but it looks like we are getting started here in our semi-final here at RQ Barcelona. If you're in the venue, I know you Riftbounders can make some noise. Can we make some noise for our top 4, please?
We're here. Yes. This
heard a bit.
Next strong. So
the main thing now is quick turns. No seal there for Gonkra. I have a crab conquering. And let's see if the Spy found going for the double points in the Seat of Power draw. That's already a lot of tempo already.
And there's that Sprite Fountain immediately coming down, sending that Sprite in. Point on the board for the Manland.
Just developing. No point just having 2 energy open there. The Discipline is not going to go over the Kennen that can, of course, get empowered by the Legend. 2 Assault would put it at 4 might. Better to just develop.
Yeah. I'm at 2. Yeah. Let's go. Trigger. Yep.
We start with a reveal.
Burner. No.
That's a nice hand.
Full stack deck?
Yeah.
Some options.
I think the Manland is very happy to see the Nocturne in hand. That's something that you want to discard quickly. Possibly on the Zon Warrens. You just want to put that in your trash.
Right the win. 6 cards, right? Yep. Okay.
Hard playing that Nocturne for 4 doesn't make it as scary. That's everyone's dream rather than a nightmare.
For sure. You'd much rather see your opponent put down the Nocturne with
stack deck?
or
that's fine.
rather get it in for free via a stat deck or a signature spell.
Oh, you're right.
Oh, they forgot the Zon Warrens trigger, I believe.
Yeah.
Oh, and I think, did they see that? I'm not 100% sure. We have got table judges there to rectify that situation.
As a reminder, they've been playing all day in the heat.
In the heat.
We have to, of course, remind everybody at home, You know, all the keyboard warriors saying, "Oh, I would do this better. I could play Riftbound for 10 hours straight." No, it's not the same.
Especially
The
on the
heat, under
stage,
pressure,
cameras
at
pointing
this
at you,
level
lights
as well.
pointing at you, crowd
Yes,
watching. You know, thousands of people are watching you on the live stream as well. It's not the same as playing at your Nexus night. I can tell you that for free.
And also consecutively. You know, there's moments in games that haunt you and just keep kind of repeating in your mind, and you find yourself in these deja vu moments almost when you are playing in these scenarios, and you catch yourself in thoughts. You have to fight so many things at the same time, but that is, of course, what makes these competitors as good as they are. I come from League of Legends, but the competitive nature remains, of course, the same. It's very relatable. Everyone understands passion.
Yep.
Just pause here as the judges figure out what to do, because Gonka did get a little bit of information, a little bit too hasty to play the stack deck.
Don't blame her. Don't blame her at all. We know stack deck is an incredible card in the list.
The last card was the card that was to the bottom because you rolled the one, so I'll take the deck.
Okay. Bottom card has come back out. The deck has been passed over to the judge.
All right. Just a little check. We need to make sure everything is done appropriately, of course.
But that is why we have judges specifically here for the stream and the stream table. So it looks like that deck has come back.
No, it's okay. I trust you.
Yep. Bottom card's going back. And we getting back in the action.
Okay.
All right. So that's a Nocturne discarded. I'm not crazy.
Yeah.
I thought I was crazy. Yeah, I'm not crazy. Woo!
Oh, come on,
Every day I wake up happy, not being crazy. Another reason to celebrate life.
Yeah.
There's a stack deck flow, of course, from the Conquer.
Is that a Nocturne? No.
Is it a
Oh, it was.
Nocturne? Oh.
Yep.
Whoa, that's not bad when you have one in the trash and you find one immediately. Oh, wow. That's what you want against the aggro decks like this, or you want to be able to start applying pressure. Remember, has got ganking as well.
Wait, I'll put it here.
Gonna play it on the battlefield, the Zon Warrens.
Have to play the power. Grabs a yellow. Of course, understandable. Because obviously the first main board doesn't have any yellow power costs. There's the Ride the Wind.
There's the Ride the Wind.
Yep.
So which one are we moving over then? Looks like it is going to be Champion.
That dies.
The beauty.
Yeah.
Very powerful turn there. The beauty of this is, of course, that the Nocturne remains on the Zone Warrens, giving you the Seed of Power draw. And now choosing another spell to give flow to, but it shouldn't be relevant here, of course. No one-cost spells in the trash currently.
Ride the Wind is ready, the unit as well, so you can obviously move it back.
That's hidden as well.
Hidden cards. Only one rune up. A very aggressive all-in play here. Can the Manland capitalize?
Wrong.
Here we go.
It's going to be tricky to go over 4 in the first place because Ornn's Might is very, all in terms of how it represents itself. We do see the Steraks in hand. You could do some charm shenanigans as well. Maybe going over to the left battlefield.
There's the Mask of Foresight.
That's 4 into 4.
Yep, 4 into 4. Use it. Unit attacks or defends will get +1. There's the switcheroo.
Beautiful combination there.
So you become
6 versus 4.
6, I become a 4.
Yep.
Steraks comes down.
There's the Steraks coming down.
3 might, baby.
Speed. Gear.
So I'm at 3. I conquer this.
The little sprite that could.
I'll discard a Lecturing Yordle, draw.
That's just a clutch mask of forethought right there. They just
I'll
charm the extra might.
Oh,
beautiful sequence.
And we're going to charm in as well.
4 points, baby.
4 points on the board for the Manland.
And also the Seed of Power draw.
Started here. Yeah.
Goodness. This Ornn deck really does apply the pressure rather quickly, doesn't it? I know we said it was an aggro deck in the pre-show, but wow.
Really well done playing around the switcheroo there. Swinging in with 4, match might, and then the assault, of course, over to the trigger there. They gave the sprite 6 might.
That's unempowered, right?
It is.
That
because
over.
of
You played Switcher. Yeah, sorry.
Switching that over.
Yeah.
Now the moment has passed. That's a very strong sprite.
Okay.
The tricky thing is when that sprite, of course, it's at the beginning phase, it disappears, but even not being able to get that point through a ride the wind or anything to keep up with the score, the tempo is very tricky. And now you can see the pain of the Kennen player not having that seal.
Yep.
You can see that the rune department is looking quite like a treasure hunter.
Just going to be a bit of a reload turn there for Gonka, not applying pressure. This is where the game could start to get out of hand. And the Manland can start to advance up here. We are going to get the whole point up to 5.
Pit crew.
Well, that's the pit crew. Can he accelerate it? Obviously, has gear ready.
Yep, of course.
Little biscuit.
There's the biscuit ready. Poro snacks, I should say, not the biscuit. We're taking the biscuit here, though, from the Manland. Up to 6. We know that's an important one. We're only,
it's so quick.
We're only 6 minutes into this round, and the Manland is threatening lethal already. Look at Gonka leaning back in the chair. She knows she is up against it here.
Oh, the Manland has a restaurant reservation or something after this tournament.
Yeah. Pulling back.
Awkward keeper, draw. Go back.
And we're threatening double conquer next turn for game.
How on earth do you hold here? No units in base.
Yep.
That's a treasure hunter. That's 1 might.
Yep.
What can you do with 1 might?
Not a lot. Got the gold.
Warrens.
What have we got there? We've got a switcheroo.
The seal came way too late.
Seal, Ty Turner.
2 Rasas.
Rasa.
Is there enough in trash? We're doing a little count. I counted 8, but my math is not the greatest.
Wouldn't even come in ready, though. Do you have a way of, like, getting it in?
You just have to stack it on the battlefield, right? Build a little bit of might.
With a seal.
That's a cheeky seal.
One floating?
Yeah.
Seal.
Okay.
Pays for
There's
themselves.
a few turns ago.
Yes.
We have got 1 floated.
5 energy remains to set up a hold. Somehow needs to last so many turns.
Yep.
That's 1.
Okay.
All right.
Ross is going to come down.
So apparently there's 10 in trash. That's good to know.
That is good to know.
Yep. Lightning rush.
Let's make the turn a little bit more interesting.
We're going to do a lightning rush flow cost. Another Rasa.
The Rasa's big. All right. Kennen's doing Kennen things.
That's the scary thing about this Kennen, that you think you got it all figured out, and then they just start reloading.
Okay, the Rasa to the trash. Interesting.
We have got another one in hand for what it's worth.
Gonka, of course, is thinking about the future of the game as well. 1 hold is not enough
3. Okay, thank you.
to finish the game.
Worth noting the Manland is tapped out, so no shenanigans. Traveling Merchant. And then, okay, that is a decent hold. Well, attempt at a hold.
That is a fortress.
That is a fortress.
Fortress indeed.
What are we doing at?
Didn't play the third Ras, of course. Holding this doesn't win you the game. It just delays the game a little bit longer. You need to think about the future of the game as well.
Oh, I don't know, though. I mean, it's not like the craziest amount of might we've ever seen. 13, I'll make that. I'm sure we can... We have a mod. Okay, so we're conquering up top first. Up to 7. Lethal is on. Can we battle down through that Zoran Warrens?
If one can get over that, might. I'm going home and playing on. Brutalizer.
That's going to
be a double swing moment.
Oh, you can obviously ready it up.
Azir things.
Here we go. Oh my God,
gear.
Things is happening.
Yes.
It's quite hard to follow. What have we got? Obviously gear. The Unity seal. We can attach
Mask of Forethought value is going to be massive. Sterax Gauge.
7. That can poke away a Raza and the
I'll equip going
Treasure
for
Hunter.
7.
We're going to re-equip again. I think he's done it. That's it. That's the double conquer. That's game 1. Done in 9 minutes here in the RQ Barcelona semi-final. Blink and you miss it. The Manland 1 game up.
Oh my goodness. There's something about this on deck. All the combat tricks, they just stay on the board. They stay on the board, and these cheeky units, the 2 drops, the 3 drops, the pit crew, that you just ready up, the sprites. You just equip them all. And of course, with the seals, the equipment cost isn't that extensive.
No.
Somehow, it's just Azir on steroids.
That Sterax Gauge is such a needle mover, right? Giving free. It is very reminiscent to the Azir, right? Where you send in your first one, remove some threats, reattach the gear, send in the next ones, and all of a sudden your might is just ridiculously high. And, you know, Kennen, I feel as if it's done a good job there of mounting a combat, setting up the units, but as you say, when you can just pick up this gear and send them in, quite honestly,
it's just
hard to
reoccurring.
stop. Yeah.
We have to keep in mind, right, that was indeed game one. This is where, of course, very special, you know, counters come in.
Yes.
Suddenly, if you can salvage one of those gears, that's a massive, of course, form of impact.
Yep.
If you can, of course, play the Raven Blue Prefect to banish something in, of course, for example, the Sterak's Gates, it is just quick draw, boom, quick equip. And if you can snipe that and keep something in base to attack the gears, then suddenly the dynamic could change.
This is true. Like we did see, you know, Brutalizer. We did see the Sterak Gauge coming in. If you can just, like you say, remove them before you can get multiple use, we could be staring at a very different game two. And I'm sure Gonko would be hoping for a game three. You know, as you do say with Vizier, the game twos can be a lot harder. Can you say that gear removal is going to come flying in?
100%. And I have to say as well, you know, we've seen Sprite Fountains turn 1 and 2 a lot for Manland. There's only 3 in your deck. I bet the owner would want to play more if he could.
Like 8 if it was me.
Yeah.
I'd love it. I'd love
play
it.
8, 10 Sprite Fountains. Why not? They come, of course, with no deramping because of the own legend.
Yep.
And in a world where you don't get that draw, maybe in a world where the cannon gets a seal, maybe doesn't have to pay for the cannon. The Nocturne was also expensive. There was a lot of deramping happening early. Believing in the luck of the draw means, of course, a lot. We've seen great cannon starts. We've seen weaker cannon starts. I have to say that was probably one of the weaker ones.
Yeah, I'd say it's on the weaker side.
But that play around the switcheroo was just so devastating because you hit a card, the switcheroo, and then you did the combo there where you give the assault to the enemy, turning it into a 6 sprite, switcherooing 6 to, of course, 4. Sterak's Gauge just cuts you over. 7 to, of course, 6 in that moment. I think that was
beautiful.
The very beautiful and also the crucial turn.
Yes.
Definitely determined a lot because past that point, On was just double scoring, double scoring, double scoring. The gear came ready, the Brutalizer came down, and now the dynamics will shift. And we talked about this earlier in the week. The On deck, how many teams actually prepped against an On? I bet if Squirtle played against his home, he knows exactly what's coming.
Yep.
But all the other ones, the beauty of innovation.
Yep.
Coming in clutch here. The own representation was very, very small, but now suddenly, I just know for the next RQ, the next competition, everyone's just refreshing all the market pages to buy all the own cards already.
Everyone's looking at all these obscure gear cards like the Seal of Focus, saying, let me get these now because they're going to be in high demand. Like I know for a fact my next Nexus Knight, there's going to be some Orns knocking about. So I better get hands on them, better get my salvage in.
And just
thermo beams.
And just to set the stake again, Orn, obviously, the Manland has locked in best of Orn. I'm guaranteeing this is the best Orn in the world, you know? Like,
hell for sure.
He's like 1 of 50, you know? The deck looking lovely, the Helm of Suppression doesn't come into play. I think the main thing, right, is in terms of sideboard potential, I think the big one that you can, of course, throw in there is Pickpocket. Pickpocket is a very interesting card that everyone has teched into, specifically for Cannon, because you can steal away one of those seals and make it gold. And that gold is very useful to equip. Puts you in the ranges, of course, to also speed up a pit crew if a gear comes into play. I don't know if the gold token counts as play, so forgive me if I'm wrong, but let's just roll with it. Pickpocket is going to be used, that's for sure. Veil Temple versus Veil Temple.
All
right.
Interesting.
Getting religious over here with the temples. The Temple of Gear.
When you conquer here, you may ready a friendly gear. If it's an equipment, you may de-attach it.
Yes, sir.
Interesting. Okay, but here we go. Game 2 in our semi-final here at RQ Barcelona. This is a win or go home scenario for Gonqueror. No wiggle room for a loss. The Manland 1 game away from the final. Seal coming down. Power stacks coming down. No Sprite Fountain this time.
All right, the robot there.
Robot. Okay.
Takes a little bit easy. Wants to pay a little bit more out.
I don't draw, no.
All right.
Yeah.
I
know. Yes.
No seal. Fishing for the seal.
Lightning Rush, that signature spell.
No seal. Put yourself in a position where maybe you just conquer with the merchant.
I think
to draw, discard and draw, and maybe look for another seal. Because it makes such a big difference.
It really does.
That's the payment cost there for the cannon. Keeps the merchant in base. Of course, the might will end up mattering. We've seen how quick this on is.
Yep. Anything else? Is the no, merchant going to stay on base? It is over to the manland. Channel 2. Here we go.
Spawn deck is
Oh, there's the
scary.
Sprite Fountain.
See the fountain. Can play that, and then, of course, threaten with the Sterak's Gauge. Beautiful thing about the Sprite Fountain is that it's 3 might.
Yep, those sprites coming free. That's a high number.
A little Clockwork Keeper for the draw. Wants to improve his hand. Finds another Sprite Fountain. Which is
a Conquer
very nice.
Top.
Ready itself.
Yes.
Go back.
Yep, because it is a gear. It can ready itself when it goes into the Viled Temple. Nice bit of... Oh, here comes the Sprite Fountain for a double Conquer. Oh, boy.
Ready to seal.
Ready to seal.
I tell you what.
Values.
Double Veiled Temple when you're a gear deck.
Another
This
seal. Break this.
could get silly.
Oh, my days.
This could get silly. He's over to Gonqua now, though.
Oh, that looked a little bit miraculous.
It does.
So many actions.
It does. So many actions and so little
Double
time.
Veil Temple is sickening.
Yeah, this honestly.
that poor one's turned into an Irelia.
Rolling here, there, and everywhere. Okay, Gonqua going in. Chosen champ.
4 into 3.
4 into 3.
Ornn completely tapped out.
Have to let that one go.
Yep.
So we can get turn any spell with flow now. We can use it.
It's so scary, I have to say.
Lightning Rush?
Okay.
So scary to leave things on the battlefield. You know, the Brutalizers could be lurking. The Sterak's Gauge could be lurking as well.
Flow, that new mechanic from Vendetta. Then you play stuff for... Oh,
Nocturne
Nocturne
Found.
Found. That is a difference maker. Or it can be a difference maker, I should say.
Yep.
The trash is expanding. We saw the Rasa in hand as well.
Yep, so we know Rasa could become a threat.
Another Rasa found. 2
8, right?
Two more units into the trash.
We
Double Rasa in hand.
We saw the Manland get around the Rasa quite well in game 1. Can he do it again? Because I know they're going to be a factor here.
Timing is such an important factor. Getting the Rasas out earlier will make the game for the cannon easier. The Gus is also a neat card, but I have to remind everybody about the seal. De-ramping has already occurred.
Yeah.
While the Manland has played 2 seals.
Yeah.
Yep. Discard.
We're going to go up to Traveling Merchant. Discard 1, draw 1. Stack deck was found.
Yep.
Stack deck
Start to
played.
get through that deck. You wouldn't find another.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh.
You wouldn't find another Nocturne, would you?
That's the seal finally. Which is neat because it allows you to play maybe the Rider Wind there.
Could you imagine if that pit pocket comes down though?
There's the seal.
There's the seal. Crucial card. Wasn't found in game 1, and we saw how much the D-ramp really cost Gonqua.
Yes.
There is the Rasa.
No Rider Wind, just starts building up a battlefield.
Yes.
There's 2 Rasa. The Sunderer. The Sunderers, I should say. This is a different game to game
16 might.
1.
Now we're talking about the Azkaban. That's Azkaban right there again.
Yeah, that's somewhere you don't want to go. That Veiled Temple, you don't want to go there. I'll let everyone else go there. I'm staying here.
There's a cheeky charm.
Cheeky charm.
No Brutalizer to make massive swings, because the question is, all right,
Sterak's Gauge.
Yes.
That's 1 swing.
Like that.
That's 6
On the Sprite.
On the
Go
Sprite. It's going to swing in. That will remove a Rasa.
Yep.
1
Yep,
Rasa for
1 Rasa
starters.
down. Something tells me, though, we're going to see the Sprite Fountain, or the Porobot even.
Right fountain.
There's the Sprite Fountain. We're going to do it again. If it's nice, do it twice.
Go in.
Oh, he's going to do it 3 times even, Burton.
He wouldn't dare.
He's going to do it 3 times. He's getting the Rasa now.
Yes.
And he's going to equip it again to swing over the 4 might.
If it's nice, do it thrice. There we go. The
It's
Porobot.
nasty.
Wow. 5 might into 4. Rasa, the Sunderer.
Ride the Wind
A
still
weaker
playable.
right now. Ridiculous.
Lets it
Just
die.
lets it go. And that's going to set the Veiled Temple.
Attach
So we can re-effect it.
Unattaches it
Deattach
with
the
the Veiled
Sterak's Gauge.
Temple.
We can reattach up at the top. Sterak's Gauge, the value here.
I'm watching this. Is this just the best deck in the format or what?
It is. Everyone, go get your hands on some Steris Gages quick. It's ridiculous.
Oh, that was gorgeous. What a turn. Orn is just doing everything Ozzy wants to do, but better. Q to units too. That's the
I'm going to defy that as well. The Manland.
I use this.
Not like this.
Yeah. This. Okay. Conquer this. Trigger. Bounce this back.
Gonna push back the Poro bot because of the conk on the double Vault Temp. I told you this is ridiculous synergy.
3 runes.
Artan 4? 4. Okay.
The Rassos are in the trash.
Yep.
Another steal. Where was that in game 1 is what Gonkro's asking.
Where was that turn 1?
Turn 1 as well.
This is looking
3
scary.
runes, 4 points.
Last
That's
rights.
the last rights.
That's it. Okay, if we're going to stabilize a comeback, we are going to have to utilize that trash. So what last rights
I did miss the Nocturne. It kind of blended in to
yeah.
Traveling.
Nocturne's hiding in the
he
base.
was
Said, "Dude,
hiding,
I don't
right.
want no part of this Steris Gages business.
All right.
Leave me here."
Not over yet. This actually gives some options. You can play. It was the Rassos from the trash.
This is true.
Target Rosa and up this.
Yeah.
This time around, at least there's not that many units in base.
This is true.
Rosa.
Have,
where?
Okay.
We have a way to remove the
Deciding.
Steris Gage. That would be really nice if we could work that in at some point.
Well, the main question now is it in the battlefield together with the Nocturne, or is it in base? It's a big question.
I think base, got to be base.
Make it Sprite.
As a Sprite, could attach the Steris Gage for free with the 1 seal, of course. And then trade into the Nocturne. Leaving that alive could be tricky because of the ganking. But honestly, me not seeing the Nocturne changes the dynamic now. With the Nocturne alive, the last rights actually had a lot of value. I thought the base was completely wiped there. With the Nocturne...
And channel 2. I feel as if... Should have more runes than that, no?
Now, he's doing a lot of equipping, I believe.
Okay, maybe. You could be right.
I hope so.
Otherwise, he's just handicapping himself. We will get confirmation of that. In the meantime...
The tricky thing, this cheeky little robot only has 2 might. Swinging over.
At the moment, yeah, at the moment.
With the Sterax, it's not enough.
Representing 6 might right now in that battlefield.
You know, the main thing is, obviously, we got completely enamored by all the things that Orn did there, but this is a deck that runs out of steam. We mentioned it at the beginning when we saw the deck lists. In terms of the power early on, you want to finish games quickly. There's a robot for a draw. 3 gear available, of course. You get a draw for that.
Himself has a gear?
Huh?
You can't
No, I have 3. 4.
Oh, you...
Way more.
Yeah, okay.
All good, all good.
One of those things.
Robot coming down.
Herons see themselves. Robots don't. It's a robot after all. Like,
I'll equip this here.
little equipment.
Okay.
Go for 6.
That is a trade as it stands. There we go. The value. The value.
Well, the cheeky thing now with the bots is you can conquer, come back in, but go into 6 points. It looks difficult here for the Manland. And any time Gonkra can win is massive. Because as we mentioned, Orn is a deck that is very quick, very fast, runs out of steam.
Yeah.
2 Sprite Fountains already gone.
Yep.
1 could be found.
Third
but,
Rosa, right? No, it's second.
Odds are it's just bottom of the deck, considering we've seen 2 already.
Second Rasa.
Chances of drawing, of course, the last Sprite Fountain when you've...
oh, yeah. Not any units in
not
that.
the highest, yeah. No biscuits as well to draw more cards. We have to let the players take the time in the thinking department. That charm could come in crucial at some point.
Really could.
Because you could charm something out to, of course...
Already this Borobot.
Oh, I didn't even think about that interaction.
Yeah,
he
they,
goes to 6.
they ready themselves, yeah. And then you can retreat one if you like.
So he does go to 6.
Yeah, he does go to 6. But the
back.
problem is, I think the hand doesn't support much of a reload next turn. That's, I think, the problem. Unless we can get some resources. Yeah, getting to 6 is the easy part. I think these last 2 points, though, Gonkra...
The double veil tempo really changed. Like, I've never seen double veil tempo, never seen Kennen versus Orn.
It's silly.
I'm learning. We're learning.
Orn in the double veil tempo.
We're downloading right now for the local Nexus Nights. The Orns are coming. The hammer is coming for you. And I'm not talking about Jace Aurora. We're talking about Orn, regardless of the outcome of this one. Have to say, from my perspective, Gonkra does look like she has a decent position.
No, she does, yeah.
Can equip the last rights, get another Rasa, but the main thing, 6 points does make it a little bit more awkward. You have tools in the Ride the Wind to go over to the other battlefield if a hold begins to happen, and we haven't seen any of the gear removal just yet.
That's a good point. We haven't seen that gear removal coming yet. Okay, Gonkra, big turn here. You do say we have last rights, have a Rasa. We know we can get more Rasas down. Going to attach it.
That's the equip.
Nocturne back in the deck, of course. It's an easy decision after that last right. Recycle 2 cards from your trash into the deck.
Yeah.
Should have enough there to play the Rasa.
I did see the salvage there. I do think Kennen only runs 1 copy.
Yep. Yep.
Okay, now he's just going to have to go through.
You got a 4. This dies.
Target this.
Yeah.
Ready this.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, yeah, you can read
the Veiled Temple. There's a reason Kennen also plays it,
yeah,
of course. There's a reason there's 2. It wasn't on choosing both battlefields.
Yeah.
Reading the seal is quite nice.
It's very nice.
And the Rasa is pretty much free.
Anytime we can get a 6 mighty for free.
Rush?
Good. Yep.
That's the flow.
Yep.
We saw, I believe that was a stack deck.
I believe so. Get through that deck.
And the main thing we're looking for, of course, is, more of the Rasas. More ways to, of course, swing over to the other battlefields. It's very important. The beauty of the stack deck as well is you can just hunt for the Nocturnes too. Anything to represent might.
Yep, for sure.
And I have to say, we have the information of Manland's hand. He needs to find a cheeky way.
Oh, okay.
4.
Okay. That is a lot of might.
Okay, a lot of...
Managed to catch that top deck card? I didn't.
I did not get to see it. We'll find out together.
Does look
Is there
like
an
a pit crew?
It would have to be one very, very, very good card to get out of this. At least to win this turn. Pit crew is not a bad one. When you play a gear, you can ready it.
You don't have any gear.
True.
As far as I know.
Yeah, no, you are correct.
I see a charm, a defy, and a pit crew.
There's have to be a bit of a reload turn here, I feel like.
It could just develop, maybe, of course, a conquer. And the question is, if you are going for a hold, you have to almost assume that the Kennen player, of course, is ready to have a ride the wind. But the tricky part about that is, of course, that the defy card. I could deny the plan of swinging the Rasa over to the other battlefield. That interaction is going to be crucial. You have to also keep in mind, if he just walks in to counter with the Porobot, it could be gusted. But you could think to yourself, maybe I'm happy to see it gusted because I could draw another card from the Porobot. A lot of considerations. It swings in without attaching the gear.
Yeah.
Let's see if the gust comes through. Call it Gust of Rhymes. Stack deck. I love it when people play stack deck so dramatically. Just whoosh.
Yeah. Don't want to gloss over that Gust of Rhymes. That was nice. Oh, Nocturne found.
All right.
Okay.
That's the ganking that we need.
Yeah, exactly. It does. Oh, boy. That changes things.
I don't see a Ride the Wind in the hand.
Yes.
I'll go to 7.
Okay.
Ready itself.
We are threatening lethal for what it's worth. We'd have to do an awful lot. Chosen champion coming down.
Looking for gears. Brutalizer.
Brutalizer. Okay. I mean, that chosen champion was starting off with 5 might in combination with all this gear.
Also 5.
Could get strong. But here we go. Gonkra, hold up to 5.
The main thing here is the Manland is not threatening a hold, so
5, yeah.
still double conquer, of course.
Just thinking about the trigger on the shovel.
To win the game on next turn. But the main detail is we saw the Brutalizer. We have a Starak.
Yep.
With the pit crew in play, he
yep.
has 3 units that can keep equipping that. And that just does so well into the Rasa stack. Because none of them have tank. None of them have any of those effects. And Switcheroo doesn't provide that much value in those moments. But we have to note as well, Gonkra's points are now at 5. I'm thinking if there's a way to conquer the other battlefield, sadly, exiting on Ride the Wind is not going to be a possibility on the enemy's turn. Just due to the score tempo.
Yeah.
But I just see a world now. The Manland will have 3 units ready to go.
And then draw?
Yep.
Let's see now what the last rites will produce, because Rasa with the last rites will be allowed to conquer, of course. Pick something up from the grave.
Yes.
Just to build bigger stacks.
Okay, thanks to that tie turn, that Rasa can go down there.
Replay nothing.
Obviously ready up.
I don't mind that separation of units on the double holds.
Nope, of course.
Because now the pressure's on the Manland. He needs to kind of win the game on the next turn. But we know about that pit crew that he can ready. We know about that brutalizer. That is 6 might represented. And I see 3 green runes. The next one's channeled should be at least 1 green.
Yeah.
He also has 2 seals, so equipping those gears, he can already do it almost guaranteed a couple of times. We have to think about the defies too, in terms of how you distribute your runes for the equipping.
Yep.
You need to do it 3 times with 2 gear that are both green.
For what?
Yeah, like
okay, okay.
Big turn.
So it's just the floating power off of the seal, of course.
Yeah.
Veil Temple. I've never seen this situation.
No.
Talked about it at the beginning of a show, you know, on Saturday. We're happy to see other battlefields. No Marina's Greatest,
no
Aspirant's Climb. We get Veiled Temples.
Double Veiled Temple is, yeah. And if you're...
Yeah.
That's the Fizz.
Okay, what are we playing here then?
Solve it. Massive.
Big Defy. The Defy. The Defy. What a turn for it.
Oh.
That was big. That
was
could
massive.
be a game.
That was massive.
Winning Defy there.
Especially with the setup of the Brutalizer Sterax. We know the...
Oh, was that the pass as well? Oh my, she's passed it over. She's passed the turn over. Okay.
Yeah, the nice part about the Rasa there on 8 is that, you know, in terms of swinging over there, there's the pit crew.
We know the pit crew.
Ready's with the Brutalizer. The Mask of Forethought is also massive. 1 additional might on every swing in.
This could be happening.
Big deal. I have to count the greens.
We have a charm as well.
All right, it's enough greens. So the power conversation is not relevant. We do see, of course, 7 potential green power. Calm is the name of the game.
Calm is not how we're feeling.
Definitely. The
and
Manland.
if we're feeling like this, how could you imagine the Manland and Gonqueror are feeling?
It's figuring out all the math.
Is it possible?
He's dropping the Spanish on us.
You can move 1 away. Yes, Spanish, yeah.
It's also that charm. That charm is immense.
Yeah, you can just push 1 away that you don't want to deal with.
Push 1 away indeed. He also gets a draw off of the first Conqueror if that happens.
Yeah.
There's the Brutalizer. Pit crew gets ready.
This is
that
edge of your
6 might
right here.
6 might from gear. Brutalizer Sterax on the attach. He can trim away.
Okay. Pit crew. Brutalizer. Plus Sterax gauge. Easy conquer. I say easy conquer. It's just go for
1 for equip.
Sorry, 1. Another one. Sorry, yeah.
Now the main question
So
is,
9, right?
9.
Yep, 9 into 6.
I have to say, will these gears get stuck?
So I conquer, I draw, I will detach.
He can detach, of course, with the Veiled Temple, but the Brutalizer
what was found there?
Stays.
What was that? What did we just find there? Oh.
I will...
Can we do it?
Equip this here.
Sterax gauge on Chosen Champion.
Go in for...
That's 8.
8. Yes.
Okay.
I kill these 2.
Okay.
Okay.
Styles.
Attach the power bot.
Oh, the charm! The charm!
Charm away the Kaiser, and then we're gonna go in with the chosen, with the power bot, I should say, and the Manland does it with all winning 2-0, advancing to the final. Blink and you miss it in under 30 minutes.
What a puzzle the Manland solved there. The Sterax gauge, the Brutalizer. You always get worried when gear gets stuck, but the charm. He just did the math there, had the perfect amount of green power. The cannon completely dominated. We've been talking about who can find the solution to beating the cannon that has been dominating this tournament, dominating this day. And now, suddenly, I'm expecting a big meta shift coming into the future tournaments. Ornn seems to just be unstoppable against the cannon.
Ornn just keeps going on and on and on. One best of 3 away. Maximum commiserations to Gonkra. You played very well. Your Riftbound resume has another notch in the belt. A fantastic finish. But in the end, the Manland with the Ornn toppling the big bad scary deck in the room, Kennen, once again. And doing it. This game, quite honestly, folks, you look away for a second.
That switcheroo turn, look at that.
And it's
a reminder, 7 into 6. Beautiful turn. Oh my goodness.
I mean, what did this game end? I think it was at 9 minutes, right? I believe this game ended.
It was quick.
Yeah, this was it, right?
It was just swinging with the Brutalizer and the Sterax over and over again.
Yep.
Just killing all these units one by one. He just does the Azir thing, but way quicker. Just re-equipping, re-equipping, re-equipping. Did the math there for, of course, the double conquer.
Now, in game 2, Gonkra did mount a much better defense. Game 1, unfortunate, was a victim of unfortunate draws, didn't get the seals down. This was a much more of a game.
100%.
But in the end, it's amazing how well this Ornn deck can work with not a lot of resources, right? A couple units, couple gears. Big Defy there, though.
Massive
Game-winning Defy there, I think it's safe to say.
100%.
And then in the end, yep, you just do that Azir game plan, whittle stuff away, de-attach with the Vel Temple, and then in the end, Charm.
There's the reason.
The showdown was enough to book the Manlander slot in the final.
And there's definitely a reason why he's the own player, I'm not. He kept the Brutalizer attached there to go over to, of course, get the Conquer, and he just did the math easily with the Charm, can push it out. And of course, that Chaos deck in particular doesn't have the answers. Fully tapped out, and it just did a fantastic read. What an exit. Got to 6 points. The double Veil Temples.
Yeah.
You have to think to yourself, you know, that's where the matchup knowledge really comes in. The double Veil Temples really allowed them to keep those poor bots alive, which was just stunning. What a play.
Yeah, as soon as I saw that Veil Temple double, I was like, this is Ornn's game to lose, and he won it. So, how about we kick it to the winners interview and hear from the Manland himself.
That's absolutely right. Bear Bryant joined with the Manland. When I sat next to you, leading into your top 8, right? You know, as we got there, as we going into this round, did you imagine this moment right now? You are in the finals with Ornn, Fire Below the Mountain.
Yep. I mean, when I was facing Kennen in semis, I knew the matchup's really, really favored, so I was happy going into it. I mean, it can always go wrong, and things went really right for me in general, so I'm just happy to be here having a blast. So,
and against a very strong player as well. Gonkra, you know, is every time I see Gonkra, she is doing better and better and better at every event. Just last week, Showdown Series, Spare, 2nd place. You just defeated someone just as powerful as that after already having to take down other Titans in this tournament. And again, on the other side of the bracket, you are either having to go against Coco Lopez, a finalist at the Atlanta Regional Qualifier, or your teammate, friend, Squirtle on your same team with a deck that you said you can beat. So it is a story truly coming true here of in Spain, that something magical could happen, I think. And I just want to get your emotions and your feelings on.
I'm just super happy in general. Like, when people talk about finals, I've played a few. And when people talk about finals, it's all about, like, oh, you win, you lose some, whatever. But it's just the emotion of being there, being the last two standing, and so many people watching you. That's, like, nerve-wracking to a point people can't imagine unless they've been there. To have that with a friend, united, so the game is more chill, it's more relaxed, you get to just have fun together like you always do. That's just unbelievable. So I'm just thrilled whatever happens. I'm just happy as fuck.
And at the end of that game, that one more match that you have to play, you could be holding this.
Yeah, that'd be great. I mean, I'm just, I'm just astounded. I don't know what to say. Like, people like Ornn, you know?
I couldn't be more astounded. Ornn is not a deck I would ever consider registering for something like this. I'm on the other side of your group. I would play something like Azir.
Yeah.
But man, Gear is really showing up.
Gear is strong,
and you guys are gearing up for an amazing finals.
That's it.
But we've got to figure out who your opponent is. So don't go anywhere. We're going to go ahead and send it back.
Yeah, that is correct. It definitely seems to be that RQ Barcelona is all about the gear. Fury players get those thermal beams and get them locked and loaded rather fast. Armburst joined by Yamato. What's your thoughts then coming out of that top 4 game?
I just have to say the story, right, of just from a analytical standpoint.
Okay.
The fact that a deck was found that was capable of being consistent enough against the field, and now seemingly also a big counter into the cannon.
Yep.
The ripple effect this will have on the metagame is going to be immense. We're going to see a lot more Orns pop up, and cannon decks will be built differently. And then suddenly, you know, as mentioned, thermal beams might show up in red decks, of course. I know that Prismam was missing it when he was playing against the Orn.
Yeah.
You know, suddenly, you know, gear removal is going to be more extensive. And as an Aussie player, I'm going to be, you know, a little bit sad about that. But, you know, who cares? We're casting here. Squirtle will feel the pain for it. And the story, of course, of you know, the Spain representatives.
Yeah. The same
story of them potentially facing off in the finals. The same team in their home country. In the first RQ in Spain.
Spain winning the World Cup and then winning RQ Barcelona.
Come on now.
Come on. It's all about Spain. But we are getting started here. We're going to join our top 4 feature match B. I believe we are getting started here in game 2. Squirtle, the teammate of the Manland versus Coco Lopez. Very similar in the Azir, right? Versus the Ken. And it looks like my Squirtle is 1 game up here. So let's hop in. 1 game away, Squirtle getting himself to a 3rd final in a row, by the way. Let's not, you know, forget that.
Unbelievable, Ron.
Coco Lopez flying the cannon flag, the last cannon in the room. Can he do it? Can he stand up against his gear? Or will the gear from Squirtle, this time in the hands of Azir, Sovereign, take it all home for the finals? Let's get started.
Coco Lopez, does he have the seal? I believe I see a seal over there. Is that a seal? Can you recognize that hand? You have better eyes than me, but ride the wind on a traveling merchant. Not as impactful as, of course, the not as impactful as, of course, the cannon unit doing the same with the flow. All right, those are the seals.
Cannon deck.
Am I crazy, or was this?
Oh, what?
I'm a little bit confused about the turn because I don't know if the power was paid for Ride the Wind. Oh, never mind. It's, of course, the Sandswept Tomb. That's the interaction. You target a friendly unit, you don't have to pay the power. Of course, we just tuned in, so we're kind of downloading everything, digesting everything on the screen. The Sandswept Tomb, that is a tech that Coco Lopez specifically runs. We also know that he plays the Baron package in main, so I hope we get to see that in play. Passes the turn, developing turn.
Azir Sovereign coming down and a pass. Love to see equipment there if you're Squirtle. Could be a bit of a hand information if you're Coco Lopez. And yep,
wow,
as suspected, no gear in that hand.
Yeah,
tell by the body language, Squirtle's not happy with that, but it is down to Coco Lopez to capitalize and try and win this game too.
2 main details that changes the dynamic of the top 8. You get to see the opponent's deck list.
True.
And I wonder if that just changed the line completely that Coco Lopez ran. Because usually, you know, you just slam the cannon with, of course, the seal. But if that gets sniped with, of course, the Decree of Unity, then suddenly you're giving the Azir player so much value.
Yes. Blue trigger, discard, draw.
This is 4 points now for Coco Lopez with the traveling merchants. They are selling herbs and spices and silk all over the world.
They're doing well in this economy, aren't they?
Definitely. That's a seal.
Here comes a seal. Relatively early on. Chosen champion, Kennen. And that will empower the legend as well, of course. Whenever a card is played not from your deck in power.
That's a double burn. Oh, that flash would have been nice now to just flash out the 2 merchants. Discard and draw another one.
Last
Making your trash even bigger.
Are we going to equip this now? Probably not, right? Has another last rights in hand for what it's worth.
Ooh, that flash would have been very nice.
That would have been, yeah. Oh, we're going to hide the card, hide the switcheroo. Okay. Squirtle, gear would be lovely.
Didn't have any the previous turn, so he needs to top deck it. So 2 guards, 2 Decree of Unity, of course. We'll start sniping with that card. Decree of Unity, obviously. Allows you to kill a Chaos unit, just like that, at the cost of a Call the Weak, without, of course, killing your own unit, and without the enemy choosing which one. So the cannon is not safe at all in that base.
Soldier is going to go in.
Conquer
Going to go through. That is Squirtle's first point here in our top 4 feature match B, game 2. You could obviously sovereign it over if you really wanted to.
Squirtle knows the deck list. He should know that this, of course, is a switcheroo. He's just doing calculations. If he has the right tools. So also you can play the Decree, of course, on the Traveling Merchants. He's also a Chaos unit. And that makes, of course, the switcheroo fizzle. Unless...
Yeah, because you can't have a hidden card at a battlefield you have no units at, of course. Could be the line.
Another detail that is different about top 8, of course, is that obviously we don't want to place the slow play, but the time pressure is a little bit different.
Untimed.
Untimed. We want the players to have the time they need to make the optimal plays. We want, of course, the winner to be crowned based on skill. Time management is a big one in the Swiss stage. But in the top 8, it's all about precision.
Every decision can and will matter. Top 8, top 4 finals and beyond. Is the guards being eyed up here? It is.
As for 3.
Generate Sun Soldier.
Yeah.
Interesting. Does he grab the gear? He doesn't. Chooses not to accelerate, because you have to, of course, pay the full resolution.
For that, yep.
Ooh, he does pay.
Oh, he does. Okay, so that Sand Soldier will come in ready. Are we going to see that?
It's one of those cards where you pay the first initial cost, and if the card resolves, you can choose to pay additionally. Kind of like Rebuttal with Mel.
Oh no, choosing not. Instead, we're going to Sovereign over.
Trigger, one attack trigger.
The Sand Soldiers are going to get swung over there with that Sovereign. Priority pass.
+2 is here.
Yeah.
6.
-2 from the legend. Switcheroo.
My guy 6, your guy 2. And
That's
then
a beautiful boy.
What's this? That's not okay.
The back off would be very nice for the stun here. Keeps everything alive.
That does resolve.
Okay.
So this is at 2 and you're at 6, and I will pass.
Oh, he passes.
Oh, interesting.
Doesn't play the back off.
Yeah, okay, because these 2.
Wow, double kill with the Traveling Merchant.
Yep.
Okay, Traveling Merchants have been sent to the trash.
There's a Decree coming down.
Decree the cannon.
There's a Decree for the chosen
Snipes the
champion.
cannon.
Okay. Patient, meticulous play from Squirtle.
We have to, of course, point out the fact that Coco Lopez's trash is full. He has so many cards in there, so the Rasas will come free.
Go.
We know how good Kennen is at replenishing that base.
Yep.
And suddenly you equip the last rites, dig up things. Oh, painful hand. A last rites and a switcheroo. Just plays another shovel.
Go.
Ooh, okay. The turn, the floodgates have opened for Squirtle. You can see by his increased tempo of player, he knows he can start to run away with this.
Where's the gear for Azir? How does the Kennen have more weapons than the Azir player? We have 2 shovels against the Brutalizer.
We've had to play 2 guards to get 2 Sand Soldiers in the old-fashioned way. There's a cheeky conquer, though, up to 4.
And you go.
Oh, these are some dry hands both players have.
Yeah. This is riveting Riftbound right here.
There's the Lightning Rush.
Okay.
Massive pull, massive pull.
Does he have a default? Oh, no, that would have been amazing.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to go through.
Actually, very true.
Could you imagine?
I
sees the fizz.
What I want to do here. This game is so weird.
That is Coco Lopez. That it is.
We go this. What?
Number 1 seed, Coco Lopez.
It's a 4s. What's she say? Right.
Yeah, 4-4.
Okay. This to hand, this to trash.
Wow, keeps the harrowing, I believe. I didn't spot it, Burton. Oh, does he have the Nasher in trash?
Is it?
I didn't see it.
No, it's not. Not the big, bad, scary Baron Nashor in the top 4
must
game
be.
2. Surely not. Not again. Coco Lopez, you wouldn't.
Oh, it's hiding in the trash. I didn't see it.
Oh my goodness. Batten down the hatches. The Baron pit is live. Baron Nashor is here.
Pay 3 for the Baron.
One lightning rush away, and everything is saved.
That's all it takes. One lightning rush, and this game has flip-flopped.
Plus Coco Lopez gives him another scoring point there. Baron Nashor, what a beast of a unit.
That's what you want in a game 2, when you're 1 game down.
I wonder if he's going to equip the last rights twice, because if he gets to hold with them, obviously he gets to...
start to reload from the trash, yeah.
Just start reloading, exactly. And on the next turn as well.
Yep.
He has, obviously...
Can I check in the meantime?
Yeah, of course.
It's amazing what 1 lightning rod can do.
Crazy.
That's all it takes.
A lightning rush is just a ridiculous card. This
Lightning
is the
rush, I
consistency
should
we
say.
talked about. And now, you know, even Arise. Arise is a pointless card. He has 1 brutalizer. Where's all the gear?
Can't even decree a unity your way out of this one. Baron Nashor can't be targeted.
Coco Lopez, as you mentioned, 1 lightning rush. Brought everything back. Hides a card.
Hold to 6.
Yep.
Hold to 6?
To 5, sorry.
5, yes, correct.
5.
Okay, I got scared for a moment.
That changes things a lot, yeah.
5 is 5's correct.
As a reminder,
5 to
everybody,
5.
you
That's
need
what
to
I have.
conquer.
Yeah, I mess up in the
You
paper.
need to conquer the Nash pit as well if you want to exit on a conquer. So the line of logic should be, you know, here is where you wish that the decree would work on a Nasher.
Oh,
obviously.
you'd love that, wouldn't
the
you?
Nasher
Right.
cannot be targeted by spells.
That would be so nice just to target that. Yeah, Rise, not very helpful. Decree of Unity, not very helpful. What are we doing here? What are we eyeing up? You can Decree of Unity the last rites, I guess.
I have to say, Squirtle does miracle things
He does.
with
He's
strange hands.
he's
With
a
his
miracle
hand,
worker.
The shovel.
oh, he targets a shovel. Oh, interesting.
Can do that, yeah.
He
it
can
does
do
say
that. I didn't even
target
think
chaos
about that. All right.
or gear.
Which actually is going to end up mattering because on the hold, a Rasa would come back.
Yep.
Now that takes an additional turn.
That's what you're trying to do now if you're Squirtle, just buy time.
Nothing to develop for Squirtle. That's the awkward part. The Arise is such a dead card. Where is all the gear? It's in Orn's deck. Just,
his teammate's got it all.
Yeah, his teammate just...
Manland.
The Manland has all the gear.
Squirtle, what do we do? This is tough. I mean,
Very tricky.
We are going to conquer up to 6.
Which is 6.
In detail here, of course.
And you may go.
Yep. That's
Here
what
we
can
go,
do.
the pass.
Coco Lopez have a hand, by the way.
Well, the 6.
Or is he on Top Deck City? He is in Top Deck City. Okay.
Was that a Ride the Wind?
I didn't. I wish I saw that. I wish I saw that. We're going to find out together, my friend.
Because if that's a Ride the Wind, it did look windy, the
Yeah,
color.
sorry.
Coco Lopez keeping us in suspense.
And like I said, I couldn't think of anything more terrifying than a Baron Nashor flying around on a jet on the wind.
There's the Lightning Rush. Searches for it.
Then that's
Pays 1 power.
low cost.
Well, he paid the yellow instead of the seal. Found the Ride the Wind.
The Ride the Wind found. Are we taking it though? Oh, not. Oh, we got a
It's a
Nocturne
Nocturne as well.
Wow. Wow. That does have ganking, don't forget.
Yeah, the massive detail of this Nocturne is that he can keep the switcheroo with, because that's the decision, of course, if you leave with the
good
Nasher.
point.
That's the
You wanna
shovel equipped.
The last rights to the Baron Nashor.
That trash is full. It's going to be very tough for Squirtle to overcome.
Yeah, this is...
It's going to be tough for anybody to overcome, definitely.
Yep.
The tie
High
turner.
turner.
Yeah, yes.
Which is a pseudo ride the wind. Makes the Nasher ready, of course.
Ooh, we're going to go up to 7 now.
And you get another unit on the board, which is nice.
Yep.
This, of course, plays around cards like Charm, which is an important detail.
Yep, good point.
You have to think to yourself from Coco Lopez's perspective, if the Aussie player is playing nothing, what does he have? He has to have some cards.
I'll stun my Sun
Oh,
Soldier.
there's the back off.
The back of on himself.
And yes.
Just to preserve that
to
Sun Soldier.
7 and then trigger the shovel.
That will trigger the last rites. We get a unit from the trash. Rasa, no surprises there.
There's the Rasa.
Go.
Hold to 7.
I think you need to be on to overcome this.
7 to
Just kidding,
7.
of course.
You need to be omnipotent to get out of this.
Look at that hold. Keep in mind, the Nasher gives everything +2, and that's why you did the tie turner turn instead of the ride the wind, to just add additional bodies on the board.
Is there a way out? If anyone can find it.
Oh, he drew a gear. Holy.
Hey,
Finally. Hey.
Step 1.
That is way too
Let's
late.
go. That'd be one hefty shield against the Baron Nashor, wouldn't it? The Nashor.
Yeah, the tricky thing with the Nasher is that there's so much might stacked onto one unit. He's doing some math in his head with, of course, the Death Grip. If he can go over the Nasher.
No chance.
But a single hold will take it to 8, so he needs to break both battlefields.
So it got 12, right? Because it's got the last rights as well. So 12 might.
Yeah, I
Does it
think.
buff itself, the Baron Nashor, if it's...
No, it's
your
I think
other
other
units,
friendly
right?
other
units.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, it's got 12 might already. It says 14, sorry, with the last rights.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we're not getting there. Surely not. We need a miracle.
Yeah, he has some...
I mean, he is a miracle worker. Make no mistake about it, Squirrel, but this would be a big one.
Is this one of those moments where the Death Grip draw is going to be impactful, and then all of a sudden the guards is the perfect card, and you swing in, and you get over the mice somehow, you charm something out, I don't know.
We have seen him do it before.
I think you would need like 30 runes for that line. The last time I checked, Azios don't have that.
So I checked. No deck can have that realistically, unless for your Lux Loop, I guess.
I appreciate that Squirtle takes the time to figure this out, of course.
Sure.
There's the Doran Shield. The long-lost Doran Shield. I think Squirtle is angry at that card for not showing up earlier.
Yeah. But don't show up now, Doran Shield. You know what I mean? Needed you ages ago. What are we going to do now?
Keep in mind, you can swing into the battlefield, of course, in the middle. Nowhere. But there's also a hidden switcheroo as well there.
Just debating on whether to attack.
Coco Lopez on the defense could put Assault on the Soldier, which is an additional layer of impossibility.
He could.
I have to say, Burton, I really don't see the way for Squirtle.
No.
But he's the double RQ winner, so he can do some magic.
In a row.
In a row, indeed.
Trying to make it 3 in a row. If he can somehow break this board and win this game, he'll be in the final, but stacked battlefields, both of which need to be cleared, by the way. On the top one, Baron Nashor, last rights. On the middle one, the Baron's Pit, Tide Turner, Rasa, Nocturne, and a hidden card. All of which will have to go.
There's the cards.
No. DJ knows rules. Attach the Brutalizer. And now is it a guards?
Play guards, ready. Weapon Master will target Brutalizer in response. I'll do a Death Grip.
Yep.
Okay.
+6, 7,
So
8.
that's a +6.
Some fancy magic here.
Against the
That's a trick
Brutalizer.
you can react to.
+8 with the Brutalizer.
That's
then I draw card.
8, 9, 10,
Might be able
11.
to
So
kill the
11.
Nasher at
11,
least.
yes. This throw is
Need number 4 to get into the Nashor.
not it. E.
No, but see, if you can't reach international, you still have to clear out that Baron Pit. Coco Lopez evening it up here in our top 4 feature match B. Do you know what that means, folks? We're going to a game 3.
Massive there. Just that lightning rush came at the right time. You know, you just think for the first time a cannon is dead in the water with the draws, had a switcheroo and a shovel in hand.
Yeah.
Lightning rush shows up and all your problems are solved because, of course, you can even play that from the trash if you need to.
Yeah.
You can just pick out the card that you need, found the Harrowing, had the Baron Nashor in the trash, and suddenly there was a big boy in the center, the Baron Nashor. But I have to say, that is probably some of the worst draws I've ever seen Squirtle have.
Yeah.
He just had a hand that was not cooperating with him. But with the luck earlier with the Arise, it has to balance itself out. Coco Lopez with the Baron package, we know already that a lot of the gear removal has been sided in. I don't expect to see much changes, but the fact that Ozzy goes first is going to be meaningful because you want to put pressure on the cannon early on. And still, I like the line that Coco Lopez took there with not playing the cannon and of course using Ride the Wind with the traveling merchant and played the cannon where he of course was a little bit more ready to lose it. Because the crucial detail, of course, was those decrees of unities that, Squirtle had in hand and, of course, sideboarded in. And the question is, if the mulligan strategy of Squirtle maybe was a little bit too hard towards the decree of unity. Obviously, I didn't spot the mulligan phase, but that's a layer of the mind game.
All right, so here we go. Win or go home for both our players here. Who will win? Squirtle trying to defend or win his third RQ in a row. Coco Lopez trying to try and win his third with the most represented deck in the room, the cannon. Will he do it again with the big, bad, scary Baron Nashor? We've seen him do it on stream before. For Squirtle, we've seen him work these miracles. He has gotten out of tighter situations, but can he do it again?
We see the mulligan phase. A lot of thinking being done. A massive decision that sets, the pace of the game. You see a stack deck, a lightning rush.
All right, we are getting started. Oh, no. Just
no way.
Blinken, you miss it.
Squirtle, no gear.
Look at his face. You can tell that hand isn't satisfactory of what you want right now. Coco Lopez still has to capitalize. Chosen champion coming down.
Cannon.
Go.
You kind of hope that the Aussie player draws a gear here and maybe has room to play a Decree of Unity on the cannon. That would be kind of nice. That's a lot of hoping, considering how Squirtle's draws have been in these two games that we just perceived. There's the Brutalizer. At least something. Doesn't attach it.
Oh.
And the cannon stays alive.
Over to Coco Lopez now. I think the going first advantage for Squirtle has been nullified here. We're now playing a fairly even game.
It's also Hall of Legends, That's the one where you want the gear. You want to, of course, create an army in the back line. Something that the cannon doesn't have easy access to with the base removal. But he didn't find it, which means they most likely want... Oh, look at that hand. A Nocturne in hand is clunky, but the Harrowing is there. Nashor.
Keep that in hand.
Yep. There's the seal.
Stack deck.
Yes. Stat deck. Ooh. That double gust fizz.
I see a Ride the Wind.
Ride the Wind, I apologize.
Keep in mind, you play the stack deck, so that Ride the Wind doesn't go to the trash. So not something that you can flow if the cannon conquers. I wonder if playing Lightning Rush would have been the better play, but Coco Lopez is the one at the top table with his undefeated run. There's probably some math behind it, some EV play. I just figured you really want that Ride the Win in the trash.
Thinking meticulously about each decision. Don't mind it, of course. We are untimed here.
Wait, that is a funky situation. Keeps one Ride the Wins, and obviously the other one goes to the bottom of the deck. As the Lightning Rush. I wonder if he regrets it now. Plays it for one.
What have we got there? Traveling Merchant ×2. And a Tide Turner.
These cards are so similarly colored.
Especially with this glare as well. It's
the
hard.
Gust, the Tide Turner.
Chaos cards look the same.
Whole color scheme going
They're
on.
all edgy, aren't they? All edgy merchants, a lot of them.
Yeah. Still, he has the Ride the Wind for the cannon setup that we've seen so many times over this weekend.
Yep, certainly does. Like Traveling Merchant was taken. Traveling
Laser
Merchant
for
coming
two.
down.
Doesn't go for
no
the conquer
conquering them.
play. All right.
Okay, okay.
Didn't use, of course, the power from the seal. Didn't go for the ride, the wind. Because now that, that seal power is kind of wasted, you know?
Yeah.
There's the
Iron
gear,
Herald.
finally.
Okay, Weapon Master.
Right on time, too.
We're conquering.
One conquer.
Squirtle takes the first point here.
Play another.
All of Legends.
Soldier.
Gets a soldier. My goodness.
Okay.
Does Squirtle have the decree to just shoot that cannon? Take a look at his hand. Called the weak.
Cannon.
Back off the cannon. And the Arise. At least he has 2 gears this time. Way better than the single Brutalize he had in the previous game that we just watched.
Single Brutalizer against the world, it feel like.
Coco Lopez. I believe he already has secured the best of cannon due to his win ratio, but he's not aware of that. So it's in the back of his mind as he's playing the pressure zone, of course. The ambition is also greater to raise the trophy here. The first RQ with the Vendetta set in play.
Yep.
Would be a great honor.
Doing it in your home country, of course. Would be the dream. Is over to Coco Lopez. You're going to hide a card.
Coco Lopez now.
2 draw.
Remember, the harrowing.
Can I get the Oracle text on cannon, the yellow cannon? Please, thank you.
Oh, wow. I like that.
I don't mind it.
Yeah, I kind of like that, you know? He knew the wording to a T as well on how to frame the question to the judge. Well, that's skill right there, you know?
Not his first rodeo.
He saw the cannon, of course, in when he did get to check the list of Squirtle. He wants to make sure, you know, the one-off that Squirtle is running isn't what he's running into. Of course, you want to know what the card does, which is probably, you know, the first step of being good at a card game, knowing what the cards do.
Yep. It's definitely one step in the right direction to make educated decisions in TCGs, of course.
Yes, sir. That's an aptly timed question as well, because obviously there's 2 energy remaining on Squirtle's side.
No trigger.
Traveling Merchant.
Discard draw. Is that good?
1.
I got a 1.
There's the seal.
There's the seal.
Pays for it with a seal.
Efficiency.
Indeed.
Here comes Kennen, chosen champion.
The grand reveal.
Here comes Kennen.
Okay, I will respond.
He's stunned.
Stunned.
Of course,
And
the
he
assault
gets
is not.
+2.
The assault is not going to save him. So 6 versus 6, but he is stunned. Will we see the star-crossed? Will we see a reaction here? He reads it again.
May pay 2 to stun a unit, and if there's a stunned unit here, I get +2.
The Gust, if he decides to tap his legend, assault, and gust something, yeah, at least keeps the cannon alive. There's the Gust.
Token.
There we go.
All right.
+2.
Now it's going to get
That's the
assault
assault.
+2.
Keeps him alive. Of course, he was stunned, couldn't kill the other cannon.
Yep.
Cannon versus cannon.
Cannon on cannon action. Not even in a mirror match. That's what we like to see.
Let's see now. Trying to keep track of how many cards there are in the trash for Coco Lopez. We'll see when he pays for the energy if this card drops in his hand.
I make that 9. Well, we'll find out.
Pays 2. Puts 1 down, a yellow one.
That's just
Lightning Rush.
Yep.
The flow cost.
And now he, of course, makes the trash very full. Should be enough now to play the Rasa for free, of course.
Flow, that new mechanic from Vendetta. Fantastic. And so much flexibility. Cards in the trash.
Like 2 switcheroos in hand and a lightning rush is a very, very big decision.
This is the
lightning rush is nice.
Lightning rush.
It's very, very nice. But you're putting 2 switcheroos in the bottom, and those, of course, your hidden cards. So you don't have that as an option later, which, of course, is going to make a big difference with that assault combo that you can do on your holds. It's a massive decision for Coco Lopez. I think he should take all the time he needs. Decides to keep the lightning rush. He wants to find more Rasas.
Get more stuff in the
Plays
trash.
it.
Got a stat deck.
I wonder if production can show us Coco Lopez's hand after the lightning rushes are played. There's the Nasher. Can discard it into the trash.
Arrowing's in hand, no?
Rasa.
All to 2.
Harrowing's in the hand.
I just need a hand check. I remember having the Harrowing in the hand.
Let's find out together on his turn. Make it a bit more dramatic.
He has the seals, recycled the yellow, of course, and we'll have the energy for it.
Not again. He wouldn't dare. It's over to Squirtle now, though. You know, has got a decent setup. Not the greatest, not the worst. Sand Soldier ×2, Brutalizer, and a Kennen, of course. I think as board states go, I think Coco Lopez is currently slightly favored. However, we've said Squirtle is a miracle worker.
It is.
I told you, didn't I?
You know, all these games are starting to melt together. I knew we saw it earlier.
Yeah, I know.
A reminder is very helpful.
I keep tabs on the Baron, don't you?
Harrowing.
About that one. My favorite card in format right now. That
the Harrowing indeed. Oh my goodness. Let's go to find any gear. To be in a situation where you play 2 matches and these amount of turns, and you've only managed to play practically 4 gear altogether across what? 15, 16 turns as an Azir. Half your deck is gear.
Yeah. And I don't see any in that hand, you know.
And his defies are helpful for Ride the Winds, but beyond that, doesn't matter too much.
Yeah, can't defy a Harrowing. Is this an Arise being idle? No. Oh, you can tell, can't you? The wheels are spinning. The brain is ticking. A Rise here would get you, what, 2? And ready to? I mean...
That just doesn't get you out of
bed
in the morning.
No, it doesn't.
You know,
it doesn't get you in the final of an RQ either, I would imagine.
The most painful turn you can do as an Azir is playing Azir way earlier than you want to, just for energy efficiency. The question is if that's the best thing he can simply develop.
You're referring to Azir Sovereign now?
Of course,
yes.
Yeah. Of course.
Because it's so powerful, isn't it? That effect, that Sovereign, game-defining.
I think he wants to conquer that little merchant, though.
Get it out the way.
It would be hilarious if the 2 cards that he burns due to the minefield would be gears. That would be, okay, an Arise and a gear. That would have been the next card he draws.
Fairly quick decision there on that Conquer, I should say. Reinforced the Kennen up top on that Hall of Legends.
Creates a little dude with the Eye of Herald.
Move Kennen back, or you will get the recruit, as you say, because of the Eye of the Herald.
Yeah, the stun effect is only on reveal or on attack, so it does make sense.
There's your Sovereign.
Yeah, I'm telling you, that is the most painful turn you can do as an Azir player. Just on curve, when you have Hall of Legends as well, on curve play the Azir.
You can go.
We have, of course, a hidden card. This is one of those rare moments where you might ask yourself, are you going to Hidden Blade your own homie?
3.
Maybe, just to draw some cards. We could see that.
I have to remind everybody of the Harrowing as well.
Yep.
That is available. And the Nasher is in the trash.
Back off.
That's the hard bargain.
Hard bargain.
Doesn't get the card draw.
We'll clear off that Hall of Legends.
We'll trigger the Kennen, and let me think about what I'm going to target.
I like the fact that Coco Lopez is taking his time with the Harrowing. We get excited about it because it's a big unit. We are the cast that loves big, mighty units.
We do.
The thing is, if you play the Harrowing a little bit too early, you are, of course, just recycling a lot of your runes So Coco Lopez taking his time, knowing that there's no point pressure.
It has to be the perfect turn. It's a great turn, don't get me wrong. Don't want to get overzealous and over-eager.
He has a stack deck in hand as well.
Target the hard bargain.
Thinking.
Yep.
Okay. Coco Lopez on 2 points after that conquer. We are going to see
There's
Hidden Blade is going to target your own fella, as you did say, to draw 2. That means that battlefield now is open. That minefield.
There it happens. Stack deck.
Stack deck.
Yep.
Nice to play it. The Rasa has been found. Double Rasa, though.
Double Rasa.
One is going to go to the bottom.
Certainly is. That last
That's
rights.
the difference of the lightning rush. It goes to the trash, the last rights. Would have been nice. You put 2 Rasas in the trash, last rights, and then you can dig them up again. But they go to the bottom of the ocean. Another seafood reference.
They were never to be seen again. For the most part, stranger things have happened, of course.
Definitely. Keeps the Rasa. It's a very cheap Rasa as well. You have the seal to pay for it. The trash has about 15 cards in it already.
Patient
No
play.
concerns.
So it's all about patient play here from Coco Lopez. That's how he's found himself as the first seed here at RQ Barcelona.
The beauty of having such a big trash pool as well is that you can have a little look and then you know what your next draws are going to be.
Yep, especially if you're putting cards to the bottom of your stack deck as well. You can really get a good knowledge of what is in the deck. Fizz.
Another stack deck. There's the Ride the Wind. Will he play the seal? Keeps the Ride the Wind, of course. Funnily enough, it does allow you to flow another stack deck if it comes down to it. If you wanted to Ride the Wind, the cannon in, of course.
Rasa's going to conquer.
Burns 2 more due to the battlefield.
Yep. There's another Rasa.
Yes, sorry.
Oh, he forgot the burn effect. Keep in mind, you know, these players have been playing all day.
Oh, no, that's mandatory, but...
Okay.
Okay, but...
Strong turn there. Over to Squirtle, though. Has got equipment, has got Azir Sovereign, has got Kennen. Brutalizer, Eye of the Herald.
You know, the score tempo is uniquely here for Coco Lopez, coming into 3 into 5, but he has that Baron Nashor exit, which would give him 3 points on it, so he's keeping that in mind. That's why he went for this conquer, and I wonder if Squirtle sees that as a signal, because in most cases, if you're not threatening that, then of course, you know, you're not really sacrificing units like this to get yourself to 3 points. So that's a little bit of a read that Squirtle probably has. It's very different from the Ezreal that we saw earlier.
But then, as
Nazi has the might.
Yourself, if you can predict that Baron's going to come down, how does that change your turn?
I think the main thing that you're looking out for is just to draw the gear. I feel like that he would snap play the gear if he had any, and then he would look for an Hall of Legends conquer, and then just, of course, spawn more soldiers. Because you need to set up for a big Arise turn. You have maybe 1 or 2 more turns to develop. 1 Arise in the trash. Was that 2 in hand?
2 in hand. It certainly was.
No gear, though.
No gear.
Let's see, unless we missed it off of the Hidden Blade. Production could see, show us his hand when he does flicker it around. Would be very helpful. Otherwise, it's just a guessing game. Any gear would be beautiful. Any gear. That's the Doran Shield. Thank you very much, production. Allows him to play that. But probably to pass, of course.
Okay, now we're getting a rise to 3.
All right, that's way better. That's a good number. That's a good number.
We'll take a 3.
We'll definitely take that. Allows him to trim the board as well.
Yeah, you get a Sand Soldier for each equipment you have in play.
2 ready as well.
2 ready. Worth noting, Coco Lopez is tapped out. No responses on these showdowns, if they occur, of course. There'll be good, honest Riftbound at that point. Might v might.
Yeah, I wonder if Squirtle has that read about a 3-point situation. He must, of course. Kennen is the main deck that everybody prepared for. So he's aware of that exit. He knows about the deck list too of Coco Lopez. At the main, in an ideal situation here, we go for the double conk, the Brutalizer. Makes one of the units go to 5. Swings that into cannon.
Yep, and with no response, the challenges are just going to go through on Squirtle's terms. Hall of Legends cleared out.
How do you elegantly kill this Rasa now without losing any of your units?
I think some are going. Some are definitely going.
No energy available. That's the defense.
Okay.
Might be the idea to just go with the Sovereign to just pull him over to the other side.
That's what I was thinking, yeah. As the Sovereign can move your token units wherever it goes.
Nice detail here, of course, is the Doran Shield gives you tank, so Azir could swing in there and keep alive. And then maybe with a hidden card you can keep the Azir safe, but it is quite tricky.
There's the Sovereign.
Swings him with the Brutalizer, dude.
Kill.
You passed to me?
Yes.
7v6.
I'll kill 0.
Azir falls, Brutalizer homie stays alive. Burn 2.
Conquer go to 5.
Squirtle going up to 5.
And the main thing about the Baron Nashor play, right, is at this point you need to figure out a way to also double conquer on this turn and then set yourself up for the Nashor turn.
Yep, okay. Is over to Coco Lopez now.
8 runes open.
Big turn here, I feel.
Big turn indeed.
What are we on?
There's a Gust, which is a massive pull. That Brutalizer is now a 3 might unit. And Squirtle, of course, is tapped out.
5.
Coco Lopez could go to 6 over this turn.
He could.
As we remember, those switcheroos are at the bottom of his deck because he had to put them there when he chose the Lightning Rush off of the stacked deck, so no hidden cards. He remembers. And that's a part of the estimation at this point. He also knows that Azir, of course, can't win the game on the next turn.
Nope.
There's the Lightning Rush from the trash.
The Lightning Rush for that
Phase
low
2.
cost.
A cheeky seal.
Yep. I'll take in the meantime, okay.
There's the Nocturne. And the
Wow,
Salvage
that's
as
a good
well.
find. We love that.
Salvage is nasty.
Salvage is very nasty, actually.
It's a premium now as well, because the low amount of gear Squirtle's been drawing.
Oh, we're not taking it, though.
Oh,
I guess.
not taking it. Doesn't have the cannon unit to add flow to it as well from
not
the
yet.
trash.
Yeah, that's been...
Sorry.
That has been killed.
This Nocturne comes down. A shovel.
Last rites. Start shuffling some things in now. Say shuffle, recycle, I should say. Doesn't shuffle the deck. Big interaction.
Recycles the switcheroo. Goes to the bottom. Attach.
Just 3. Just do this. Yeah, probably. Oh, what's wrong?
No, that's fine.
You can say.
While you...
Last rites is attached to the fizz.
5.
5 might fizz.
3 for 5.
Good conquer here with ease.
Yep, that's going to go through. Well, it is tapped out, of course.
Can we pick up a Rasa from the trash? That's what I'm trying to remember. He does, of course. That's one of the homies that died earlier.
Thinking about.
Yep.
Yeah, thinking about
Oh,
where I'm
the
gonna
mine,
play
of
the rounds
course.
at first. 6.
Thinking about where to place it. Coco Lopez would be so happy to go to
I'll
5.
do the mine trigger first to target the Raza. Just thinking. 1, 2.
Big turn, big decision.
I think it makes a little bit more sense to play it in base because of the might swing you have on the Nashor turn. Because you want to, of course, double conquer and exit the game on 8 there.
Yep.
Of course, is the big question. I'm just surprised by the Salvage just not being the pickup there against the Brutalizer. Especially when your opponents are simply not drawing any gear, which, of course, is a very, very crucial detail. Will he place it offensively with the Fizz, or will he play it in base in preparation for the Nashor turn? Maybe he just wants to get more resources out from the Azir player. He knows the Azir can't exit on next turn. The Azir needs to hope he can conquer both and set up a hold with some hidden cards. And that's the estimation Coco Lopez does.
Looks like is getting committed to the minefield. No.
3, 4, 6.
I think Coco Lopez as well, seeing 2 arises in the trash. Reads the cannon for a 3rd time. Very important. Take all the time in the world. I do feel like top A is similar to classical chess, you know?
Yeah.
It's all about the precision. Don't need to blitz out moves. This game can be life-changing. Ride the wind.
Ride the wind.
Here.
Going to move the fizz over.
5
Up
trigger.
to 5.
I will play a Raza.
Trying to find the Raza. Is it in the trash?
Is there another Raza in the trash? No, I don't think there is.
I don't have one.
There's no Raza in the trash.
We have 2
And he
in
doesn't
play.
have the energy to play anything else.
Yeah. So I think
my
that's
goodness.
all she wrote for this turn.
We remember that stacked deck turn with the double Rasa.
Yeah.
One of the Rasas is swimming in the ocean, as we pointed out.
Oh no, is the better to keep it there?
Wait.
What?
Can you check if he did recycle for the Rasa, because it was a lot
Yeah,
of green?
for the other one, I was gonna do another Raza and I did not because I don't have another one.
Yes, but the one you were thinking, I mean, it's better to check. Just sure you can do it.
Fair. Fair move, Squirtle.
Because it was,
Oh, it is.
Better to be sure, better to be safe than sorry.
This is life-changing Riftbound here.
We unlighting runs. Also before you were at
Squirtle
8.
looking for the
I
three-peat.
think it checks out. Oh, and the right
Lopez looking for his first
you
one. With
recycle
beautiful
5.
cannon play.
2 plus 3. Yeah, makes sense, right?
Yeah. 2 plus 3 is 5.
Yeah. I think it checks out, but just
It's completely fair from Squirtle. In his right, of course.
Of course.
Double check.
We have a lot of prizing on the line. Reputation on the line. History on the line.
Of course.
To make sure everything is above board.
I'm just thinking, you know, it's like, for me, it's easy to reminisce about a potential future. You know, it's like if we're 5 years deep into Riftbound, you know, all the trophies that'll be stacked up and lined up and the rivalries. Maybe you have a situation with Squirtle and Coco Lopez. Maybe this is the beginning of some kind of a rivalry. Maybe they face off against each other time and time again. We are just on the first baby steps of something that will easily have a rich and full history. And these 2 players are, of course, a part of that. I was just double checking. Perfect. Judges. All right. Everything was fine.
Everything was fine. So we are going to have Fizz come back to base, ready after Ride the Wind. Is over to Squirtle now, who is on 5 points as well. High game as far as points go.
It was cheeky Power Rise, of course. If you play it, you get to place your soldiers on battlefields that you, of course, control. So the main question here is if Squirtle is aware of the potential Nasher play. At this point, Coco Lopez has gone through his entire deck. I think he should expect it. But if for some reason, you know, Coco Lopez cannot, of course, you know, double conquer on that turn, then a simple hold is enough for Squirtle to go to 8 points. So now the thinking cap is on. Squirtle about to make the most important decision of the tournament so far for him.
Here we go.
That's 1.
Sand Soldier.
6.
All the gear gets just sent to the trash. The pain and the irony of that. That's the double conquer.
7.
How does he set up the hold? He must know about the Baron Nasher that might come through.
Yeah, the way Coco Lopez has been playing kind of is telegraphed, isn't it? But what can you do to change it? I mean, Baron Nasher is such a tight turner, if you pardon the pun. Like, what do you do?
Checking the trash. 2 decrees, 2 arises. Not so sure even if Squirtle has the 3rd one. The memory kind of fails me at this point. Does it look like he wants to play a Tomb Raider Barbara? We're not talking about Lara Croft. We're talking about gear removal. When you're above 7 runes, 4 might on the board is also kind of nice. Well, so far, I have to say, it doesn't look like it's enough. The hidden cards have to do a lot of work.
Tell you that. Tell you that for free.
Because look at that base of Coco Lopez. Keep in mind, all of these big boys are going to get +2 when the Nasher comes down. And Squirtle just knows already. That's the play that Coco Lopez has done, even on stream. He knows the deck list, and Coco Lopez has practically seen his entire deck with the amount of lightning rushes he's played, a lot of stacked decks he's played. So those hidden cards.
Okay.
How many cards?
Here we go. This could be the last turn of the game. Can Coco Lopez break those holds? Or will Squirtle advance to his 3rd final, RQ final in a row?
The Harrowing, of course, plays a unit from the trash. The Nasher is in the trash. He loves to be there, but he loves even more to be on the field. Coco Lopez doing his calculations. Checks the might. 1 hidden card. Here it is.
That's 6. There's the Harrowing. Here it comes. The big, bad, scary Baron Nasher. The Baron Pit is live. Everything's going to get +2 might for Coco Lopez. Can we get the double conquer and wrap this game up here? Advances up to 6. 2 more points needed.
Now I'm going to think.
I think we're here.
Goes to 6.
This is
That hidden card.
7. This is
4 energy open for Squirtle. He needs 1 hold to make it.
Just 1 hold.
Yeah, I guess 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
7 might.
+2.
The Hall of Legends. 3
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 3,
goes
4, 5, 6, 7.
in the minefield.
I guess I could even do this, right?
6 might.
6 might.
Go here. Pass.
What is that? 6 on...
6 on 3.
6 on 3.
1
that
gone.
means the Hall of Legends has to hold for Squirtle.
How much is this? 4, 5, 6, 7.
7
He's
might.
done it. He's done it.
The Rasa with the Assault 2.
Rasa the Assault 2.
He just passes,
and the
doesn't even need
+2.
to apply. Oh, it's just the guards.
Hold up, thinking.
Okay. That's the Brutalizer attach. It's a decent amount of might. Coco Lopez checks if he wants to react to that.
What's this?
I'm not too mistaken. I believe he can gust the attach. At this point, my brain is so fried. I could be wrong.
Yeah, I think we still have options to deal with this, right?
Oh, gust.
There's the gust.
Yeah, there's the gust.
That's 5 might gone. That was the hidden card.
The
Fido. The Brutalizer comes through.
Ooh.
Everything changes now.
I will go.
Rasa goes to 10. Oh.
8. I will. Oh, I'm already an 8. Okay.
Yep.
Never mind. Forgot about the Nasher.
Kill those 2.
Kills 2.
And then you can just charge in the next Rasa.
3 energy open.
And then last game and it's over. The brutal Baron Nasher tramples through for the win. Straight to the finals here in RQ Barcelona. Congratulations, Coco Lopez.
Coco Lopez finds himself in the final against an Ornn. That's something that he simply couldn't have expected. What a brilliant battle here against the Azir. He got to see his entire deck. I have to feel a little bit sorry as an Azir player myself. Squirtle didn't see a lot of gear in those 2 games. No. But earlier today, we also, of course, saw some of the luck swinging his way. And that's the beauty of a card game is the next card that you draw could be, of course, deciding the entire game. Their rise earlier against Colin was crucial.
Yep.
This time around, very little gear, and Coco Lopez with the patience. I would have just played the Harrowing right away, just to get the Natcha out. Yeah. I just would want to put that on the board. But of course, you deramp so much, and the exit strategy is so much more powerful because the Nasher kind of lacks the mobility there. It's kind of stuck there. You have to do a lot of maneuvering to, of course, get him active. But what a game. What a game.
What a game. Going down to the game 3, the big, bad, scary, brutal Baron Nasher. And he held that for so long, but had to wait, as you say, get to 5 points, exit clean and efficiently. Coco Lopez done exactly that. But that's enough from us. Let's kick it down for an interview from the man himself, Coco Lopez.
An incredible semifinals to conclude as we go to our last round here in Barcelona. Challenger TCG, Coco Lopez, another final has come upon your lap, and you seem to keep getting there with Baron Nashor.
Yep, that's true. That card is crazy. I'm trying to tell people to play it. They don't want to listen. You have to play Baron.
Not only when you play it, cheating it out is pretty good.
It's so good.
It's just, I want to maybe go back, I guess, on your personal journey of just like the last time I got to really have conversations with you was in Atlanta. And now here we are. And you're obviously the Chaos deck is, but with the Order variant now with Kennen, the consistency, these decks compared to Draven play very differently.
Yeah.
Do you think you like a playstyle like this, Kennen, a little bit more? Do you feel like the game is more in your control? Or do you think these sort of like high energy moments with cards like Baron to completely throw off your opponent, to win games out of nowhere, to take control of a board when your opponent can't really deal with it sometimes, and the only other hard time to deal with it typically is like cards like Call the Weak, but you're already swarming the board with it? Like, what do you prefer?
I truthfully probably prefer mid-range decks. I like the Draven style much more in a sense of like enjoying it to play it, right? It's just like, I like mid-range decks, but the Miracle deck is like too powerful for me not to play it. So that's kind of like what makes me like pivot to it basically, is that I think, like I said, the ceilings are so much higher. The deck does so many things. You have a bunch of agency with the deck because you have so much filtering. You get to find all the cards you need, scope your game plan around you know, whatever position you're in. So the Miracle deck is too good, in my opinion, to not play, but I personally prefer just the mid-range style decks. They're just more fun to me.
Well, not only with the pivot, you find yourself to another finals, but maybe this time you could potentially be holding.
That's going to be mine.
You've got a lot of fans here in this room, I know, rooting for you.
That's
here
awesome.
in Barcelona, foreign soil, and you're going to have to potentially go against another Spanish player after taking one down. So we have to figure out what's going on. You have another match to play for. It's not over just quite yet, but Coco, congratulations once again.
Thank you.
To
Thank you
another
so much.
fantastic climb. And Kennen sure is causing a storm here in Barcelona. Let's see who wins it. Let's send it back.
All right. Thank you.
Buenos dias, Riftbounders. Vendetta brought a plentitude of new legends, and with those, 3 new domain combinations that were previously unavailable. Opposing domains are finally paired together, and with it, new deck building possibilities are endless. Kennen, Heart of the Tempest in Chaos and Order, a deck that uses the flow mechanic, Fizz Trickster, or even cards like Soul Gorger to play spells and units from your trash. Kennen can use a wide variety of playstyles. Akali, Rogue Assassin in Fury and Calm. She is all about moving her units. By being able to pull units out of battlefields and showdowns on her own turns, move trigger cards go crazy. You can decide whether you want to stack Might with Akali Silent, draw half your deck with Stellarchon Herder, or almost go infinite with energy and power with Jhin Murderous Artist. Jace, Defender of Tomorrow in Mind Body. His ability makes for great combinations with gear. Being able to ready a gear or 2 while he is empowered makes for great combinations with cards like Tools of the Empire or other big value engines. While the playstyle of these domains are polar opposites, there are some strong combinations of cards you should be on the lookout for. Kennen combines the massive removal strength of the Order domain with the utility and consistency of Chaos. Stack Deck, Pack of Wonders, and of course his own signature spell, Lightning Rush, as well as countless burn cards let him access hard removal such as Call the Weak or the Big Ruination in a heartbeat. As Kennen, through the champion unit Kennen Storm of Shuriken, can give his spells in his trash flow. Rasa also synergizes well with the burn strategy of the Nimble Yordle. As a combo, mid-range, or heavy discard control deck, Kennen will always keep your opponent on their toes, slamming those Rasas with lightning speed. Akali Rogue Assassin combines offensive fury tools with Calm's incredible defensive capabilities. The possibly best statted unit, Ferris Forerunner, can now be protected from bounce spells by a Defile. Cards like Cleave that outstat calm combat tricks on the offense can make it easier for you to push your Stellar Converter into an opponent-controlled battlefield and get you some well-deserved draws. Since the Calm domain also struggled with removal, Falling Star is a welcome addition to the family. Build up a board present with your strong units, annihilate your opponent's backline, and protect your own units with counter spells and combat tricks. Akali has so many great 1 energy cost cards that it's always going to be super scary to go into a combat showdown. Jace, Defender of Tomorrow, is not only an absolute unit, but also loves gears. Especially with patched Porobot, he gets the best of both worlds. Jace has one of the fastest ways to get to the key card of an incredibly powerful archetype, Dazzling Aurora. With promising future, Jace can get it out as early as turn 2, and also has a bunch of draw cards to consistently find it. Furthermore, once you have gone through your multiple Elder Dragons, Garbage Grabber is going to recycle those for you and grant you more draws. Aurora is of course not the only way to play your Mind Body deck. Many cool combinations like Gangplank Naval plus Stupefy can put you into an advantageous spot. Use the card draw and might manipulation of the Mind Domain help strengthen your body and show your opponent who has got the better cards and the hammer in hand. These are only a few new exciting deck building options from Vendetta. The different possibilities for the future are endless. Let us know which champion you want to see in which domain combination in chat. Make sure to watch the broadcast to see which combinations will come out on top in the tournament.
This is the moment we've all been waiting for. My name is Amy. I'm back with Joe. And we're here to bring you the action of the finals of this RQ Barcelona.
Yep, and it is going to be Coco Lopez versus the Man Land. We've got two of the biggest teams in Riftbound going head to head. Two of the most storied teams in Riftbound's young history. There is the bracket, as you can see. It is going to be Coco Lopez versus the Man Lad in the final. They've taken down many strong opponents throughout the weekend. Coco Lopez, the top seed from Swiss, still finding their way in this. They've been in a final before, didn't quite go their way. Was that one moment where Coco maybe up against Prismaticism, regretting one of their decisions? That Rengar that we've been seeing some video clips of today. And I'm sure they're going to be wanting to right that wrong today, Amy.
And they have fought valiantly to get to this stage through thick and thin. The final European regional qualifier of the season here in Barcelona. Two players stand before the champion title. One of them will grasp it.
Yeah, I'm so excited, Amy. Like, this is what it's all about. We've got Ornn in the grand finals coming up against the Tyrant, the top don of the meta in Kennen. It is really David versus Goliath in terms of the pre-tournament picture, right? Kennen's on everybody's lips. Nobody would be surprised to hear Kennen's in the final. But Ornn, are you kidding me?
I'm not kidding you. It really is happening. And that really goes to show that anything can happen in Riftbound. If you put your mind to it, if you deck build well, if you're innovative, creative enough, and test with your friends, wonderful things can happen.
And I'm also very privileged to have shared a table of Riftbound at the regional qualifier in Lille with both of these players. And guess what? They both beat me. So I've had the experience of playing against both these guys. They're both lovely to play with, really friendly, but intimidating in the best way possible. Quick playing, confident, and I cannot wait to see this face-off in the final. But here we go. We have the Man Lad representing Team Marcellion, the home country, Spain, looking to seal the deal here and secure another victory. It will be the Man Lad's first regional qualifier final, previously finishing top 8 with Kaiser. They're going to be the lowest seed in this one, likely going to be going second.
And the man, the myth, the legend, Coco Lopez, bringing Ornn straight from the forge. Will they forge their way towards victory?
Yeah, both players
Getting nice and comfortable, getting those headsets on. You got a bit of white noise in those headsets. It can be a little bit jarring at times, but these guys are more than used to it at this point. Of course, both representing a really strong team. And big shout out to all the people, of course, in the venue, staying late here. It's almost 10 p.m. here in Barcelona. It's been a really hot weekend here, and that is just adding to the fatigue potentially of these players. But the mental fatigue is a huge part. But these guys, it's not their first rodeo. Coco, as I said, got to that final loss to Prismaticism in an absolute nail-biter. And then the Man Land losing in their top 8 game with Kaiser previously. Both experienced Riftbound players. And like I say, having played against them, Amy, both just really friendly, but very quick players quite often. So get ready. It is an untimed final, but I don't imagine it's going to be going on for ages. We've got some pretty aggressive decks here. Of course, that Kennen deck kind of the deck to beat coming into this weekend. You would imagine that the Man Lad playing Ornn has played against a lot of Kennen. On the other side, I doubt that Coco has played a single Ornn this weekend so far. So maybe just that little bit of edge in matchup experience favoring the lower seed there.
May be just that, because I imagine Kennen has definitely been practiced into for Ornn. Ornn definitely the underdog in the scenario, but seemingly having plenty to work with.
Yeah, and here is the list for the Man Lad. It's all about the Seal of Focus. The Seal of Focus with Ornn is giving you so much bang for your buck. The Legend ability here is what this deck is all about. The Champion's all right. There's no signature gear here, but the Legend is so strong, in particular that Seal of Focus, not having to recycle one of your runes. Also look out for the Sprite Fountain, I think a really key card. I saw some people in the chat earlier saying, where's Ornn come from? Well, one of the big questions coming into this weekend was how are these aggressive decks going to survive without Arena's Greatest? And a card like Sprite Fountain, which enables the Man Lad to just get in that extra point early in the game. 3 or 4 turns later, that one extra point can be the difference between getting to 5 points or getting to 6. And if you get to that 6 points as quickly as possible, you can put so much pressure on your opponent. Coco on the other side, though, it's all about the Baron Nashor and that harrowing combination. Triple Nocturne in this one. Triple Rasa the Sunderer. Every stack deck, every Lightning Rush, on average, is going to be hitting a Nocturne 21.9% of the time. That is the hypergeometric maths. It's not always going to be the case. Sometimes you're going to get a little bit unlucky and you're going to draw those Nocturnes in your hand, and some other times you can get very lucky indeed. And of course, the more stacked decks you play, if you don't find Nocturne in those, you're more likely to hit it in the next one. So much synergy in this deck, very explosive, also utilizing seals with the Seal of Discord and that Treasure Hunter also generating gold. Both players really wanting to reduce the power costs here.
One thing I really love about this Kennen deck as well is being able to recur cards, which is something that we haven't seen lots of in Riftbound before now. Vendetta really bringing that to the forefront. Last Rites originally being one of the only ways really to recur cards back. Well, now we get to see that happen more often, not just because of the synergies with Kennen, but also because of how quick the deck can piece those bits together.
Yeah, of course, if this is your first time watching Riftbound, the League of Legends trading card game, well, welcome. It's going to be a best of 3, 40-card main deck, each player with 10 cards on their sideboard. Those sideboard cards, though, can't come in until game number 2. It is open deck lists at this point. Coco Lopez, as the highest seed, can decide if they go first or second. They will decide to go first. Ornn, Fire Below the Mountain versus Kennen, Heart of the Tempest. It all comes down to this.
The tension in the room is palpable. Both players setting up ready. The heat is on. Who will take the title?
Yeah, and what we've seen the Man Lad do, as a player going second, you need to get a foothold in the game. But we don't just see the Man Lad getting a foothold. We see him trying to secure a tight grip over the game, despite being the player going second, looking to press home his advantage with things like that Sprite Fountain, the pit crew, score points and end the game quickly. It's not easy to do going first, let alone going second, but so far we have seen the Ornn, the best of Ornn in fact, both of these players securing their best ofs, of course, really just pull off so much point pressure going second. So can Coco Lopez score points themselves? Can they withstand the pressure of the man lad? It's going to be a really important opening few turns here.
We've seen Ornn overcome the terror of Kennen already today. Will we see it again, or will Kennen's consistency trump above all else? That's really what it comes down to. Will chaos and order or calm and mind triumph?
The man lad, in an interview earlier, did say he likes the Kennen matchup. He thinks it's pretty favored. He made light work of that semi-final. Here we go. Both players ready to go. It's going to be Coco Lopez channeling 2 runes. It's going to be a traveling merchant as their opening play there. Play already passing on over to the other player. The crowd's ready. Are you ready?
I'm ready. I hope everyone else is feeling as ecstatic as we are. Let's get right down into the action. Okie dokie, looks like Ornn's already getting that nice head start with the pit crew. Coco Lopez with the first stacked deck of this finals here in Barcelona.
I told you these guys play quickly.
Yeah, we've got a seal already from the stacked deck. A quick choice was made. Double seal on turn 2. Kennen's here.
I told you they play quickly.
Fantastic. You got to keep up. Don't look away for a second, everyone.
Yeah, both players enjoy playing with a quick tempo. If you're confident in your actions, you can play quickly, set the tempo. Might just throw your opponent off guard. The question is, who's going to benefit more from this fast pace of play? The man lad, that pit crew ready and active at the base.
Scuttle Crab's going to allow a card draw. Maybe some information later down the line as well.
It's going to be the
making that first point of our final.
Oh my goodness, that is the Helm of Suppression.
Woo!
That is a one of in the main deck for the man lad. That is a brand new card from Vendetta.
One more, right? One more. Okay, thank you. The noise in the background is atrocious, by the way.
Coco just having a look at that helm, double checking the wording, knowing what it does and making sure that they understand the effects. But now is the time, if they would like to push into a battlefield, they absolutely can. But first, it's time for Lightning Rush. Draw more cards, can't be mad at that. Looking at another 3 of the main deck, already having played 2 cards that help Lopez make a trifle of card draw in this deck.
Discard draw. Yep.
That is going to be one of those nocturnes.
Let me think, actually.
Traveling Merchant takes the point.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Trigger. Yep. Discard draw. Yep. You're at 1. I'm at 1.
It's 1 point apiece. That Kennen Legend is now empowered. Can give a unit Assault 2. Kennen Champion.
You'll go to 2. I'll target the rush. Yep. I will then.
The Kennen Champion, when conquering, gives flow to a unit in the trash.
Stack deck. Stack deck.
At the base cost of it.
Stack deck, I'm sorry. Okay.
Both players
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
keeping the pace up here. But of course, as a strong card game player, you have to know when to slow down and when to make those important decisions. And finally, a little bit of a pause for breath in this one. So that Helm of Suppression is a lot of pressure right now.
Certainly suppressing play.
Yes. Every one of Coco's spells
4, 5, 6, 7.
costs 1 more. So a stack deck is going to cost 2. No, thank you.
No, Coco Lopez really not enjoying that increase.
Okay. I'm just going to flash it back for regular calls with 2. Yeah.
Having to pay 2.
Got that new mechanic flow on the go. Lightning Rush can be played a second time from the trash, but then has to be banished.
I go like this. 3, 6, 9.
Yep.
Coco reinforcing the Ornn's Forge, in control of Ornn's Forge, and I'm sure it's fair to say Ornn is going to want to take back control of the Forge.
Yeah, that is his whole thing. That's his Forge. So some mighty big units on the Forge already from Coco Lopez. Certainly going to make things a little tougher for these much smaller units the Manland currently has. Obviously, the name of the game is to get gear down, make these guys bigger, and send them in for an absolute mess of a time.
I'll think.
2 to 2.
Yep.
Pit Crew conquering in Zorn Warrens. 3 might overcoming the 2 of the Traveling Merchant. Of course, Coco Lopez out of runes. And it's thanks to that Helm of Suppression. Cloth armor discarded. 1 card drawn. Ornn Legend ability coming through now.
Already this.
Seal on the Manland side. Seal's being utilized on both sides very effectively to reduce costs.
Seal. Actually, back this up. Ready that.
So the Pit Crew moves back to base. Then Steric's Gauge comes through.
Play Brutalizer.
Another gear, Brutalizer.
Out there. Go for 6.
Whipped as well. A big old Scuttle Crab going on in.
And the Scuttle Crab death knell triggers.
Raza. Stack deck.
When Scuttle Crab is killed, you get to look at your opponent's hand and gain an XP, just for good measure. Will the Pit Crew go in as well?
Whip again. Go in for 6.
Yep.
Go to 3.
And that's the conquer. So 3 points to 2 now. The Manland just pulling forward.
This is what the Manlad has been doing so well. Despite being the player going second, really getting ahead in these early turns. And not just trying to claw their way back into
Can I have it like as far apart? Yeah.
But really trying to take over this game as quickly as possible. Pressure is on Coco Lopez now. Get some units in play. Every spell costs 1 energy more. That's a big issue for Kennen. What a one-of card the Helm of Suppression is proving to be.
Kennen absolutely adores their cheap spells, and making them double the price is certainly going to put a thorn in their side.
2 seals available for Coco Lopez.
I flash it back. Does it cost
1 more, yeah.
So it costs 3? It costs 3. Okay.
So even with the flow, that cost increase still being impacted by the Helm of Suppression. Worth noting, it could get worse for Coco. That Helm of Suppression can be empowered. A new mechanic.
Oh, and then it's going to cost even more.
Yeah, it's an expensive empower cost, but you're basically just, it's like playing a second Helm of Suppression, right? But you also make everything cost a power more as well. So it could be an option at some point. It's going to be 3 cards available here to pick from. Flash, Up from the Deep, or Treasure Hunter. Of course, Up from the Deep, going to cost 4. Flash going to cost 3. And, of course, gear removal, usually something you see in the sideboard, right? So the Manlad with a 1-of Helm of Suppression in the main is quite genius.
It is very genius, and clearly targeting decks like Kennen, which like to go fast and play really cheap spells, and then forcing them to overpay. Coco Lopez just had to overpay for a stacked deck, which gives it much less prevalency, as the card that you take from the stacked deck may not be able to be played afterwards. So it really does slow them down, and Kennen loves to go fast, just like lightning.
You know, 1 more might not sound like that much, but when all the spells you're trying to play are so cheap, it adds up an unbelievable amount. There is some sideboard gear removal for Coco that we could see in game 2 and 3 in the form of 1 salvage and 2 Raven Bloom prefects, but not an abundance of it. That's another 2 energy lightning rush. I think it was Ride the Wind added to hand there. That's no units though. Well, there we go. There's a couple. That's pretty cheap, isn't it?
Well, lucky thing they're cheap as well.
Yeah, 2 Wraths of the Sunderers. Like, they've got no energy left. Coco, you need to build up a board, and then he just goes out. and develops the 2 Rasa the Sunderers. 0 energy, 12 might. Seems like a pretty good card.
The Manland goes, of course, up to 4 with the whole point and manages to bring Ornn from the champion zone.
Yeah, there's a couple of options from this Ornn Blacksmith. There's a patched Poro bot or a Poro snacks. So will the Poros be getting fed or will they be getting patched up? Poro snacks a nice 1-cost gear. And the patched Poro bot is a brand new kind of card in Riftbound, quite unique. It's not just a gear, it's also a unit at the same time.
What?
Really cool. Very cool, in fact.
And very synergistic with this deck, being able to reduce costs of gear and make use of the effect as well. When you control 3 or more gear, you get to draw a card. This deck does lack a certain amount of card draw, but that is absolutely one of the benefits of the Patch Porobot.
Yeah, and Patch Porobot can come through.
I'll just go back.
Ornn's Forge is in control of the Manlad, so that Patch Porobot costs just 1 energy as the first gear played. And there was the Brutalizer, the Helm, and the Seal, as well as Steric's Gulch. So there was 4 other gear available, which meant that the Patch Porobot also drew a card.
You got 3? I'm at 4. Oh, yeah, 4. Yep.
Point.
And I have it there.
Pressure.
Okay. Hold to 4.
Especially
Hold to 4. Hold to 4. Yes. Sorry.
Kennen. A deck revered for drawing cards and going fast. What happens if you slow them right down? Well, this is what happens.
Yeah, and what the Manlad's looking to do here, they're on an even number of points. They can just score 2 points in the next 2 turns. They will win the game just like that. And the point pressure here means that Coco just doesn't have much breathing room to get set up. They've got to be extremely respectful of the Manlad.
3. Or 3, yep. Discard draw. Yep.
Switcheroo found, which is, of course, a very powerful hidden card potentially. But even Switcheroo as a spell, it would cost you 1 energy more, even when played from hidden.
Both Rasa progress to bring up that point threshold, evening things out for now. But the pressure needs to stay on. And Coco Lopez, all of their cards are really costing that extra bit. Only units being free of that effect right now. So Fizz is the only one who can really benefit from a normal costing. But Fizz's effect brings back what? A spell, and that's going to be more expensive.
It absolutely is. And Coco here, again, it's that point pressure that's making Coco feel so uncomfortable. They don't want to have the Rasas at the battlefields right now, but they have to keep scoring. 3 energy for Flash. Making sure it cannot be defied. Taking it now while the Manlad is out of runes. It does come that Fizz.
Bounces a spell back to hand.
Coco looking through the trash, discarding which of those is going to be played. Of course, it has to cost 3 or less. That is base cost. So you could still play a 3-cost spell from Fizz, but my understanding would be you would still have to pay that 1 extra energy. Perhaps you don't, though. I need to double check the text on Fizz. We'll get that cleared up for you.
Sure.
We might see it right now come into effect. Yeah, had to recycle 1.
You did it. It's awesome.
Nocturne has been found.
Oh, that is a creepy guy. Rather horrifying.
Very horrifying.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Here you go. Now. That passed. Okay. Ready.
Coco Lopez just building up in the base there, getting ready for the onslaught the Manland clearly has lined up.
High tension here at the table. Lovely to be able to hear the microphones of both players.
For 1. Draw a card.
Coco maybe just feeling the point pressure right now, not liking the position, it seems to me. But the Manlad, I think they like what they see.
Playing confidently.
Yes.
Another Scuttle Crab to draw. Another rune found. Another rune? Another seal found. Bouncing back, keeping safe, not wanting to get into combat.
Pit crew readies once more.
Go in here.
Another point scored, keeping that 2-point lead.
6. Trigger the Zonwarns.
There is another seal in hand as well, so pit crew can come and ready up and go back to base. Actually, shows what I know. That seal has been discarded.
Sprite fountain drawn. We've seen how effective that's been in the past.
Yeah, a lot of the time in these positions, you get to 6.
Play this for 2.
You just want to get everything at base you can.
Yeah, and that includes...
Go back, I'll make a Sprite.
More sprites.
Sprite. Here, I guess. And I'll pass.
So the Sprite Fountain here being played to ready the pit crew, bring it back, and it's also giving them an additional 3 might from the next Sprite in their turn. Sprite Fountain will be killed at the start of the Man Lad's turn. That means they've got an extra 3 might for the next turn without having to spend any energy.
5. Discard draw.
Yep.
Fizz jumps into Zornwarren's uncontested. To keep pace, Coco's going to need to, take that Sprite token out, up to 6, but still behind and doesn't currently pose a threat to the Manland's forces.
Yeah, and really important, the Man Lad has kept Coco here, starting the turn at 4. So that Baron Nashor special we've seen Coco Lopez use so much, well, the Man Lad's just been too quick for it for now.
I wish so too.
And now Coco Lopez really needs to make a decision on how they're going to prevent the Manland from being able to score those final 2 points. The end is in sight for this game 1.
I'm really enjoying the confidence over the microphones from both players. Having again played against both of these guys, super friendly, very competitive.
They know the win condition. Now it's just trying to execute it perfectly. Building up both battlefields.
And again, this is the Man Lad putting Coco into a position they don't really want to be in. You don't want to be forced to hold the battlefields here. The Man Lad then can send things in one by one. That is a 4-cost tentacles. Double hidden card, though.
Ooh, putting every tool in the toy box. Making it awkward for the Manland. One of those battlefields being unyielded will secure Coco Lopez the extra turn they might need.
Yeah, this is a huge turn in game number 1 in the finals here in Barcelona. Coco Lopez looking to hold both battlefields. The Man Lad, if he can break both, will win the game.
Yes. I'll tap Orn to equip Brutalizer. Go in here.
Here we go with that strategy of just tapping away at the opponent's units, just eagerly knocking them one by one aside, using the power of Scuttle Grab and Brutalizer.
Both hiddens.
Yeah, look at this information, though. Okay. The Scuttle Crab sees all, and double switcheroo is quite terrifying.
Scuttle Grab allowing that information breach of the hand and the hidden cards is so valuable in this moment.
Yeah, those switcheroos are going to cost an additional energy. I mean, there's a chance here. There is a real chance the Man Lad could consider empowering that Helm of Suppression to catch Coco off guard at an opportune moment later on in his turn. Keep your eyes on that. It's something Coco's got to consider. Every one of those spells costs 1 energy more.
Go in there.
Going to be 6 to 6. They know what's hidden, and it's not doing much. And they also, of course, know exactly what's in Coco's hand.
I tell you what doesn't help. Switcheroo when you're at even cost, because they're just going to trade.
They certainly are.
4.
Coco Lopez has 6 runes available.
Very smart way of getting around Switcheroo.
Yeah, and that Star-Crossed is going to cost him 4. The Switcheroos will cost him an additional energy each. That is all 6. The Helm of Suppression here is put in so much work, and it shows you the power of one-ofs in Riftbound deck building.
Yep.
So true. Okay, pay 1 for the helm. Yep. That dies. Your guy's an 8.
Okay, so Coco actually giving the Sprite Assault, turning it into an 8 might unit, and then switcheroo to make the Rasa an 8 might unit. But it was that 1 additional energy cost because of the Helm of Suppression. 8 might Rasa, and then on the other battlefield in Orn's Forge, there's 11 might total and a switcheroo just for good measure. The Kennen Legend is now exhausted.
It's a lot to chip away at, possibly enough to prevent the Manland from winning this turn.
Yeah, he's got Defy in hand, he's got a Sprite Fountain.
Go in here.
Yeah, looking to chip away at that tentacle because of the switcheroo threat. Of course, switcheroo, you really want to be switcherooing that tentacles onto a big unit, but the Scuttle Crab here just putting in so much work for the Manlad. It's only got 0 might, but a lot of value in just pure information.
6.
And the sweet patched Porobot tottling into Orn's Forge. Knowing what it's up against, that's an expensive Starcross, but it will be defied. Not today. And the Porobot takes down the tentacle.
So if the Manlad was to empower the Helm,
a Sprite. Yep. A Brutalizer to the Sprite. Yep.
switcheroo would be too expensive. Not interested in doing that as it stands, though.
Sprite heading in from the fresh fountain.
And what we're likely to see is this Brutalizer just continuing to be re-equipped.
6 into 10.
Living up to its namesake, I tell you.
Yeah. That's for certain. Again, the Manlad hasn't conquered either battlefield yet. So as it stands, Coco standing tall. This is the pivotal turn.
Yep.
The Manland will need to conquer at least 1 to prevent Coco Lopez from taking the win on the whole point.
And the point pressure here that the Manlad's put on the game, forcing Coco to hold. Now, I mean,
6, you do this.
the Manlad is the one asking all the questions.
3, 6, 9.
And there's a danger for Coco that he might just run out of answers. It's a huge advantage to being the attacker in this position.
6, 12.
You just do the maths, line things up perfectly, and Coco just has to react and respond.
Switch.
Okay. Pay the 1.
Yeah.
So that dies. Yeah, 6.
Coco Lopez, no runes remaining, but that Nocturne, now a 6 might unit. So it's 12 might at Orn's Forge, 8 might at Zorn Warrens.
Which I know, right? Are Ride the Wind and?
Allegedly.
I know them. Public information.
Yeah.
Judge, can I consult those cards? Shouldn't.
So you'd be able to consult the face down cards. Face down cards you have access to.
Right.
You looked at the cards.
Okay.
There's not an opportunity for you to look at those cards again, but I will confirm.
I will show you the cards.
Yeah.
I was just
Yeah.
I was messing around. It's not that deep.
Like.
It's high pressure here. Very competitive players. That's for certain.
Both players just thinking through the optimal turn.
Yeah.
Like a big game of chess, having to think multiple turns ahead, thinking of the possibilities that could be in the future, and, you know, really getting down to the nitty-gritty of the mathematics involved in toppling these battlefields.
You can tell just how much both players care about this game. It's brilliant to see the passion. It is absolutely extraordinary to watch. And what I love from the Manlad here, know when to slow the game down, calculate. So the Manlad, for those that don't know, recently released like a nearly 200-page document on the maths behind Riftbound. So if anybody's going to be able to solve this situation, well, it might just be the perfect man driving the piloting here.
I'll equip the Brutalizer here.
Great.
Brutalizer equipped to Orn.
I'll go in.
Head
Trade.
in. To
Rasa
trade.
goes down.
3 and a blue.
Coco Lopez can't win on that whole point now.
Pay 2 blue for a Sprite fountain.
Can you play me my gift for trash? Yep.
More Sprites.
Sprite. I'll pay a green. Equip Sprite. Go in. Kill 1.
Yep.
Attempting for both.
But
It could happen.
I go to 7.
They're in. That's 1 point.
I'll pass.
And you just need to walk. No, it's just passing. Doesn't have the walk in for the final point. The aspiring engineer not ready. But having taken down all of Coco Lopez's units, it's a real uphill struggle for those final 2 points now. The man land just needs to take that whole point, and without an accelerated unit or a way to ready one, Coco Lopez won't be able to deal with that final pit crew. Do they have anything?
A hold from Coco Lopez. I didn't think they'd be able to pull that off.
Okay, I'm gonna have to think this one's gonna be a hard one for a second. I do have one. I do have one, right? This. Huh, interesting. If I do the other way, it's what? This, just not enough. One.
Yeah.
This is what it's all about, just forcing Coco Lopez to be just that little bit short to execute their plans.
This. Okay, yeah, it has to be that. Okay.
Coco thinks he's found the line. Sometimes you just have to play to your outs.
Yes, it has to be.
And make some risky plays.
Not enough for that.
That Helm of Suppression continuing to apply pressure.
Being the epitome of a thorn in Coco's side.
Yep. Here. Ride the win here.
I'll defy that.
Okay, you got it. Yep.
Oh, there we go.
There it is! The defy seals the deal!
Literally on top. Oh my god.
That is a win for Ord in this Barcelona finals, the final RQ of the European season. The Manland taking the Forge one step closer to victory. But let's head into game 2 and see if there are some sideboarding choices that can make it an easier time for our Kennen player.
And it seems like Coco, whatever it was he was looking for, might have been on top of the deck.
Oh,
and
it's
might
always
have just
the
been
way.
drawn. What an absolute nail biter. An unbelievable hold there from Coco Lopez. But the man lad coming through and getting it done in game number 1. The man lad, despite being the player going second, able to almost break serve there. A huge win in this best of 3. Coco Lopez going into game 2 is going to be going second. I love the passion, the emotion from both players, the will to win, the love of the game.
It's all present here in Barcelona, and sideboarding decisions will be tough because taking cards out of your deck, not great.
So Amy,
cards in.
I've just had it confirmed from our lovely table judges that were privy to the discussions there. It was, in fact, the last right that was on top of Coco Lopez's deck that he was looking for. He was looking for his out, looking for a way to win, and then that defy stopped any potential draw from the Zorn Warrens. Coco then, after the defy comes through, concedes, check what was on top, and it's exactly what he was looking for his out. The defy coming through in a big, big way.
Absolutely wild. But Coco Lopez will have some interesting choices to make with their sideboard. There are multiple cards that will be able to help manage the gear overhaul that we saw from the Manland. So there are important decisions to be made. You've got to take some cards out, but we have a bigger side deck than ever. The first ever opportunity to have that 10-card sideboard.
But it's not just Coco Lopez that has some powerful tools on the sideboard. There's 2 pickpockets in the sideboard here for the man lad. 3
energy, 3 might. When you play me, you may kill a gear with energy cost no more than 1, then play a gold gear token exhausted. Absolutely incredible tool of dealing with those seals of discord. Probably the main reason those pickpockets are on the sideboard are for those seals of discord. Not only do you remove them, you develop a 3 might body, and you get a gold gear, and we know that Ornn loves gear.
And then, with the Helm of Suppression helping out as well, potentially,
Yep.
you're looking at a really expensive board state for your opponent, and you're taking away the only way that they can accelerate that rune economy of their own, because they won't have any seals.
Yeah, the man lad, of course, with that Helm of Suppression, it put in an unbelievable amount of work there. But you've always got to consider, do you ever, I know it sounds ridiculous, but there's at least a consideration in some spots to sideboard this card out. You let your opponent bring in their gear removal, maybe they hold their gear removal, waiting for that Helm of Suppression, and it just simply never comes because you sideboarded it out. The big question a lot of the time is not what you sideboard in, it's actually the tough choice is what you take out. I imagine the Helm stays in there, but it's certainly going to be something that the Manland has done throughout this tournament. Maybe not in this matchup. It's only 3 gear removal tools for Coco Lopez. 1 salvage, 2 Raven Bloom prefects. And really, that Raven Bloom prefect preferred to be removing a Dazzling Aurora, not something in Ornn's factory.
That Sandswept 2 might help out a little bit to kind of soften the blow if we do see a recursion of that pesky Helm of Suppression. So that could be one way to help Kennen out of that sticky situation. But as you say, you could always have the age-old bait and switch of never actually putting it down in the first place.
Great to see the smiles on our competitors' faces. It's going to be Sandswept Tune, as you say, for Coco Lopez. Lots of synergy there with cards like Starcrossed, Ride the Wind, of course. A brand new Vendetta battlefield. You need to target a friendly unit here. With a spell, reduce the power cost by 1. Seat of Power for the man lad. Can Coco Lopez make some use of the Seat of Power themselves? The crowd are excited. It is beyond 10:30 here in Barcelona, but you wouldn't know it.
The energy is up and the players are ready for game 2 of our finals. Let's see how each player can start the game. Mulligan's chosen and Coco Lopez going first. Passes
no
the
2
turn.
drop though for Coco Lopez. On the other side, the pit crew opener and the Spaniards in the crowd are very excited to see this start. Can the man lad do the 2-0 and make light work of it? This is not the right start that Coco Lopez was wishing for.
But we've seen Kennen Dex do this
Oh
before,
my goodness.
and wowza!
That is not what you want to see. Double Nocturne into the trash.
No, that is abysmal, really. Last Rites is the only thing that's going to get those Nocturne kind of back around, but you actually really don't want to see them in that respect either. Ooh.
Go in here.
That is the drawback of that effect.
Amy, the odds of that right there, the Kennen burning Nocturne, burning 1 Nocturne is 15% chance.
No.
So what on earth is burning 2 at once?
Oh,
I don't have the maths written down for that because it's so statistically unlikely.
Unbelievable. Another pit crew down. Coco Lopez currently on the back foot, and the Manland kind of knows that they can take it easy with 2 pit crew and the Brutalizer ready. 1 point. Coco Lopez just having that 1 cannon thus far. Needs to start building up and make quite a good hurry of it too.
Yeah, and just to be clear on the maths there, that is on average in this deck. Of course, Coco Lopez with a bunch of cards in hand, maths was actually a little bit more likely than that, but on average, 15% chance to burn a single Nocturne from that cannon in this deck. Coco Lopez, no points. The Man Lad with 1.
Yep.
Sandswept Tomb for Coco Lopez. First point on the board.
The tension.
Yep.
The prowess. The hidden cards these players are presenting are some of the most impressive plays that I have ever seen. This tournament being known already as one of the most difficult tournament runs that various people have ever had. Yeah, it certainly has been a legendary affair.
Yeah, the heat really has been on this weekend in Barcelona. No more so right now than under the bright lights with thousands of people watching your every move. Coco Lopez, they've been here before. They've been all the way to a final once. They walked home in second place. The Man Lad looking to win Barcelona as a Spaniard certainly has the home crowd advantage behind them. 7 runes to play with, 2 pit crews.
A brutalizer.
Yeah. And of course, the Kennen at the battlefield with 4 might, Coco with 3 runes available and a hidden card. So the first thing you've got to ask if you're the Man Lad is what is hidden? Switcheroo? Tide Turner? Something else entirely? It is open deck lists, so he's going to have a pretty good idea of what it can't be, but has no guarantee of knowing precisely what it is.
Both players taking their time, and as they should in this grand finals. Making sure that each play is the perfect play. On back for that card draw.
Yeah, looking through the deck list of Coco, it has to be either Tide Turner or Switcheroo, but we do see the Ornn Blacksmith, which is not the typical Ornn chosen champion that you see most often at your local Nexus nights.
Or a Snacks.
Or a Snacks down for some more card draw.
Ready's the pit crew as well. But this Ornn putting in a lot of work, the Ornn Blacksmith finding the gear, which readies the pit crew. Hasn't done much holding, but maybe just enough to play it and draw a gear. Will the Man Lad leave the pit crew at the seat of power to try and make things awkward for Coco? The Kennen is empowered. Decides...
Hold. Yep. 2. Yep.
He wants it at base. Coco Lopez.
Yep.
Awaken, begin, channel draw. 2 points to 2. It's all tied up.
Now I think Kennen's going to get to do what Kennen loves and draw some more cards and create that cherry-picked hand that we've known and cherished throughout this event, thanks to Chaos.
And again, really great to pay attention to the pace of play here. Players playing fast and frenetic when they're confident, but know when to slow down and pause for breath.
Yeah, you conquer.
Go to 3, draw a card.
Yep.
Baron Nashor in the trash, but we know that Coco has that 6 energy way of getting it back later on, the harrowing. Very often in Riftbound, it's about stopping your opponent getting to 6 points.
Yep.
But with the Baron Nashor threat, the Man Lad might just want to be keeping Coco away from 5 points. Sort of become the Coco Lopez special this weekend in Barcelona, that harrowing into the Baron Nashor.
A beautiful combo that I haven't seen in many other main decks in Kennen. And I like the way it plays. It certainly has taken people by surprise this weekend. And that really can be what takes the cake.
Finds a second seal of Discord with the Lightning Rush, which means that Coco Lopez is going to be able to get 2 power costs every single turn with these seals. Unless, of course, the Man Lad fancies picking the pocket of Coco Lopez. That 3-cost sideboard card, a really good metacal coming into this weekend.
Would swipe away those seals.
Yep, on the brutal.
Salvage on the brutalizer. That's our first gear removal from Coco Lopez.
Well, a pickpocket is pretty good against 1 seal, but it's not that good against 3. Coco nullifying the value of the pickpocket considerably.
Rasa comes down as well. It's cheap and cheerful to be able to play as well, really making that Sandswept Tomb a force to be reckoned with. It's going to be a difficult break on that battlefield now.
And look, of course, 3 seals is great. Loads of power reduction, but it also means there's only 2 cards in Coco Lopez's hand right now. 3 seals often feels like too many.
It's been there for a while, and nobody pointed it out. 5, 6.
So, 2 pit crew and an Ornn blacksmith at the base. Coco Lopez, no runes open. So that traveling merchant at 2 might. It's pretty safe to assume that there's not going to be anything changing there. Although there is a hidden card at the Sandswept Tomb, but it can only be a Tide Turner, which is also 2 might, or a switcheroo. So the real hidden and unknown here for the man lad is what card is hidden. And he's going to try and find out.
We're going with the pit crew.
Tentatively, pit crew played.
Yes, sure.
And just doing a simple trade there.
Yeah, a trade, but one that Coco seems pretty content with.
Very.
Walker here. Go to 3. Yep.
Man lad was pretty scared of switcheroo there, but you never know. It could just be a bluff and it could be a Tide Turner hidden. If it is Tide Turner, Coco got a lot of value out of that play, hiding it, bluffing the switcheroo.
Making the manland go more cautiously. Did manage to get up to that 3rd point to equalize. And brought the pit crew back. Ornn still ready, but might be a bit dangerous to send it in with Rasa at this stage with no gear that can increase its power. Pickpocket, that's 1 gone.
Yeah, and that gold token will ready the pit crew.
Now Ornn has a buddy to go in with. That makes it a lot more advantageous.
Yeah, goes in for 8. Switcheroo now would be pretty much dead. Having said that, it's not true. The assault capabilities of Coco's Legend. You can give the man lads Ornn assault 2, turning it into a 7.
+2 on the Ornn. Make my guy 7, your guy 6.
And then the switcheroo swaps them.
For 6 and... Yeah, I'm still bigger, right?
Yeah,
6.
yeah.
And... Wait.
Oh, yeah.
So that's a 7, that's a 6.
Correct.
Just give this.
Does the man lad have any other tricks up their sleeves? They are currently winning this combat, but the Ornn is likely to be taken out.
This is a 6, this is a 7.
Yeah,
correct.
And that's the beauty of taking 2 units in. Switcheroo can only switch the might of 2 units. So going in with 2 still allows the manland to get that conquer point.
And that 4th point, the all-important even number that the man lad is making use of.
Poro snacks ready this draw.
Ooh, lovely.
Pit
More
crew,
snacks.
Yeah, and pit crew ready once more. That's the big thing here. Because the man lad probably not going to leave it at the Sandswept Tomb. Pit crew goes in, pit crew goes out. He does the hokey cokey. That's what it's all about.
Exactly. We've seen it many a time from the manland already. And it's a strategy that's been working seamlessly with Ornn.
3 cards in hand for the man lad. On the other side, Coco Lopez with 6 runes, 2 seals of discord, and an empowered Kennen legend ability. Right, didn't he just disempower it? Well, yes, but that switcheroo that was played immediately afterwards was not played from hand and re-empowers that legend.
Yep.
Again, one of the beautiful synergies in Kennen right now that a lot of people love, and is one of the reasons that it's being played so much.
Huge play here with the Kennen champion.
Riding the wind.
Flow on Ride the Wind, playing Ride the Wind from the trash, scoring an additional point. And can trigger the cannon once more, giving flow to the lightning strike rush for just base cost. Only paying 1, adding more cards to hand. Cannon Champion putting in so much work, also made use of that Sandswept Tomb. Didn't even need to exhaust one of their seals to pay for Ride the Wind.
Stack Deck and Lightning Rush being trashed. Some important card draw there.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah,
Then
when
playing
played-
the flow cost on the second Lightning Rush, or?
I'm just going to check in with our judges, but the man lad currently at 4. Coco is in the lead at 5, right? So you might think, okay, Coco's in the lead. Well, not quite, because it's really important to be on an even number of points often in Riftbound. And the man lad next turn, if he double conquers, can get to 6. Whereas if Coco Lopez double holds next turn, they'd only get to 7. But that is, of course, where you've got to consider the threat of the Coco Lopez special. That Baron Nashor scoring an additional point out of nowhere. We've seen him win the game with this unbelievably beautiful card.
This is the Ride the Wind? Oh, okay, sorry. That's what I thought too. Okay.
Leave things with our very capable judges. Huge shout out to all the judges here this weekend, helping the event happen. All the judges across the world for Riftbound. Don't forget to check out your local game stores and head on down to a Nexus night. If you've not done it before, it's great fun. It's a great community. You're going to have a great time.
We're good? Okay. Okay, then.
Just checking where we need to be.
Was this already? Yeah, just,
game.
yeah. That's the one I banished with the regular calls. Yeah. Yes. That's good.
Yeah.
There we go.
I had to fly the Ride the Wind would be long gone.
Yeah, you're fine.
Well, on the next Lightning Rush.
Yep.
Draw more cards. Rasa coming into play.
Ready, my guys.
Coco Lopez, much more to play with next turn. Stuck on 5 points at the moment.
At least not on first impression for the man lad, drawing another seal.
Oh.
Scores the Sandswept Tomb already.
I think that's 5 at least.
Yep.
Again, just remembering to pause on a pivotal moment.
Don't get too excited.
Yeah, it's easily done.
Oh, yeah.
2 Sterix Gauge in hand, 1 seal. Of course, 2 Poro Snacks on the board. Those can be killed to draw another card, but it will cost you.
6 strong.
Pit Crew into the seat of power. Perhaps not for long. You've got to respect the Baron Nashor, though. Coco Lopez staring down the man land. Trying to get a read on what might be in their hand. What kind of things are they considering? Can I get any little inch of information? Has a good read. There's no Defy in hand, at least at the start of the last turn. The man land saying as much. If it had Defy, it would have been used on Ride the Wind. Wow, pass.
With full runes available.
I think I get it.
Terrifying position to be in.
Oh,
yep.
Coco thinks he might be winning from here.
I respect it.
Draws the Nocturne. He's feeling confident. Surely that means it's going to be Baron Nashor time. The harrowing. 6 energy, 2 power. Play a unit from your trash, ignoring its energy cost. 6 energy for Baron Nashor sounds pretty good to me. Now, yeah, okay.
Very good.
It's a lot of power costs, but if you win the game on that very turn, those power costs mean nothing, really.
So very true. So now it's just sequencing that turn perfectly. Baron Nashor with his very unique ability to insert another battlefield into the game. Only 2 cards can currently achieve that, and Baron Nashor's one of them.
What an interesting turn it was from the man lad. He's only at 6 points, so 1 battlefield being held would not be enough. It's first to 8 points in Riftbound, of course. But the turn you win, you either have to get that 8th point through holding or conquering, or scoring, I should say, every battlefield in that turn.
+1 Raza.
Yep.
Kennen Legend ability, giving Assault 2 on Rasa.
Tentacles for good measure.
Nocturne comes down.
Go. Ultimate.
Oh my goodness.
That's 5.
Oh,
there's
my
6.
goodness. Coco thinks that they had the game. There's an indiscrepancy on the points. Coco's passed the turn.
Yeah, oh, I'm not going to pass then, obviously.
We're going to have to get that cleared up.
I thought he was at 5.
That is high pressure moments. An indiscrepancy on the points.
Yeah,
the little things.
You okay, you okay. Yeah, I mean, ain't your fault, it's my fault. So, yeah.
Could have been all over in that one moment, but has Coco Lopez played this turn efficiently? If they thought that was going to be safe to pass and to use this as a building turn, playing inefficiently with their runes and energy, unfortunately, might cost them.
Yeah, I mean, playing this in this way, when you think you're at 5 points, it totally changes the picture. I feel the pain here
Play here with the orange stuff.
of Coco Lopez.
Like so many things going on.
It's a nail biter.
Yeah, I know.
Can he recover from this position?
See what they say.
Judge is going to once again be the voice of reason
Yep.
and let us know what the best solution might be.
Yeah, not the first time in this final either. Coco not quite tracking the points in the same way. Of course, playing on a stream table, it's a different scenario. When you're playing out in the hall, you're comfortable, you're doing everything in your own way. When you play on stream, you're often having to do things in a slightly different way. And I think Coco may be just feeling that little difference, and it's those small different things, right? It's all muscle memory. When Coco's playing at home, he can track things however he wants. And it's maybe just that little difference that's just had an impact there on one of the biggest moments. Having said that, he felt really confident going into this turn, but that's because he thought the man lad was only at 5. Man lad seemed to be in a really strong position. In hand, double Sterix Gauge, a Seal of Discord, a Seal of Focus as well. So there's 6 might, which could be added onto the board here for the man land.
The pressure is high in our grand finals. An understandable notion. The tournament has been long, warm, and difficult for many reasons.
Yeah, the pressure here is palpable in Barcelona. Listen, guys, it has been a long weekend of Riftbound. These players often are playing on the Friday in the pre-regional. That's a full day of Riftbound. You arrive at the venue, you start playing at 10 a.m. on Saturday. You leave at 11 p.m. on Saturday. You get a quick night's sleep. You're back in the venue ready for your 10 a.m. match, and it is now almost 11 p.m. That is 13 hours of Riftbound just today. Not even considering the past 2 days, not considering the fact Coco Lopez has flown in over the Atlantic. It's so easy to underestimate the mental fatigue these players are under right now, and also the physical fatigue. It's hot.
Yeah, and, you know, there's a lot going on in the hall as well. We've got a crowd out there, so you kind of feel the pressure a little bit more as well. Although these two players are well decorated in what they do, they know how this goes. They've been here before. They're both great TCG players, but that doesn't stop all of these factors collating together and becoming actually quite notoriously damning when it comes to the fatigue of the event, whether that's mentally or physically or a combination of both.
Yeah, and we're leaving things in the very capable hands of our judges here. to see exactly what is going to happen. But the man lad, I think, they're going to be feeling pretty confident in this position. It is a Kennen, a Rasa, which are active for Coco Lopez. 10 might between them. Of course, that Kennen champion unit, when conquers, can give flow to a spell in the trash. That could give Coco more options. There's a few cards in hand for them as well. But this turn, they played the Tentacles. I was surprised when I saw it, to be honest. I was like, okay, not sure why the Tentacles would win the game in this spot. But it's because Coco thought he had a whole extra turn. The Nocturne also came down as well. So we're going to have to see what our judges say and exactly what position we find ourselves in. So 6 points to 5 as it stands. Coco cannot win this turn. All they can do is try to beat back the man land, make sure they don't double hold, because that would be a win. But also for Coco, how do you set up a win for yourself in this position? Because you kind of have to, if you're not going to be removing both battlefields, you have to have a plan of clearing that battlefield the next turn.
Clearing one battlefield would at least prevent the man land from winning right now. So that's probably the first step. Beyond that, really, you're looking at how are you then going to advance your play. And you're going to need to build up in base, take over that second battlefield, and I imagine Baron Nashor for the final point all in one go.
Yeah, the stakes are so high here. Coco Lopez shaking his head. Can't quite believe what has happened here on the biggest of moments. On his paper, he's got it written down as 5 points. Now, one thing I did see the man lad doing on their notepad is writing down when it's a hold point, when it's a conquer point, making sure they definitely know. Players now, I think, getting ready to hear what is the situation, what is the plan. We will update you as soon as we know ourselves. Coco Lopez did say that they passed turn. That is for certain. A pass of the turn there would mean, if it goes through, would be a double hold for the man land, and that they would win the regional qualifier Barcelona. The question is, what are the judges going to rule? Big shout out to our judges. Very tricky position for everybody to be in here.
Even if the game resumes from this point, it's not all over yet.
Unless that pass has to be maintained. We'll wait and see. We will wait and see. Pit Crew and Pickpocket holding the battlefields with 3 might each. In hand for the man land, it's those Steric's Gouge or Gauge. I actually don't know how to say it. I probably should have asked someone before he came in. But they're 3 might reaction speed as a gear. And both can be played. The man land, all their runes available. So they've only got 6 might overall at the battlefields, 3 at each. But some tricks up their sleeve.
That's for sure. Passing with that many runes open for a calm deck is rather terrifying.
And Coco Lopez, they played the Nocturne. They played up from the deep. Usually, in Riftbound, you are sort of allowed to take back 1 action. But these are some pretty exceptional circumstances. But it looks like up from the deep is still going to have been played. The Nocturne action has been able to be taken back. The turn has not passed. Here we go, everybody. Can Coco Lopez break the hold of the man land?
The plan might have to be a bit different, but it's far from over. The consideration of what to do next is imperative.
Yeah, those 3 runes used on a couple of tentacles, which are not helping them in this exact spot. Coco Lopez, an abundance of cards in hand. We know one's Nocturne, that's not much use. What are we going to go for here?
Gonna go for the flash effect on Lightning Strike, Lightning Rush once more.
It's Gust, Ride the Wind, or Stack Deck as the options.
Ride the Wind might help out here.
Yeah, Gust also, though. Something Coco was planning on adding to hand to begin with, but just thinking it through. Of course, Gust would be able to return a pit crew or a pickpocket to hand. But that gear in the Manland's hand is reaction speed. Gust added to hand. Pretty good read, there's no Defy, unless it got top decked. But that Gust, if played, might not do what Coco wants it to do. Seat of Power, it's going to be the Sandswept Tomb. Rasa into the pickpocket. It is going to be the first one of those Sterix Gouge, and it is going to be 6 mic to 6. Sterix Gauge.
It's certainly cause for concern. And there's a second one on the same unit.
Now, does Coco Lopez have anything they can do about this 9 mic pickpocket? 3 runes available. It's going to be Ride the Wind. What will be the target? It looks like it might be Rasa. Going over to the Sandswept. To
the Seat of Power,
Power. There's actually, I think, a 3rd gauge in hand.
I think there is.
Oh my goodness. I thought it was 2 this whole time. I'm sure the chat's been telling me.
Leaving all those runes available was certainly a tell that something dramatic was going to unfold.
Yeah, so the Ride the Wind here. The plan is for Coco to move the Rasa over. That Cannon Legend ability has been used already this turn. So not available.
Okay, we've got a little bit of news on the final ruling, just in case anyone was wondering what happened there. Because no new information was gained for Coco, we can rewind that last action, which was passing the turn.
Perfect.
And go back.
Big shout out to our judges. But it's going to be another reaction. Coco not happy to see that, I think. Here we go. It's going to be another one. But instead, it's going on the Clockwork Keeper, setting up some additional mic for the next turn.
Conquer. Yep.
And Coco's broken the hold.
So you are 6. Yep.
6 points apiece. Man, lad, not happy with this.
Going to make it much tougher to get to that 8th point now.
Pickpocket at the Sandswept Tomb is maybe just wondering, would it have been better to have my pit crew with that protection right now? The ability to ready the pit crew is something the Pickpocket doesn't. Pickpocket might end up stranded at the Sandswept Tomb then. Might just be, as they shake their head, what they're thinking about. So many different options were available to the Manland. The pressure is on for both players right now. It is Coco's turn still. Pickpocket holding will get them, Coco there, to 7 points. There's only 1 rune available for Coco Lopez. There is a Gust in their hand. That is not public information, though. The Manland does not know about that gust. There is also a tide turner, which can be hidden by Coco.
Neither player looked very happy with this tricky situation, that's for sure.
Here we go, though.
Over. The 7th point is scored.
Can the man land? Break the seat of power. 5 might on the Clockwork Keeper.
Might need to eat those Poro snacks to draw some cards. That's the first one.
Okay, they're seal in hand, Mask of Foresight, Guardian Angel.
Going for another Poro snack.
Draws this time a Sprite Fountain.
Sprite Fountain could be it.
And look at the facial expression there of the man land. Is that what they were looking for?
Going for 6.
It's 6.
And I'll just Fountain equip. Go in.
Fountain, bring it in, and that's the handshake! The man land takes it for Spain! Winning on home turf with the unexpected on, bringing the heat from the Forge directly to Barcelona.
What a reaction from the crowd. The man lad is your regional qualifier Barcelona champion. Look at that.
Lift that trophy high and be proud to keep it within Spain here, the final European event.
Yeah, and look at that. Shay is there over with the man lad with that beautiful, beautiful trophy. Absolutely brilliant to see. Shay, are you ready to go?
I'm ready.
He's ready. Go on, Shay, take it away.
Okay, here we go. Whew, first of all, take a deep breath, my friend. How do you feel right now?
Feel horrible. I mega punted there. I completely made huge mistake there in the final round. Got rewarded anyways. Doesn't matter. So I'm happy regardless. Yeah.
That's good. I'm glad for you. Now listen. Looking at online chatter and people in the hall, everyone feels as if you are now the people's champ with Ornn. What made you land on that deck?
I just love the deck. There's friendly banter with Squirtle about what the best gear deck is, and I just love to prove him wrong every time with Ornn. So here we are, playing Ornn, and I think the deck's great. It's performed great for me this weekend. I encourage people to try it. It's really fun.
I think they will. Looking at that. Now, you mentioned Squirtle, your teammate, of course. Have you got any words for your teammates there who are in the crowd?
Yeah, I'd really like to thank them. I wouldn't be here without them. Like them, my family supporting me back home, they're the reason I keep playing this game, and I'm just thrilled to share it with them. So, yeah, that's it.
Shout outs to them. But everyone now in this venue, it's time. Can we make some noise one more time for your Barcelona RQ champion, the man land? Okay, woo! Wow. Well, that concludes our Barcelona coverage. If you want some more Vendetta action, though, you haven't got to wait long. 2 weeks, we're over there in Singapore, and then Los Angeles after that. But for now, it's Viva España here in Barcelona, and good night.
There's a different line in mind.
Yes, there it is! The big, the bad, the Baron Nashor. And that's all we need for Coco Lopez to win game 1 here in a round 9 feature match here at RQ Barcelona.
Try to hit on Blade by one.
Ooh, no way!
The Defy,
The
though.
Defy. He did hold it. There's a Defy!
Oh, brilliant!
Woo! The discipline to hold on to the Defy.
Swing over the 4 might.
If it's nice, do it thrice. There we go. The
It's nasty.
Wow, 5 might into 4. Rasa, the Sundra.
I didn't spot it, Burton. Oh, does he have the Nactra in trash?
Is it?
I didn't see it.
No, it's not. Not the big bad scary Baron Nash in the top 4.
Must be.
Surely not. Not again. Coco Lopez, you wouldn't.
Oh, it's hiding in the trash. I didn't see it.
Oh my goodness. Batten down the hatches. The Baron pit is live. Baron Nashor is here.
Checks the mic. one hidden card. Here it is.
That's 6. There's the hammering. Here it comes. The big, bad, scary Baron Nashor. The Baron Pit is live. Everything's going to get +2 might for Coco Lopez. Can we get the double conquer and wrap this game up here? Advances up to 6. 2 more points needed.
3 energy open.
And then last game and it's over. The brutal Baron Nashor tramples through for the win. Straight to the finals here in RQ Barcelona. Congratulations, Coco Lopez.
But here we go. We have the man representing Team Marseillon, the home country, Spain, looking to seal the deal here and secure another victory.
And the man, the myth, the legend, Coco Lopez, bringing on straight from the forge. Will they forge their way towards victory?
Win. 1. Yep.
Tempting for both. It could happen.
I go to
They're in. That's 1 point. And you just need to walk. No, it's just passing. Doesn't have the walk in for the final point. The aspiring engineer.
Ride the win here. I'll defy that. Okay, you got it. Yep.
Oh,
there it is! The defy seal deal!
Literally on top. Oh my god.
That is a win for Ord in this Barcelona finals!
A brand new Vendetta battlefield. The crowd are excited. It is beyond 10:30 here in Barcelona, but you wouldn't know it.
The energy is up and the players are ready for game 2 of our finals.
Hysteric's Gage.
It's certainly cause for concern. And there's a second one on the same unit.
Here we go. It's going to be another one, but instead it's going on the Clockwork Keeper, setting up some additional might for the next turn.
Okay.
And Coco's broken the holds. Draws this time a Sprite Fountain.
Sprite Fountain could be it.
And look at the facial expression there of the Manland. Is that what they were looking for?
In, and that's the handshake. The Manland takes it for Spain, winning on